Chapter 22-24 Ancient Seal. Old Man Copper Crow parted his fingers to reveal a translucent crimson feather that looked as if it had been carved out of crystal. He stared at the feather for a short while with a hesitant expression, then suddenly tossed it back to Bao Hua before taking a deep breath. "I didn't think that you would be fortunate enough to meet that senior, Bao Hua. In that case, I'll place my trust in you just this once. Tell us your plan." "Thank you, fellow Daoist, I'd be more than happy to share my plan. Does anyone else have any objections?" Bao Hua asked with a smile. "We would all like to hear your plan, fellow Daoist Bao Hua." "Indeed, I'm sure that a plan proposed by fellow Daoist Bao Hua would be a reliable one." The other Grand Ascension stage beings were quite relieved to see that Old Man Copper Crow was willing to compromise, and they were all eager to hear what Bao Hua had to say. "Thank you for your kind words, everyone. Truth be told, I ventured into the original sealed site on a second occasion around half a year ago." All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were stunned to hear this. "What? You ventured into the original sealed site again? How is that possible? How did you do that?" Not only were the foreign Grand Ascension stage beings astonished by this revelation, even the sacred ancestors present were completely dumbstruck, having clearly not heard about this in advance. "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. I was able to do this as I've cultivated several profound concealment abilities, and also because I had the faux illusion sky mirror to assist me. Using that treasure, I was able to avoid alerting those stemborers, and once I entered the original sealed site, I discovered that some new developments had transpired, and those developments convinced me that it was possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously," Bao Hua explained. "What did you see that made you change your mind, fellow Daoist Bao Hua?" a Grand Ascension stage being couldn't help but ask. "Due to the power of the seal, I was unable to venture deep into the original sealed site and could only inspect the site from the outskirts. During my inspection though, I discovered that some changes seemed to have taken place in the ancient seal," Bao Hua revealed. "What are those changes, fellow Daoist?" another Grand Ascension stage being asked with a serious expression. "There's no need to be concerned. In a sense, these changes are a good thing. What I discovered was that the ancient seal seems to be in the process of repairing itself. Even though the process is extremely slow, the ancient seal is definitely more powerful than it was on the last occasion I ventured into the original sealed site, and it seems that seal possesses some level of sentience," Bao Hua replied with a smile. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances upon hearing this. "I'm sure your appraisal is accurate, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, but didn't you say that the power of the seal has already been controlled by the Stemborer Queen? How is it a good thing that the seal has become more powerful?" It was Jean Chai posing the question on this occasion. "It seems that there's been a misunderstanding. The portion of the seal's power that has been enhanced is the portion still under the seal's control, not the portion that has been controlled by the Stemborer Queen. Even though this enhancement is quite insignificant compared to the overall power of the ancient seal, it's still something that we can take advantage of," Bao Hua replied. "So how does that make it possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously? Hurry up and tell us your plan," Old Man Copper Crow said in an impatient manner. "It's not my intention to waste anyone's time, I simply want to provide some background information so everyone can understand my plan," Bao Hua replied. "Fine, keep going then," Old Man Copper Crow prompted in a disgruntled manner. Bao Hua smiled as she continued, "During my last trip into the original sealed site, I discovered that the Stemborer Queen is situated in a different part of the seal from the place where our fellow Taoists have been trapped. Regardless of which side we enter, it'll inevitably alert the Stemborer Queen, so my original plan was for everyone to combine their powers to reseal the Stemborer Queen, then save fellow Daoist Yuan Yen and the others. Of course, doing so could enrage the Stemborer Queen, prompting it to use the power of the seal under its control to lash out at our trapped fellow Taoists. If that were to happen, fellow Taoist Yuan Yen and the others could be plunged into grave peril. However, after discovering that the ancient seal possesses a certain level of sentience, I theorized that it could be possible to help the ancient seal regain control over the portion of its power currently under the Stembora Queen's control. If we can do that, not only will we be able to free our trapped fellow Taoists, the Stembora Queen will have to face the complete power of the ancient seal, and we may not even have to expend that much power to reseal the Stembora Queen. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall displayed different reactions upon hearing this, and Hanli was also stroking his own chin in a contemplative manner. Right at this moment, Old Man Copper Crow suddenly broke the silence. Your plan seems to be quite feasible, but I have a question, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Go ahead, fellow Taoist, Bao Hua prompted with a smile. Even if the ancient seal really is sentient, how confident are you that we can make it work with us? Without the assistance of the ancient seal, there would be no way we can recover the portion of the seal's power under the Stembora Queen's control. Even the true immortals were unable to kill the Stembora Queen. If your plan were to go awry, we could be plunged into severe peril. If we get trapped in the original sealed site as well, the other realms most likely won't be sending any more reinforcements, Old Man Copper Crow said. Rest assured, Brother Copper Crow, I have a way to communicate with the ancient seal, which is why I hatched this plan in the first place. Back when I was one of the devilish patriarchs, I had once guarded the original sealed site for tens of thousands of years. In terms of understanding of the ancient seal, even Yuan Yen and Nia Pan can't compare with me, Bao Hua replied in a confident manner. I trust in your judgment, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. I'm just here to save my descendant, and your plan doesn't conflict with that goal, so I have no objections, Old Man Copper Crow said with a smile. Bao Hua nodded before turning to the other Grand Ascension stage beings present. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, let's move on to the more specific details. I already have a rough plan, but I'll need everyone's help to flesh it out. A burst of hushed chatter rang out within the hall, and a few Grand Ascension stage beings raised some questions about the ancient seal, all of which were answered by Bao Hua in a calm manner. It was clear that Bao Hua had thought long and hard about this plan, and everyone was very pleased to see this. Thus, everyone began to discuss the specific details of the plan. The plan was ultimately finalized after a day and a night of debate and negotiation, and it was decided that everyone would set off in around half a month. After that, the meeting concluded, and countless streaks of light flew out of the Golden Palace before quickly vanishing into the distance. Han Li's trio had also departed from the palace, and he was searching for a mountain in the desert to stay in. However, shortly after departing from the Earthen City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he stopped in mid-air before casting his gaze off to the side. Come on out, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. Why are you hiding and sneaking around like this? Silvermoon's heart jolted upon hearing this, while Taoist Xia stopped behind Han Li in an expressionless manner. A pleasant voice rang out from the direction that Han Li was casting his gaze toward. I didn't think that you would progress to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time, fellow Taoist Han. On top of that, I can sense that you're already far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being. Looks like Yuan Yen was right to be wary of you. As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive pink flower projection appeared alongside Bao Hua and Hei Yi. Bao Hua was currently appraising Han Li with a calm yet intrigued expression. Why have you come to see me? Are you regretting your decision from last time? Han Li asked. Perhaps, but if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. On top of that, with your inclusion in this operation, I'm even more confident that we'll succeed, Bao Hua said with a smile. Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Bao Hua. I'm just a rookie Grand Ascension stage being. How will I possibly be of any significance? Did you stop me just to tease me? Han Li asked as he appraised Bao Hua with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 22-25 setting off. Why are you being so cold, fellow Daoist Han? We've met on multiple occasions, so we're already acquaintances, are we not? I came to see you because I want to make another deal with you. Are you interested? Bao Hua asked with a smile. Another deal? Sure, go ahead, Han Li prompted in a calm manner. Bao Hua took a glance at Daoist Xia and Silvermoon, then suggested, how about we speak in private? All right, Han Li agreed, then turned and said something to Silvermoon and Daoist Xia in a low voice before flying with Bao Hua toward a certain direction. Moments later, Bao Hua and Han Li were situated on a small sand dune with only around 50 feet separating the two of them. Bao Hua gently pointed her finger into the air a few times, and several pink threads instantly shot forth before vanishing in a flash. The entire area around the sand dune was instantly enshrouded under an invisible restriction. All right, let's hear what you have to say, Han Li prompted. Why are you in such a hurry, fellow Daoist Han? I obtained some rare sandalwood fruits not too long ago. Why don't we sample them together? Please take a seat, Bao Hua said with a smile, then swept a sleeve toward the ground, upon which countless grains of sand rose up before manifesting 2 stone chairs and a stone table that was several tens of feet in length. A burst of pink light swept forth, and a pair of purple spirit fruits, a flagon of spirit wine, and 2 translucent jade cups appeared on the table. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the spirit fruits on the table, and his expression changed ever so slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a seat on one of the stone chairs. Bao Hua sat down across from him, and only after they had sampled the spirit fruits and spirit wine did Bao Hua finally cut to the chase. The deal I want to make with you is very simple. I want you to keep someone occupied at a set time in the near future so I can do something that I've been plotting for a very long time. Don't you think you should be more specific, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? Someone that even you're wary of must be very powerful, Han Li said with a faint smile. Indeed. Truth be told, even I don't want to face that person directly in battle. However, I'm only asking you to stall them for a while, not to engage in a battle of life and death. I'm sure that's not too difficult. If you can do this for me, I'll owe you a massive favor, and if you have any use for me in the future, I definitely won't refuse. What do you think, Brother Han? Bao Hua asked. A favor from you is naturally quite tempting, but you have to tell me who it is that you're referring to, Han Li replied. This is not actually someone that you're unfamiliar with. It's... Bao Hua's voice trailed off there, and she communicated the name of the target to Han Li through voice transmission. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed as he said, "Are you making a joke? How can a rookie Grand Ascension stage being like me possibly complete such a difficult task? Don't be so quick to refuse me, Brother Han. Why don't you take a look at this first?" Bao Hua said with a smile before raising a hand to release a ball of white light, which reached Han Li in a flash. It was a palm-sized jade vial. Han Li caught the vial before inspecting it through narrowed eyes, and instead of immediately opening the vial, he asked, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? In addition to a favor, I'll also offer this in exchange for your assistance," Bao Hua replied. Han Li gave a cold harumph as he opened the vial and inspected its contents with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression immediately changed drastically. "This is a divine glue pill." A hint of surprise also flashed through Bao Hua's eyes. "You're certainly quite knowledgeable, fellow Daoist Han. I didn't think you'd be able to recognize this pill right away. This is one of very few types of pills that can nourish even a Grand Ascension stage being's soul, and it's particularly effective for those who have only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage. The refinement method for this pill has already gone missing many years ago. How did you manage to obtain this?" Han Li asked. "I came across it by chance in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. At the time, I obtained 7 of these pills in total, but after so many years, only 1 remains. Is this enough to show you my sincerity, fellow Daoist Han?" Bao Hua asked. It looks like you're determined to recruit me. Do you really think I'll be able to stall that person? Aren't you worried that your plan will fail due to a failure on my part? Han Li asked. To be honest, prior to this meeting, I had intended to approach someone else for this role. However, even though that fellow Daoist is quite powerful, there's less than a 50% chance that he'd actually be able to stall that person. In contrast, you're a completely different story. Even prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, you could already contend with Grand Ascension stage beings. Now that you've reached the Grand Ascension stage yourself, you've undoubtedly become even more powerful. In a serious battle, perhaps even I won't be a match for you. This plan is of the utmost importance to me, so if I'm going to find an ally, I have to find the most reliable one. Even if it costs me a little extra, I'm willing to pay the price, Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Seeing as you think so highly of me, it would be unbecoming of me to continue to refuse. Alright, I can help you just this once, but aside from this pill and the favor you promised me, I have another condition. If you can agree to that condition as well, I guarantee that I'll be able to stall that person for a day and a night so you have enough time to do what you want to do, Han Li replied. Bao Hua's smile faded, and a serious look appeared on her face upon hearing this. Oh. Go ahead, fellow Daoist Han. If you're ever in a position where you're ruling over the Elder Devil Realm again, I want you to promise that your realm will never invade our spirit realm for as long as you live, Han Li said. That's out of the question. Don't you think that's going too far, fellow Daoist Han? Bao Hua was rather displeased to hear this. I don't know what your exact plan is, but seeing as you're willing to pay such a heavy price, this must be an extremely rare opportunity for you. On top of that, I don't think there's anyone else in the Elder Devil Realm that can help you. Who else will you turn to? Old Man Copper Crow. Setting aside whether he'd be willing to take the risk, the price you'll have to pay for his services will definitely be significantly higher than what you promised me. After all, not everyone would be willing to make such a powerful enemy for themselves so easily, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Aren't you afraid of turning that person against you? Bao Hua asked in a cold voice. Why ask a question you already know the answer to, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? That person is already an enemy of mine, so what does it matter if our relationship deteriorates even further? Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Bao Hua was silent for a long while before finally conceding, that's true, but I definitely can't promise you that I'll cancel the sacred sacrifice during the merging of our two realms. All I can guarantee is that for as long as I live, none of my brethren will encroach upon the territory of your human race during future sacred sacrifices. You'll have to include the demon race as well. Our human race has always shared close ties with the demon race. If the demon race were to be attacked, our human race can't just stand by and watch, Han Li said. Alright, I can agree to this condition if it's only limited to the human and demon races, Bao Hua agreed. Good. I'll be taking this pill, let's swear our inner demon vows, then discuss the specific details of the plan, Han Li said with a smile. Bao Hua naturally had no objections to this. Around 2 hours later, Han Li's trio departed, then landed on a sand dune on the edge of the desert around half a day later. 10 days later, tens of thousands of high-grade devilish beings had gathered above the earthen city, all of whom were at the spatial tempering stage or above. Han Li and all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were also among these devilish beings, as well as hundreds of giant devilish arcs that were hovering in midair. A short while later, a command was issued, and the tens of thousands of devilish beings surged toward a certain direction with the flying arcs. 3 months later, countless armored devilish warriors had filled an entire barren valley, and the sound of rumbling war drums erupted into the heavens. Millions of devilish warriors had gathered here, and they were either standing on flying treasures or atop clouds of devilish chi. At the center of this devilish army was a giant devilish ark that resembled a small island, and Hanli and the other Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in a hall on the ark, listening to an address from Bao Hua. I'll split the armored warriors outside into several groups to attack the area around the original sealed site, attracting as much of the insect swarms as possible. After that, we'll make a direct charge for the original sealed site under the protection of these tens of thousands of elite warriors. Once we enter the original sealed site, we'll be able to make use of the restrictions in there to temporarily keep out the stem borers, and after that, we'll be able to enact our plan. Chapter 22-26, Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms. 1. Prior to setting off, the plan had already been confirmed, so none of the Grand Ascension stage beings had any objections. Moments later, the devilish army split up into several groups that charged toward the same direction, leaving only the tens of thousands of elite devilish guards and the Grand Ascension stage beings behind. A few hours later, the remaining elite devilish warriors also departed from the valley on a giant ark. 7 days later, an army comprised of over 100,000 devilish warriors was locked in a fierce battle against a swarm of stem borers above a barren plateau. The devilish army was very organized, and was arranged in a profound circular formation with the several hundred giant arcs positioned at strategic locations. Furthermore, multiple layers of protective light barriers had been set up, and thick pillars of light were being blasted out of the light barriers in a frenzy, felling large swathes of stem borers. However, there were simply far too many stem borers in this swarm. No matter how many were killed, more would immediately take their place to continue to attack the formation. The devilish army had been slowly advancing in the past, but it had been forced to a standstill. Fortunately, the attacks being unleashed by the formation were becoming more and more powerful, killing countless stem borers and alleviating some of the pressure on the army. However, the three-body integration stage devilish beings standing on the giant ark at the center of the formation weren't pleased at all to see this. It's not a wise decision to use our backup power so soon. We won't be able to stall the stem borer swarm for long now, a crimson-armored devilish man said. If we hadn't used that power, the entire formation could have crumbled just now. If our formation gets overwhelmed, then we won't be able to stall the stem borer swarm at all, a thin elderly devilish man harumphed coldly in response. But the sacred ancestors ordered us to hold our own for at least half a day, yet only a few hours have passed. If we want to ensure our survival, we'll have to work out a plan. Otherwise, once everyone's exhausted, the three of us alone won't be able to fight our way out of this swarm, the crimson-armored man countered. Don't make me repeat myself, if we hadn't used this power, we would have already been overwhelmed. If worse comes to worst, we'll just have to unleash secret techniques to tap into our latent potential, and there's still a decent chance that we'll be able to escape, the elderly man replied in a nonchalant manner. You sure make it sound simple. If anything goes even slightly wrong, all of us could be devoured by these stem borers, the crimson-armored man said in a cold voice. I don't think that's a valid concern as long as we work out a good plan and take the right opportunities, the elderly man countered with a roll of his eyes. The crimson-armored man immediately flared up with rage, and he was just about to say something when the final devilish lord, a middle-aged woman, interjected, I can't believe you two are still bickering at a time like this. If you want to argue, you can save it for after we escape from this place. Prior to that, we have to combine our efforts and help one another. Now that we've already sent out our backup forces, it's too late to regret our decision. Let's think about whether there are any available courses of action other than burning through our latent potential. The crimson-armored man forcibly repressed his displeasure and put on a smile as he said, You're right, Mistress, Tian Miao, we should work together to devise a strategy first. The elderly man's expression also eased slightly as he said, I didn't think that these stem borers would be so much more powerful than other devilish insects. It's indeed imperative for us to work together now. Thus, the three devilish lords began to devise a plan for escape. Meanwhile, the other devilish armies were also trapped within stem borer swarms elsewhere, and they could only attack the stem borers with all their might as they held on for dear life. Due to the fact that most of the stem borers around the original sealed site had been diverted away by the devilish armies, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings and the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors were able to quickly tear through around a dozen insect swarms, and they were now quite close to the original sealed site. However, at this point, the other stem borers had realized what was happening, and they were finally surrounded by a boundless sea of stem borers, just like the other devilish armies. None of the Grand Ascension stage beings had stepped in yet, but the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors and all of the disciples of the Grand Ascension stage beings were more than equipped to deal with the stem borer swarm. Countless streaks of light surged through the air, felling large swathes of stem borers with ease. The entire group continued onward at an astonishing speed. Only the more powerful stem borers could stand in their way, and even they were instantly shredded by the ferocious barrage of attacks. No more than 7 minutes later, the group had advanced hundreds of thousands of kilometers, killing countless stem borers in the process. All of a sudden, a burst of strange hissing rang out up ahead, and the stem borers parted to reveal a group of giant green insects. These giant insects were each over 100 feet in size with sharp pincers and menacing fangs, presenting a very intimidating sight to behold. A high-grade devilish being immediately issued a warning at the sight of these insects. Look out! Those are high-grade stem borers, and their breaths are equal in power to a full-force attack from a body integration stage being. Right at this moment, all of the giant insects opened their mouths to let loose pillars of green light. Thousands of elite devilish warriors were caught off guard, and their defenses were penetrated by the pillars of light, which instantly vaporized them amid howls of anguish. These pillars of light were so powerful that the devilish warriors were completely powerless to withstand them. It looks like the stem borers finally understand that we're the main forces they have to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deployed so many high-grade stem borers at once. Let's not sit around any longer. A black-armored sacred ancestor standing at the front of the giant ark chortled as he raised a hand to release a plume of black threads, which transformed into a net that was several kilometers in area before descending toward the massive stem borers. The other Grand Ascension stage beings nearby also sprang into action upon seeing this. One of them made a hand seal, and fierce winds were instantly swept up, forming around a dozen massive tornadoes that surged forth with devastating might. Meanwhile, someone else pointed a finger forward, and the world's origin chi in the air was immediately churned up, following which countless thick bolts of lightning came crashing down with ferocious power. At the same time, the remaining Grand Ascension stage beings were all unleashing attacks of their own, and one of them even materialized a small translucent sword that was slashed directly through the air, unleashing countless translucent sword projections. Despite how powerful the giant stem borers were, there was no way they could withstand the attacks of so many Grand Ascension stage beings, and all of them were instantly eradicated, much to the elation of the devilish army. Don't stop. Keep advancing, the black-armored sacred ancestor ordered in a thunderous voice. All of the devilish troops immediately picked up the pace and continued onward. All of the stem borers that had parted earlier immediately converged again in waves of suicidal attacks, but were still unable to delay the group at all. Hanli was situated in the hall of the giant ark, but he was able to see everything using his spiritual sense. A faint smile appeared on his face as he witnessed all of the giant stem borers being easily eradicated by the Grand Ascension stage beings. The breaths of these giant insects were comparable in power to body integration stage attacks, but their defensive prowess was nowhere near the body integration stage. Otherwise, even with those Grand Ascension stage beings attacking in unison, they wouldn't have been able to eradicate so many body integration stage beings so easily. It seemed that these stem borers still weren't the most powerful ones in the swarm. At this moment, most of the Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in the hall, with only several of them standing outside on the giant ark in case any unexpected incidents arose. Bao Hua was currently seated on a chair at the center of the hall, appraising the faux illusion sky mirror that she was holding in her hand. As for the other Grand Ascension stage beings, they were either gathered together in discussion, or meditating in their chairs. Han Li cast his gaze towards sacred ancestor Xie Lian, who was sitting near a window, and discovered that she was appraising the battle raging outside through the window in a completely expressionless manner, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Not far away from her, Old Man Copper Crow and the Heavenly Crow Realm Grand Ascension stage beings were meditating on the ground with faint yellow light glowing from their bodies, seemingly practicing some kind of cultivation art. After a short while, Han Li also closed his eyes to meditate. Daoist Xia was standing beside him in a wooden manner, but Silvermoon was nowhere to be seen. Seeing as this could potentially be quite a dangerous trip, Han Li had left Silvermoon behind at the temporary cave abode he had created in the desert. Even though Silvermoon would be affected by the art of indifference after parting with him, it wouldn't be an issue as long as they weren't separated for too long. Chapter 22-27, Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms, 2. Just as Han Li was getting absorbed in his own thoughts, Bao Hua suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "They're here, everyone." She didn't mention exactly what they were, but all of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately understood what she was referring to, and some of them, including Han Li, immediately cast their spiritual sense out of the giant arc. After a disturbance in the surrounding swarm of stemborers, a series of crimson stemborers appeared. These stemborers were only around a foot in size each, but there were faint golden spirit patterns all over their bodies, and 5-colored light swirling within their green eyes. As soon as these stemborers appeared, the expressions of the Grand Ascension stage beings on the arc changed drastically, and they immediately withdrew their treasures. All of the nearby stemborers were instantly eradicated by the returning treasures, but the crimson stemborers suddenly vanished with a flap of their wings. In the next instant, all of the crimson stemborers appeared near the Grand Ascension stage beings before flying directly toward them. The Grand Ascension stage beings were naturally very alarmed, and they immediately attacked the stemborers or released their protective treasures. There was even one who let loose a loud cry as he reached out to grab one of the stemborers. However, all of their attacks and defensive measures were bypassed by these stemborers as if they didn't even exist. As soon as they reached the Grand Ascension stage beings, the stemborers began to give off scintillating crimson light. The Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, yet just as they were preparing to withstand the force of the imminent stemborer explosions with their bodies, Bao Hua's voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Rest assured, leave these things to me." As soon as her voice trailed off, a pillar of white light erupted out of the hall in the giant arc. The pillar of light then split up into several thin beams of light that struck the crimson stemborers, sending them flying for over 100 feet. A string of resounding booms rang out as several scorching crimson suns appeared, and a series of spatial rifts also emerged as if the entire space were about to be torn apart. The power of these stemborer explosions was truly formidable. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings were stunned to see this. The explosions wouldn't have been enough to kill them, but severe injuries were definitely unavoidable. Right at this moment, a giant pink flower projection appeared up above amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Bao Hua emerged overhead. Before the Grand Ascension stage beings even had a chance to express their gratitude toward Bao Hua, around a dozen more crimson stemborers appeared. They immediately teleported over to Bao Hua, surrounding her in a watertight barrier, then prepared to self-detonate again, seemingly planning to kill her in one fell swoop. In response, Bao Hua merely chuckled coldly as countless silver stars suddenly erupted out of her body, forming a boundless galaxy that swept up all of the surrounding stemborers. A string of explosions rang out, but all of them were snuffed out by the galaxy of stars, unable to leave any impact at all. All of the stars then converged to form a flag that was around 10 feet in length with shimmering silver stars etched all over its surface. It was none other than the Starfall flag. Around a dozen more Grand Ascension stage beings had flown out of the hall in the arc in case their powers were required, and Han Li was one of them. He had his arms crossed and was appraising Bao Hua in an intrigued manner, planning to see how she was going to use those two treasures to deal with the stemborers. The failure of the crimson stemborer's self-detonation had clearly enraged the entire swarm, and after a string of disturbances, close to 1,000 crimson balls of light emerged. Even Bao Hua's expression turned slightly grim at the sight of so many self-detonating stemborers, and she waved her flag through the air to create another galactic projection that encompassed the entire giant arc. At the same time, she pointed up at the small mirror overhead, and it immediately transformed into a full moon. Golden light surged through the moon, following which hundreds of beams of light shot forth at once, puncturing the bodies of the crimson stemborers with unerring accuracy. All of the crimson stemborers that were struck immediately exploded on the spot, sending scorching red flames surging in all directions and incinerating large hordes of surrounding stemborers into ashes. However, the remaining crimson stemborers all flapped their wings and instantly vanished on the spot. Bao Hua immediately retaliated as the galaxy of stars suddenly began to surge violently at her behest. Countless stars changed positions as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted forth, forcing all of the crimson stemborers to reveal themselves again. Furthermore, all of them had become extremely slow and sluggish, as if they were flying through treacle. A cold smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she injected her immeasurable magic power into the full moon up above in a frenzy, and the moon immediately began releasing more beams of golden light. Each beam of light that was released resulted in the premature explosion of a crimson stemborer, but it also made the moon dim ever so slightly. The storm of golden light eradicated most of the crimson stemborers, but it also expended the last of the moon's power, and it reverted back into a small mirror that descended from above. Bao Hua rushed out of the galaxy of stars to catch the mirror, then cast her gaze toward the remaining crimson stemborers trapped in the galaxy of stars before making a certain hand seal. The galactic projection immediately surged back in reverse, and countless silver stars converged toward its center before exploding in unison, sweeping up gusts of fierce silver winds that created countless white spatial rifts. "This is a space-time storm," one of the Grand Ascension stage beings exclaimed upon seeing this, and a contemplative look also appeared on Han Li's face. In the next instant, all of the crimson stemborers swept up by the fierce silver winds were devoured by the white rifts and completely vanished. Bao Hua heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then waved a hand down below. The silver winds immediately faded, and the silver flag re-emerged before flying back into Bao Hua's hand. After unleashing that astonishing ability, the Starfall flag had clearly been severely debilitated. After all, space-time storms simply weren't phenomena that the average profound heavenly treasure replica could create, so Bao Hua had to have unleashed this ability using a secret technique that harmed the Starfall flag. After stowing the two treasures away, Bao Hua said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the self-detonating stemborers have been wiped out." After that, she slowly descended toward the giant arc. Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings also returned to the arc shortly thereafter. Upon returning to the hall, Bao Hua sat down in a corner with her legs crossed. Meanwhile, all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were discussing the powers that had just been displayed by the pair of treasures. As for Han Li, he merely returned to his seat and sat down with a faint smile. Without the impediment of the self-detonating stemborers and high-grade stemborers, the group was able to continue onward without a hitch. Close to half a day later, they finally emerged from the stemborer swarm and caught sight of the original sealed site in the distance. At this point, most of the elite devilish warriors had perished, and only just over 10,000 remained as the giant arc arrived at the original sealed site. Han Li and the Grand Ascension stage beings emerged from the giant arc and began to inspect their surroundings with curiosity in their eyes. The edge of this original sealed site was a barren mountain range, and littered between these mountains was the occasional building. However, the entire place was completely silent, and there was not a single person to be seen. Strangely enough, as soon as the stemborer swarm reached this area, they immediately drew to an abrupt halt outside the mountain range, as if there were something extremely fearsome in their eyes up ahead, and they didn't dare to continue any further, even as Hanli and the others continued onward. This is the power of the ancient seal. As expected, it really is able to suppress these stem borers. Let's keep everyone else here to keep an eye on the stem borer swarm while we head deeper into this place, Old Man Copper Crow suggested. Bao Hua nodded in agreement and said, "Fellow Daoist K, Brother Feng, you two will stay here to repair some of the restrictions on the outskirts as we planned earlier. These restrictions are directly connected to the ancient seal, so if you can repair some of them, it'll greatly benefit the recovery of the ancient seal." Chapter 22-28, Underground Palace. A pair of sacred ancestors immediately gave affirmative responses, while the other Grand Ascension stage beings and their disciples continued deeper into the original sealed site. There was clearly an extremely powerful flight restriction in this area, as evidenced by the fact that even all of the Grand Ascension stage beings could only fly slowly onward at low altitudes. Of course, this was only relative to their normal speed. In the eyes of normal people, they were still extraordinarily fast. Around an hour later, the group had already covered a distance of close to 10,000 kilometers. All of a sudden, an extremely long canyon appeared up ahead, from within which clouds of thin purple mist were emerging before drifting up into the heavens. What was rather concerning was that there was a rank odor being released from the mist that struck one with a sense of dizziness and also made one's spiritual sense very sluggish. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings swept their spiritual sense toward the purple mist, upon which all of their expressions changed slightly. Take care not to come into contact with too much of this stuff, fellow Taoists. This is a manifestation of the stem borer queen's aura, and this is what's transformed the devilish insects of our holy realm into stem borers, Bao Hua cautioned. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and some immediately bolstered the protective spiritual light around them, while others even went as far as to summon a few protective treasures. However, the majority of the Grand Ascension stage beings seemed to be quite confident in their own powers and didn't display any reaction. Finally, everyone arrived in the air above the canyon, and they all drew a sharp breath at the sight that greeted them down below. The canyon was immeasurable deep, and gusts of bone-chilling winds were surging out of it alongside the purple mist. "Is this the place where the ancient seal is situated?" Hanli asked. Bao Hua smiled and replied, "The ancient seal is indeed located deep underground here. Back in ancient times, our holy race constructed a massive underground palace that encompasses the entire area with a radius of thousands of kilometers around this place. On top of that, a series of profound restrictions were set up, and the stem borer queen is situated right at the center of the underground palace. Due to the fact that a part of the ancient seal's power is now under the stem borer queen's control, we have been unable to enter the underground palace. However, this just so happens to be a period of time that comes around cyclically where there's a massive eruption of the world's origin chi. As a result, the power of the ancient seal is quite unstable, and we'll be able to enter the underground palace. Otherwise, we'd still be able to force our way into the underground palace, but that would definitely awaken the stem borer queen. Is the stem borer queen really that alert and receptive? According to my knowledge, it's very difficult for the vast majority of insects to awaken from hibernation for recovery purposes. The only exception would be if someone approached them and tried to take their lives, an elderly man in a set of Daoist robes said with furrowed brows. Bao Hua cast her gaze toward the elderly man, and replied, "You may be renowned for your understanding of insects, but don't forget that stem borer queen is no ordinary insect, so there are some conventions that simply don't apply to it, fellow Daoist Gu." I'll take your word for it then," the elderly man harumphed coldly, seemingly unconvinced by Bao Hua's words. Bao Hua didn't seem to be very fond of him either, and her expression immediately darkened as she replied, "If you don't believe me, you can go on ahead and see for yourself." She then cast her gaze deep into the canyon, seemingly waiting for something. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a hint of fury flashed through his eyes, but he remained silent in the end, and of course, he certainly wasn't going to recklessly venture into the canyon on his own. Han Li couldn't help but cast an intrigued gaze toward this elderly man. He clearly knew that Bao Hua was no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, yet he still dared to speak to her in such a rude manner. It was clear that he was no slouch either. All of a sudden, Bao Hua transmitted her voice to Han Li. Fellow Daoist Han, this Daoist Gong has a very abrasive personality, and he specializes in poison abilities that pose a huge headache even to me. I'd advise you not to get involved with him. Han Li merely nodded in response, but remained silent. Perhaps it was due to the purple mist or the power of the ancient seal, but as soon as one's spiritual sense descended more than 1,000 feet into the canyon, it would involuntarily scatter, making it impossible to glean the contents of the canyon. As such, everyone could only look on with wary expressions. Right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly produced a shimmering silver formation plate, which she cast a string of incantation seals onto. The silver formation plate began to fluctuate in brightness as if it had suddenly attained sentience, and after a short while, bright silver light radiated from the formation plate alongside countless silver runes. This is it. It's time to go in, fellow Taoists, Bao Hua said with an elated expression as she flew toward the canyon as a ball of pink light while holding the silver plate in her hand. The other Grand Ascension stage beings immediately followed along. Golden light emanated from Han Li's body, easily keeping the purple mist at bay, and he also descended along with everyone else. To their surprise, the canyon wasn't as immeasurably deep as it had appeared on the surface. After flying for only around 10,000 feet, a patch of gentle white light suddenly appeared up ahead. Everyone quickly landed on the solid ground down below, and Han Li looked around to discover that they were all situated on a massive plaza that was over 100 acres in size and paved with translucent white jade. There were fist-sized jewels embedded onto the ground at regular intervals, illuminating this area and making it as bright as day. There were 8 winding paths around the plaza leading in different directions, and Han Li looked up as the purple mist slowly converged from all directions before rising upward. Alright, the fact that we've managed to arrive safely indicates that the Stembora Queen is still in its slumber. Now then, let's proceed according to the original plan. I'll lead a group of people to contact the spirit of the ancient seal, while fellow Daoist Copper Crow and our fellow Daoists from the Heavenly Crow realm will venture deep into the underground palace to try and get into contact with our trapped allies. Our 2 fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm will go to the deepest part of the underground palace to find where the Stembora Queen is hibernating and conduct surveillance on it, but make sure not to alert it. With the concealment secret techniques of the Black Knight realm, I'm sure this won't be a difficult task. As for everyone else, split up and travel to the formation cores of the underground palace to repair some of the key restrictions there. Those places may be guarded by the descendants of the Stembora Queen, so be careful. The true descendants of the Stembora Queen are far more powerful than the Stemboras outside, and they're extremely dangerous even for Grand Ascension stage beings like us, Bao Hua instructed. We'll look after ourselves. I'll be going on ahead then. You be careful too, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. Thus, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings split up into groups and departed from the plaza. Han Li and Daoist Xia were split into a group with 2 other Grand Ascension stage beings, and the 4 of them disappeared down one of the paths leading away from the plaza. These other 2 Grand Ascension stage beings were Xia Lian, and the foreign Grand Ascension stage being enshrouded in green qi, Lu Shi. Their mission was to repair some of the restrictions at the formation core of the underground palace. Xia Lian was walking on ahead while inspecting a jade slip in her hand, and Han Li and Daoist Xia were in the middle, while Lu Shi brought up the rear. None of them said anything, and they gently glided along several feet above the ground. Their spiritual sense was able to encompass the entire area within a radius of over 1,000 feet, and as long as there wasn't anyone far more powerful than them here, no one would be able to escape their detection. Han Li was inspecting his surroundings with a calm expression, and he discovered that the path that they were traversing was lined with tall rectangular pagodas. These pagodas were quite antiquated in design, and their surfaces were riddled with simplistic ancient runes, seemingly having already stood for countless years. After flying along for around 15 minutes, they still hadn't reached the end of the path. All of a sudden, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he drew to an abrupt halt. "Did you discover something, fellow Daoist Han?" Xiao Lian asked as she turned around. Lu Shi also stopped in his tracks to hear what Han Li had to say. "There seems to be something interesting over there. Would you two like to take a look?" Han Li said with a smile as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. Xiao Lian swept her spiritual sense toward the same direction, but was unable to discover anything, and her expression changed slightly as she said, "Your spiritual sense can detect things that far away." Lu Shi was also unable to detect anything with his spiritual sense, and he said, "I'd be happy to accompany you, fellow Daoist Han." It was clear that Han Li's spiritual sense was far more powerful than his and Xiao Lian's. Han Li nodded before drifting toward the same direction that he had cast his gaze toward, followed by an expressionless Daoist Xia. Xiao Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a cautious glance, and only then did they follow along. Chapter 22-29, Human-Faced Insect. After straying only several hundred feet off the path, both Xiao Lian and Lu Shi immediately detected something. After flying for no more than 2,000 feet, a massive deep crater that was around 80 feet in size emerged up ahead. There were 7 stone pagodas around the giant crater that were in ruins, and the ground was riddled with countless deep trenches, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. At the center of the giant crater laid the charred black remains of a giant insect, and it seemed that this was only less than half of the insect's entire carcass. Even though the carcass was incomplete, it was still quite menacing to behold, and both Xiao Lian and Lu Shi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This insect was similar in appearance to the average stem borer with a glossy exoskeleton, but on its long and thin neck was an extremely hideous male head, complete with all of its facial features and a head of disheveled green hair that resembled wild grass. The carcass was lying still on the ground without any blood around it, having clearly perished here a long time ago. "So this is a true descendant of the stem borer queen. It really is very disturbing to look at," Xiao Lian said as her face paled slightly. "It truly is. I didn't think that these insects would be so unsightly. The stem borer queen is most likely even more disgusting to look at." "What do you think, fellow Daoist Han?" Lu Shi asked. "Perhaps so. I won't just come to any conclusions before I see the stem borer queen for myself," Han Li said with a faint smile, then suddenly swept a sleeve toward the giant crater. A loud boom rang out as a burst of invisible power struck the insect carcass, causing it to flip onto its back. Xiao Lian's complexion paled even further at the sight of the insect's underside. The insect had around a dozen shattered limbs attached to its abdomen, some of which were very sharp and lined with hard black fur, just like the limbs of actual insects. However, the other limbs were fair and delicate, bearing a strong appearance to human hands, but instead of 5 fingers, each hand was comprised of 3 fingers, one of which was quite thin, while the other 2 were thicker. Lu Shi's eyelids spasmed upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to conjure up a blue fireball, which he immediately sent flying toward the insect carcass. The fireball didn't seem to be releasing any heat, but the air around it had become quite warped and blurry, clearly indicating that the flames were extremely fearsome. As soon as the fireball struck the insect carcass, the latter immediately burst into flames. Moments later, Lu Shi made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the carcass, and a dull thump rang out as the blue flames instantly vanished to reveal the carcass again. However, aside from the fact that it was slightly more charred black than before, the carcass appeared to have been largely unaffected. Lu Shi and Xiao Lian's expressions darkened even further upon seeing this. "Interesting. Let me give it a try as well," Han Li chuckled as he raised a hand to flick 3 of his fingers through the air. 3 streaks of azure sword chi instantly erupted from his fingertips before striking the carcass in quick succession. 3 dull thumps rang out one after another, and the 3 streaks of sword chi achieved completely different outcomes. The first streak of sword chi was instantly repelled, the second streak managed to slice through a part of the carcass's exoskeleton, and the third streak was able to slice the carcass cleanly in half. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of both Lu Shi and Xiao Lian upon seeing this, while Han Li began to stroke his own chin with a contemplative expression. Xiao Lian asked, "Were those 3 streaks of sword chi you unleashed just now of different levels of power, Brother Han?" "That's right. The first streak contained around half of my full power, the second streak was a full power strike, while the third streak was infused with a flying sword that's a bonded treasure of mine," Han Li replied. Xiao Lian and Lu Shi were naturally unaware that Han Li had lied about the first 2 streaks of sword chi and only told the truth for the third one. His powers were far superior to those of an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, so the first streak of sword chi had only contained around 20% of his full power, while the second one was only imbued with around 50% of his full power. Even so, Xiao Lian and Lu Shi were quite stunned by how resolute this carcass was. Not only is this insect virtually immune to fellow Daoist Lu Shi's true flames, it can even withstand fellow Daoist Han's sword chi to a certain extent. Looks like these descendants of the Stemborer Queen are even more fearsome than I'd imagined. What should we do if we encounter one of them? Xiao Lian asked with a grim expression. There's no need to fear. If we really do encounter one of these insects, we'll just have to attack it as normal. I'm confident that the 4 of us combined will be able to bring down a mere insect, Lu Shi chuckled coldly in response. 1 or 2 of them won't be an issue, but what if we encounter 7 or 8, or even more of these insects? Would you still be so confident then? Xiao Lian sighed. Lu Shi's confident facade slipped a little upon hearing this. Surely there aren't that many of these things around. It's indeed very unlikely to encounter so many of these insects. If the Stemborer Queen had the ability to produce so many descendants, it would have most likely broken out of this ancient seal long ago, Han Li said with a shake of his head. I certainly hope so. Otherwise, we could potentially find ourselves in some huge trouble. It looks like the last group of fellow Taoists to have entered this underground palace were the ones who killed this insect. I wonder why they left in such a hurry. I hope there aren't more of these things up ahead, Xiao Lian said with a wry smile. In any case, we're already here, so we can't back down now. We've already wasted quite a bit of time here, let's keep going. It would be truly regrettable if our tardiness affects fellow Daoist Bao Hua's plans, Han Li said in a calm manner, then drifted back the way he had come. Through his examination, he had determined that these insects didn't pose much of a threat to him, so he naturally wasn't going to be too concerned. Daoist Xia followed along behind him in silence, and Xiao Lian and Lu Shi were rather surprised by Han Li's decisive departure. However, they knew that Han Li was right, so they could trail along behind him as well. Daoist Xia seemed to be completely obedient to Han Li, and Han Li had just displayed spiritual sense far superior to that of Xiao Lian and Lu Shi, so the 2 of them were unconsciously beginning to follow Han Li's lead. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them returned to the path and continued onward according to the map. As they progressed along the path, they didn't encounter any obstacles, and that came as quite a relief for both Xiao Lian and Lu Shi. Even though they were both at the Grand Ascension stage, they definitely didn't want to encounter an insect like the one they had just seen. At this moment, the 4 of them had arrived in a spacious garden with shimmering silver trees all around them. These trees had palm-sized silver flowers growing on their branches that were very beautiful to look at, but didn't give off any aroma. Initially, Lu Shi had been rather wary of these trees, but his concerns were assuaged after Xiao Lian informed him that this was a plant unique to the Elder Devil realm, and it served no purpose other than as a low-grade pill refinement ingredient. Brother Han, according to the map, that hall up ahead should be where the formation core is situated. Once we repair it, our mission will be complete, Xiao Lian said as the three of them emerged from the garden, upon which a gray hall appeared in the distance. Looks like our journey was quite smooth. I wonder if the same applied for our other fellow Taoists, Han Li replied with a nod. For some reason, as soon as he had arrived in the garden, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he was being watched. Considering how powerful his spiritual sense was, it was virtually impossible for him to be unable to detect someone if they were nearby. This meant that the one watching them either possessed incredible powers and could avoid the detection of his spiritual sense, or this was merely a figment of his imagination brought on by the powers of the ancient seal and all of the restrictions in the underground palace. In any case, Han Li had naturally become a lot more cautious, but as soon as they emerged from the garden, this strange feeling suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling quite perplexed. Meanwhile, an indistinct humanoid figure situated in a dark underground cave in the deepest part of the underground palace suddenly began to cackle to himself. I can't believe someone from a lower realm has managed to cultivate the spirit refinement technique to the second stage. Haha, the heavens really are smiling down upon me. Looks like I won't be trapped here for much longer. Initially, the cackling was very loud, but it gradually became clearer and more deranged, striking the listener with a bone-chilling sensation. Chapter 2230, Re-emergence of the Lightning Wield Technique. Han Li was naturally oblivious to the scene that had just transpired deep in the underground palace, but after that unsettling feeling disappeared, he was quite relieved. At this moment, the four of them had emerged from the garden and arrived on an ordinary-looking small plaza. A massive hall that covered an area of several acres stood directly across on the other side of the plaza, and Lu Shi's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Why is my spiritual sense unable to enter that place? Are the restrictions here still activated?" "It's not the restrictions at work. This hall was constructed from a type of special material from our holy realm. This material is known as underworld river sand, and it naturally possesses spiritual sense resistance properties, so it's no surprise that your spiritual sense can't enter the hall," Xiao Lian replied with a smile. Instead of becoming complacent upon hearing Xiao Lian's explanation, Lu Shi's brows furrowed even further as he suddenly made a grabbing motion to summon a dagger enshrouded within green qi. "Hold on, I can sense the aura of stemborers here." "Surely not. Could it be that you're mistaken, fellow Taoist Lu Shi?" Xiao Lian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she also hurriedly summoned 3 silver rings that appeared before her in a flash of light. "I've cultivated a special secret technique that allows me to identify the auras of all beings within a radius of several tens of kilometers. I'm certain that there are stemborers nearby," Lu Shi replied in a confident voice. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he suddenly rubbed his hands together before raising them toward the hall up ahead. A pair of loud thunderclaps rang out as 2 thick bolts of golden lightning sprang forth, transforming into a pair of golden pythons over 100 feet in length before pouncing into the hall. A rumbling thunderclap immediately rang out within the hall amid flashes of lightning. Divine Devilbane Lightning. Xiao Lian's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Generally speaking, Divine Devilbane Lightning was no longer all that effective against devilish beings of her caliber, but when unleashed by a fellow Grand Ascension stage being like Han Li, it would still pose quite a threat to her. Right at this moment, a string of sharp hissing rang out within the hall, following which 5 shadowy figures shot out in a flash before landing on the small plaza in a line. "There really are stemborers here." Lu Shi's expression immediately darkened at the sight of these figures. The 5 figures were none other than 5 giant human-faced insects. Each of them was around 30 to 40 feet tall with extremely hideous male heads attached to their thin and long necks. Furthermore, they were holding some crude club-like weapons in their front limbs. The largest of the human-faced insects was standing at the center, and its exoskeleton was light blue, while the other 4 all had black exoskeletons, similar to that of the insect carcass Hanli and the others had found earlier. A sinister look immediately appeared on the blue human-faced insect's face at the sight of Hanli and the others, and it cackled, "Fantastic. There are more foreign beings. We'll be able to have another feast. I really miss the taste of foreign flesh. I can't even remember how long it's been since I last had some." Greedy looks also appeared in the eyes of the other human-faced insects. Xia Lian's expression darkened upon hearing this, and the 3 silver rings before her began to buzz loudly amid a flash of bright light. In contrast, Hanli was very relaxed, and after taking a glance at the 5 human-faced insects, he smiled, and said, "5 is not a disaster, but nothing to be scoffed at either. How about this? Brother Xia and I will take on 3 of them and leave the other 2 to you too. I certainly have no objections there. You and fellow Daoist Xia are no ordinary Grand Ascension stage beings, so we'll be counting on you," Xia Lian chuckled. Lu Shi naturally had no objections either, and he slashed his dagger through the air, releasing a burst of green chi that transformed into a wirm, which pounced directly toward one of the human-faced insects. The human-faced stem borer was completely unfazed, and opened its mouth to expel a burst of gray chi. The 2 clashed amid a resounding boom, then rose up into the heavens like a pair of wirms that were constantly tearing at one another. Immediately thereafter, the 3 silver rings in front of Xia Lian disappeared in a flash, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above another one of the human-faced stem borers, following which the 3 silver rings reappeared before crashing down with ferocious might. A ferocious look appeared on the human-faced stem borer's face, and it swung its 2 thick clubs violently upward, sending 2 bursts of enormous power crashing into the 3 silver rings. The 3 rings tremored violently, and were unable to continue in their descent. The blue human-faced stem borer cackled upon seeing this, then sprang forward using its hind legs, upon which it suddenly vanished into thin air. "Leave that thing to me," Daoist Xia said as he also disappeared amid a flash of silver lightning. In the next instant, a dull thunderclap erupted up above, and Daoist Xia and the giant blue stem borer appeared in the sky in unison amid a violent explosion. Daoist Xia immediately made a grabbing motion, and arcs of silver lightning converged to form a pair of giant shimmering silver blades, following which his body swelled to over 100 feet in size, and he charged toward the giant stem borer as he brought his blades down with vicious force. The blue stem borer let loose a loud screech as it also swelled several times in size, swinging its giant clubs through the air in retaliation without any fear in its eyes. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out as the 2 clashed with their weapons over and over again. Daoist Xia remained completely expressionless, and his silver blades were revolving around the blue stem borer while unleashing ferocious attacks like a pair of silver wheels. Meanwhile, the blue stem borer was cackling incessantly, and it had a near-deranged look on its hideous face as its massive black clubs were revolved around its body as bursts of black chi. The 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched. Right at this moment, a giant green flower projection appeared behind Xia Lian, and it immediately transformed into countless azure saber projections that swept toward the giant stem borer up ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had produced a huge shimmering golden seal, which instantly swelled to a size of a mountain at his behest before slamming down onto his opponent over and over again. The human-faced stem borers possessed very powerful bodies, but even they didn't dare to take such astonishing attacks head-on, and could only take evasive measures. Seeing as 3 of the human-faced stem borers had been occupied, Hanli cast his gaze toward the 2 remaining giant insects. Those 2 stem borers were currently hesitating about whether they should reinforce their companions or deal with the only available enemy. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which countless golden runes surged out of his body. A loud thunderclap rang out, and those runes instantly transformed into scintillating bolts of golden lightning that enshrouded his entire body. He then made a hand seal followed by a grabbing motion, and the bolts of lightning converged to form a shimmering golden ball of lightning that gave off an extremely formidable aura. The two human-faced stem borers immediately sensed the threat being posed by Hanli, and they hissed in unison as they rushed directly toward Hanli, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. One of them opened its massive mouth, releasing a burst of nauseating black liquid, while the other hurled its giant clubs directly toward Hanli. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he suddenly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. As a result, the giant clubs and black liquid all missed their target. The two giant stem borers were very alert, and they immediately flapped their wings upon seeing this, upon which they also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the plaza, and the two giant stem borers re-emerged. However, the specks of spiritual light suddenly converged to form Hanli's body once again, standing on the exact same spot as before. It turned out that Hanli had never actually left that spot. He had easily managed to fool the two stem borers with an illusion. The two stem borers' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they immediately pounced toward Hanli again, but it was already too late. Right at this moment, Hanli gently tossed the ball of lightning in his hands up into the air, and it vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light, following which an earth-shattering burst of rumbling immediately rang out. Countless golden runes scattered through the air, following which a bolt of golden lightning as thick as a water tank came crashing down upon a human-faced stem borer with unerring accuracy. This was none other than the complete lightning wield technique that Hanli had only recently mastered. A howl of anguish rang out, and the stem borer didn't even get a chance to struggle before it was wiped out of existence by the golden lightning. The lightning wield technique was so formidable that even a human-faced stem borer couldn't take a single attack. The other giant stem borer was both shocked and enraged to see this, and it abruptly let loose a piercing screech, unleashing a burst of invisible sound waves that swept directly toward Hanli. Chapter 22:31 Slaying the human-faced stem borers. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, and he merely raised a hand before thrusting it forward and spreading his fingers. 5 balls of golden light immediately erupted out of fingertips, then expanded drastically before combining as one to form a golden vortex the size of a wagon wheel. The vortex began to rotate as it released a burst of invisible suction force, drawing in all of the oncoming sound waves. However, at this point, the human-faced stem borer had also reached Hanli in a wraith-like manner, and it immediately plunged its sharp front limbs toward Hanli as streaks of black light. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the vortex in front of him. The vortex immediately swelled before shrinking again, then exploded into a ball of golden light. In the next instant, countless azure threads erupted out of the golden light, surging directly toward the human-faced stem borer. A vicious look appeared in the eyes of the human-faced stem borer, and instead of taking evasive measures, it plunged its sharp limbs even faster through the air toward Hanli. The stem borer was determined to break through with its attack even at the expense of harming itself. However, Hanli naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen. He swept a palm through the air, and around a dozen layers of light barriers instantly appeared before him. In the next instant, the streaks of black light struck the light barriers, piercing through all of them seemingly with ease before striking the protective spiritual light around Hanli. A sharp screeching noise akin to that of metal grating on metal rang out, and Hanli's skin suddenly turned a purplish golden color while countless silver formations also appeared all over his body. In the instant that the streaks of black light struck his protective spiritual light, all of them were instantly repelled. This protective spiritual light had been manifested from Hanli's provenance true devil arts and 100 meridian refinement mantra, and even the average grand ascension stage being wouldn't be able to pierce through it. This human-faced insect was very fearsome, but it was still slightly inferior in power to a grand ascension stage being. At this moment, the azure threads struck the human-faced stem borer in a torrential storm, instantly piercing through its exoskeleton. The stem borer let loose a howl of anguish, and countless streams of dark green liquid began to gush out of its body. However, it then let loose a low roar, and gray light surged all over its body, upon which those puncture wounds began to rapidly heal at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. After the span of just a few breaths, the stem borer was almost fully recovered from its injuries. Hanli chuckled coldly upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before uttering the word slash. The azure threads that had pierced through the stemborer's body instantly transformed into azure flying swords that revolved around the stemborer's head like lightning. The giant stemborer was instantly decapitated, and the azure flying swords plunged back into its body again, tearing it into shreds along with even its soul. Thus, the two fearsome human-faced stemborers had been felled in the blink of an eye. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he withdrew his swords, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the other battles. As he did so, he immediately heard a shrill screech ring out in the distance. The stemborer that was facing Xiao Lian had been trapped within her 3 silver rings and was completely immobilized. Xiao Lian then released a burst of white light that sliced the stemborer's body cleanly in half. As expected of Bao Hua's identical twin, Xiao Lian was definitely more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being as well. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and the entire space tremored violently. Han Li and Xiao Lian hurriedly turned their attention toward that direction to find that a gigantic crater had appeared on one of the edges of the plaza. The blue human-faced stemborer was lying at the bottom of the crater with its entire body charred black. Its exoskeleton had been completely shattered, and half of its head had disappeared. There was green blood all over its body, and it was immobilized from a series of severe injuries. In the air above the giant crater, Daoist Xia was hovering with his giant silver blades in his hands. He looked down in an expressionless manner, then abruptly slashed his giant blades downward, and they instantly transformed into 2 thick bolts of lightning, which combined as one to form a silver spear. Daoist Xia drew back his arm before hurling the lightning spear down from above, and the spear vanished into thin air amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out within the giant crater, and the spear was plunged into the stemborer's body before exploding violently. Countless arcs of silver lightning instantly filled the entire crater, and despite how powerful the blue stemborer's body was, it could only resign itself to its demise as its body was erased out of existence by the fearsome lightning. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia took a step forward and abruptly disappeared before re-emerging next to Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Nicely done, Brother Xia. That stemborer you faced is most likely no less powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, yet you were still able to kill it so quickly, Han Li praised. It still can't compare with a true Grand Ascension stage being. Having said that, the average Grand Ascension stage being would find it very difficult to defeat this insect, Daoist Xia replied in an indifferent manner. Indeed. Setting aside how powerful these stemborers are, they fight without any regard for their own lives, and that's something that the average Grand Ascension stage being can't compare with, Han Li said as his smile faded slightly. That's right. Fellow Daoist Lu Shi has gained the upper hand over there, but he's unable to defeat that stemborer due to its near-suicidal battle style. How about we give him a hand? Xiao Lian said with a smile. Han Li cast his gaze toward Lu Shi, and sure enough, Lu Shi was struggling to land a killing blow against the final stemborer. A smile appeared on his face, and he was just about to respond to Xiao Lian when Lu Shi suddenly yelled, "There's no need for you to step in, fellow Taoists. I'm more than capable of taking down this puny insect." Azure Atlas Seal. Lu Shi was quite embarrassed to see that he was the only one still struggling with his opponent, and he immediately let loose a thunderous roar as he suddenly released 9 identical azure stone seals out of his sleeve. The seals revolved in mid-air before fusing as one with his giant golden seal from before, transforming into a massive azure seal with countless golden runes revolving around it, which then crashed down toward the giant stemborer. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and the power of laws within an area with a diameter of around a kilometer was swept up. As a result, the human-faced stem borer down below was immediately immobilized. The giant azure seal descended with astonishing might and instantly crushed the stem borer into a pile of mincemeat. Only then did Lu Shi heave a faint sigh of relief, and he made a hand seal, upon which the giant seal was drawn back into his sleeve. However, at this moment, the green chi revolving around his body had thinned slightly, and his aura had also become marginally weaker. It was clear that the powerful ability he had just unleashed couldn't be used regularly. So that was the Azure Atlas seal. It's truly just as powerful as the rumors proclaim. Even though it's not a profound heavenly treasure, its powers are almost comparable to one, Xiao Lian said with a faint smile. I'm embarrassed to say that I wouldn't have been able to take down that stem borer so quickly had I not resorted to one of my trump cards, Lu Shi said with a wry smile. He had clearly realized that he was the weakest one of the four, and that made him rather uneasy. Now that they've been taken care of, there shouldn't be any other stem borers inside. Let's go in, Hanli said as he cast his gaze toward the hole. Sure, let's go and take a look, Xiao Lian agreed with a smile. Lu Shi naturally had no objections either. Thus, the four of them immediately drifted toward the hole. As soon as they entered the hall, Xiao Lian and Lu Shi's expressions changed slightly as they discovered piles of bones and damaged weapons and armor strewn beyond the entrance. These were most likely the guards assigned to this underground palace. They had to have been killed by the stem borer queen once it broke out of its seal. Xiao Lian sighed before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a string of crimson fireballs that incinerated all of these remains into ashes. Chapter 2232 Underground Stone Forest. Hanli cast his gaze toward the damaged weapons, and his brows suddenly furrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion. A shimmering fragment of a sword blade immediately flew into his hand, and he began to carefully inspect it. There was a deep claw mark on the surface of the blade fragment, and it was as if it had been intentionally carved into the blade. Hanli exerted more force with his index finger and thumb to squeeze onto the blade fragment while also releasing a burst of golden light into it through his fingertips. As a result, a finger indentation that was about as deep as the claw mark also appeared on the fragment. Have you discovered something, fellow Daoist Han? Xiao Lian asked in an intrigued manner. Take a look for yourself, Hanli said as he tossed the blade fragment toward her. Xiao Lian raised a hand to catch the object, and after only a brief inspection, she suddenly exclaimed, High Zenith Platinum. This weapon was refined from High Zenith Platinum. High Zenith Platinum. That's an extremely renowned material across all realms, and there aren't many materials more resolute than it. The owner of this blade must have been quite fortunate to have obtained such a large piece, Lu Shi said in a stunned voice. I'm not sure they were all that fortunate considering they've been slain by these stem borers. Setting that aside for now, your physical body must be extremely powerful to have left such a deep indentation on such a material. How much of your strength did you use just now, fellow Daoist Han? Xiao Lian said as she also squeezed the fragment between her fingertips, yet was only able to leave a very light indentation. As for Lu Shi, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, clearly conceding his inferiority. I naturally had to use a significant amount of my strength. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to leave such a deep indentation on this material. I wonder what kind of stem borer could have possessed a body powerful enough to shatter this weapon. At the very least, that's definitely not something one of the human-faced stem borers we encountered earlier would have been capable of, Hanli said with a serious expression. Those human-faced stem borers were inferior to us in power, so there's definitely no way they could have done this. Could it be that the stem borer queen was the one that did this? Lu Shi's face paled slightly as this thought occurred to him. Most likely not. With the stem borer queen's incredible powers, there's no way it'd fight a group of guards in person, Xiao Lian said with a shake of her head. So there must be stem-borers even more powerful than those human-faced ones in this underground palace, Han Li mused. It looks like it, Xia Lian sighed in a resigned manner. There's no need to be overly concerned, fellow Taoists. Even if stem-borers of that caliber exist, surely there wouldn't be too much. There are over 40 fellow Taoists who have entered this earth palace in total. That'll definitely be enough to handle all of these stem-borers, Lu Shi said in an optimistic manner. Those stem-borers must indeed be extremely rare. Otherwise, there's no way that Bao Hua and Yuan Yan would have been unable to collect any information on them. Perhaps there are only a handful of them, Xia Lian agreed. In that case, there's nothing to fear. Let's examine the damaged restrictions here first, fellow Taoists, Han Li said. After that, he and Daoist Xia led the way deeper into the hall. Xia Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a glance before also following along. A short while later, Han Li and the others were situated within a room at the center of the hall, discussing something as they stood around a formation that spanned the entire room. The giant formation appeared to be extremely complex and profound, but it was clear that a portion of it had been forcibly altered not long ago. There was also another part that had been completely destroyed, so the entire formation was looking unrecognizable. Fellow Daoist Xia Lian, do you think you'll be able to repair this formation? Lu Shi asked with tightly furrowed brows. I have the blueprint for this formation, but I didn't think that it would have been altered significantly. Given enough time, I would be able to return it to its original state, but Bao Hua didn't give us that much time, Xia Lian replied with a wry smile. We're in some trouble then. I'm not an expert in formations, so I won't be of any help here, Lu Shi sighed. If we have the original blueprint, then I can lend you a hand. Fellow Daoist Bao Hua only asked us to repair the restriction to the best of our abilities. Let me take a look at the blueprint and see if we can somehow make the restriction temporarily work without fully repairing it, Han Li said. Are you familiar with formations as well, Brother Han? It would be fantastic if we could do that, Xia Lian said in an elated manner. She flipped a hand over as she spoke, then tossed a translucent jade shard toward Han Li. Han Li caught the jade shard before injecting his spiritual sense into it, and sure enough, there was an extremely complex formation blueprint within it. Thus, Han Li and Xia Lian began to devise a repair plan, while Daoist Xia and Lu Shi stood on guard duty outside the hall. With Han Li's expertise in formations and the blueprint available, it only took him less than half a day to think of a repair plan. Xia Lian listened to his plan and carefully mulled it over, then nodded with an elated expression upon determining that it was a sound plan. She immediately pulled some materials out of her storage bracelet and began to repair the giant formation together with Han Li. Throughout the entire repair process, both of them were extremely careful and cautious. After all, even the slightest mistake could activate all of the restrictions in the underground palace and even awaken the Stemborer Queen. In the end, it took the two of them a day and a night to finally repair the formation. Xia Lian cast an incantation seal toward the formation, upon which a buzzing sound rang out across the entire hall, while layers of gentle white light also emerged. At the same time, a burst of profound energy fluctuations proliferated through the room before vanishing without a trace. It's done. Your plan really was feasible, Brother Han, Xia Lian said as she turned to Han Li with a smile. Seeing as there are no issues, we'll just have to wait for a message from Bao Hua before we completely activate the restriction. I wonder if our other fellow Taoists will be able to complete their missions in time as well, Han Li said with a smile. According to Bao Hua's plan, we should be receiving a message from her in half a day at the latest. Let's meditate and recover some energy for now. We could be facing a fierce battle soon. Han Li nodded as he raised a hand to release a message talisman, informing Daoist Xia and Lu Shi of what was happening, then strode over to a corner of the hall before sitting down to meditate. Xia Lian also did the same, and moments later, two streaks of light, one azure and one silver, flew into the room before also sitting down to meditate. Thus, several hours flew by in a flash, and right at this moment, Hanli suddenly opened his eyes, as did everyone else in the room. The ground suddenly began to tremor without any warning, and a pillar of white light suddenly erupted out of the formation on the ground before vanishing into the ceiling in a flash. At the same time, the entire underground palace began to tremor and quake, and within a certain secluded area of the underground palace, a series of tall stone pillars erupted out of the ground to form a massive stone forest. Looking down from above, one would be able to tell that the stone forest was arranged to form a rectangular formation. At the center of the formation were 8 copper pillars, and not only were these pillars riddled with rust, there was also indecipherable ancient text inscribed on their surfaces, as well as a ball of light hovering atop each pillar. Within each of these balls of light was a crimson lamp, and 7 of the lamps had already been snuffed out, while the final still contained a faint yellow flame. At the center of the area surrounded by the 8 copper pillars was a crimson sacrificial altar that was over 100 feet tall. Atop the altar sat an inky black bowl with black chi revolving all around it, striking one with an unsettling sensation. A burst of sinister cackling suddenly rang out from within the bowl. "What's going on? We didn't activate the formation yet, how was it activated on its own?" Xie Lian yelled as her face immediately paled. Lu Shi and Han Li's expressions had also darkened significantly. They didn't know what had happened, but it was clear that something had gone wrong. "Let's get out of here. We can't rely on the original plan anymore, we have to reunite with everyone else as quickly as possible," Han Li decided. He then waved a hand toward Daoist Xia before flying away as a streak of azure light, and Daoist Xia followed along close behind him as a streak of silver light. Chapter 2233, Treasured Phoenix Spirit Plate. Xie Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, and the latter asked, "What should we do, fellow Daoist Xie Lian? Should we follow them?" "Brother Han is right, something's clearly gone wrong, so it would be unwise to stay here. Let's get out of here and find out what's going on first," Xie Lian said. She then swept a sleeve through the air and flew away as a floral projection. Lu Shi could only heave a faint sigh and follow along. At this point, Han Li and Daoist Xia were flying along a narrow passageway, heading toward the direction where the tremors were the strongest. Even though the flight restriction was still in place, Han Li was still able to fly at quite a high speed at the expense of additional magic power expenditure. Han Li swept his spiritual sense around the passageway, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Countless cracks had appeared within the smooth-looking walls of the passageway, and the number of cracks was quickly increasing. It seemed that this underground palace wouldn't be able to hold itself together for much longer. Right at this moment, the tremors up ahead became even more violent, and it looked as if the entire palace could collapse at any moment. All of a sudden, a crossroads appeared up ahead, and Han Li turned into a new passageway without any hesitation. He was immediately greeted by 2 black human-faced stem borers that pounced directly toward him, and it seemed that these 2 stem borers had been waiting there for quite some time. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a green sword mark suddenly appeared on his forearm, following which a green longsword that was around 3 feet in length instantly appeared in his hand before being slashed toward the pair of oncoming stem borers. The world's origin chi in the surrounding area was immediately stirred up into a frenzy, and a burst of enormous power of laws descended upon the passageway. Peculiar energy fluctuations erupted around the 2 human-faced stem borers, and they were immediately immobilized, then sliced in half before they even knew what had happened. Han Li appeared behind the 2 human-faced stem borers in a flash, following which the stem borers' dismembered bodies abruptly burst into flames. Han Li didn't want to be stalled here, so he had used his profound heavenly spirit/sword to kill the 2 human-faced stem borers right away. At his current cultivation base, he was able to use a part of the profound heavenly treasure's power even without unleashing his holy nirvana physique. Daoist Xia's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he remained silent as he continued to follow along behind Han Li. After that, the two of them didn't encounter any stem borers, and after a long while, they finally emerged from the passageway into a massive underground cave. There was a layer of fine silver sand spread over the floor of the cave, but the roof of the cave was lined with razor-sharp stalactites. Not far away from the opening of the passageway was a cloud of gray mist that was giving off a faint sandalwood aroma, and there were several humanoid figures currently hovering before the sea of mist, one of whom was none other than Bao Hua. She was currently appraising the gray mist with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, and there was an indistinct face within the mist that seemed to be communicating with Bao Hua through voice transmission. Behind Bao Hua stood Hei Yi and several other Grand Ascension stage beings. All of them were immediately alerted by Han Li and Daoist Xie's arrival, but their expressions quickly eased upon realizing that more allies had arrived. What's going on? Where are all our other fellow Taoists? Han Li asked as he swept his spiritual sense toward the cloud of gray mist. We're not too sure what's happened, either. Bao Hua is currently communicating with the spirit of the ancient seal to find out what's happening. As for everyone else, you two are the first to arrive, an ordinary-looking elderly man replied with a grim expression. Is that the spirit of the ancient seal? Han Li asked as he cast a contemplative gaze toward the face within the mist. Right at this moment, Bao Hua seemed to have concluded her communication with the face in the mist, and the latter quickly dissipated. I'm glad you're here, Brother Han, fellow Daoist Xia. Please lend me your assistance, Bao Hua said with a serious expression. You still haven't told me what's going on here, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, Han Li said as he peered into the sea of mist. The power of the ancient seal has gone out of control. Both the power of the seal restricting the Stemborer Queen and the power-trapping fellow Daoist Yuan Yen and the others suddenly waned significantly, and not only is the awakening of the Stemborer Queen imminent, all of our trapped fellow Taoists are also in great peril. The first thing that the Stemborer Queen is going to do after its awakening would definitely be to kill Yuan Yen and the others. Having lost so much energy, the ancient seal is about to fall apart, and the underground palace is also on the verge of collapse, Bao Hua sighed. What? How did this happen? We haven't done anything yet. Could it be that one of the groups of fellow Taoists made an error while repairing their restriction? A red-faced man asked with an alarmed expression. Did you find out what happened from the spirit of the ancient seal, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? It should be aware of what led to this, the elderly man asked. I asked the spirit of the ancient seal about this, but it doesn't know what's going on either. It could only sense that its power had been drawn away by something or someone. However, it's already agreed to teleport us to where the Stemborer Queen is residing so we can attack it before it awakens. In doing so, we'll be able to stall it and buy our other fellow Taoists more time to save everyone that's been trapped. It looks like we'll have to abandon our original plan, Bao Hua said with a wry smile. What? You're saying we should go and attack the Stemborer Queen? Are you being serious, fellow Taoist Bao Hua? A black-robed woman exclaimed. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, everyone, I'm proposing this for a reason. I learned from the spirit of the ancient seal that the Stemborer Queen had to pay a heavy price to trap Yuan Yen and the others. On top of that, it's being forced to awaken on this occasion, so it wouldn't have been able to recover much of its powers, and it'll be nowhere near as formidable as it would normally be. The spirit of the ancient seal has also promised me that it would use all of its remaining power to assist us. Additionally, prior to making this trip, I borrowed a profound heavenly treasure that's particularly effective against insects, so there's a very good chance that we'll succeed, Bao Hua explained. Everyone's concerns were slightly eased upon hearing this. However, this was a matter of life and death, so they were still quite hesitant to agree to this plan. Bao Hua could see the concern in everyone's eyes, and she was forced to make a decision. I know you're all unwilling to take this risk, but you have to think of all of your trapped brethren. Fellow Daoist Copper Crow and the others are right near the place where Yuan Yen and the others have been trapped. even if we can't kill the Stembora Queen, we can buy them some time to rescue everyone. On top of that, I have something for all of you. With these things in our possession, even if we turn out to be no match for the Stembora Queen, we'll still be able to get away." As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised a sleeve to send a streak of red light flying toward each of her companions. Everyone reflexively caught the streaks of red light to discover that these were crimson formation plates with complex designs etched onto their surfaces. Hanli could sense spatial fluctuations emanating from the formation plate in his hand, and after turning the plate over, he discovered that there was an extremely intricate and lifelike feather pattern on the back. These are treasured phoenix spirit plates that can instantly teleport hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. "You must have been very fortunate to have obtained these treasures," the elderly man exclaimed as his eyes lit up with elation. "Are these really treasured phoenix spirit plates? I've heard that they can only be refined using true heavenly phoenix feathers. They're capable of teleporting through all restrictions and formations, and they're essentially equivalent to extra lives," the black-robed woman exclaimed. "There's no mistaking it. I saw a treasured phoenix spirit plate once during an auction, and its appearance and aura were both identical to these ones," the elderly man confirmed. "All right, seeing as fellow Daoist Bao Hua is willing to offer such precious treasures, I'll agree to this plan. Even if I don't end up using it, I'm not going to return it," the red-faced man said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Chapter 2234, Earth Emperor Nail. "I'm giving these treasures to you all as gifts, so I'm naturally not going to take them back," Bao Hua said with a smile. "With these treasures in our possession and the profound heavenly treasure capable of suppressing insects, I'm sure we'll be able to handle the Stembora Queen. I'll come as well," the elderly man said. The black-robed woman also gave a slight nod after a brief moment of contemplation. Bao Hua was ecstatic to see this, but Hanli was the one that she held in the highest regard here. "What about you, Brother Han?" "I certainly can't back down now that everyone else has agreed to go," Hanli replied as he stowed his formation plate away. With his current powers and collection of treasures, he would be able to ensure self-preservation even against a true immortal, let alone a severely debilitated Stembora Queen. "All right, I'll get the spirit of the ancient seal to teleport us there right away. Our two fellow Taoists from the Black Knight realm should also be in that area, and their inclusion will even further increase our chance of success," Bao Hua said with a smile. Immediately thereafter, she cast an incantation seal into the gray mist up ahead, and the mist parted to reveal a path. Bao Hua drifted into the path without any hesitation, and everyone else hurriedly followed along as well. Shortly thereafter, everyone emerged into a spacious area with a gray teleportation formation on the ground. A voice could be heard coming from all directions, as if someone were saying something to them, but only Bao Hua seemed to be able to understand what was being said as she nodded before making her way into the formation with a solemn expression. Everyone else hesitated momentarily before walking into the formation as well. Once everyone had entered the formation, it was activated on its own, and the entire group vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. Meanwhile, the inky black bowl on the sacrificial altar within the mysterious stone forest suddenly tremored slightly, and a faint male voice rang out. "So those people are planning to target that Stembora Queen. Hee hee, how foolish. They've completely overestimated themselves. I have to keep that brat alive somehow, so it looks like I'll have no choice but to use that thing." A forlorn sigh then rang out, as if an important sacrifice were being made. A metallic clang then sounded in the air, and 8 thin silver chains appeared above the altar. One end of each chain was connected to the edge of the bowl, while the other ends were connected to the lamps atop the 8 copper pillars. A burst of unintelligible chanting rang out from within the bowl, and the chain that was connected to the only lit lamp began to tremor slightly. All of a sudden, countless tiny golden runes emerged on the lamp before being rapidly funneled over to the altar along the chain, then disappeared into the black bowl. The black mist around the bowl began to become denser, and an extremely fearsome aura that was only becoming more powerful abruptly erupted forth. So this is where the Stemborer Queen is residing, Hanli mused as he inspected his surroundings with a surprised expression. All of the other Grand Ascension stage beings aside from Bao Hua were also quite stunned by what they were seeing. They were currently situated on a boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eyes could see in all directions. This isn't an illusion. What's going on? Is this a place in the underground palace? The elderly man asked with furrowed brows. Of course not. The underground palace is nowhere near large enough to contain such a massive body of water, Bao Hua replied with a shake of her head. Then what is this place? Have we been teleported out of the original sealed site? The red-faced man asked. I don't think so. Otherwise, our spiritual sense would no longer be restricted, the black-robed woman said, clearly having already tried out her spiritual power here. All of a sudden, Hanli said in a calm manner, everyone, please look up. Up? I already had a look, there doesn't seem to be anything amiss, the elderly man said as he looked up at the gray sky again. The black-robed woman and red-faced man also looked up with perplexed expressions. However, a hint of enlightenment appeared in Bao Hua's eye as she looked up into the sky, and right at this moment, Hanli swept a finger upward, releasing an azure sword projection that was several thousand feet in length. The gray light in the entire sky began to surge violently, and a piercing screech suddenly rang out. It was as if the azure sword projection were threatening to cleave the entire sky apart, but after the azure light faded, the sky remained intact, but an inky black formation that encompassed virtually the entire sky had appeared up above. The formation was comprised of countless black runes of different sizes, and at the center of the formation was a motionless white insect that was the size of a mountain. The insect had a pristine and flawless white body, and its head was buried deep into its own body, making it impossible to glean its appearance. However, with its rotund frame, it was looking like a massive silkworm. Strangely enough, even though the giant insect seemed to be in a deep slumber, there were golden runes surging slowly around its body. That's the Stemborer Queen, the black-robed woman exclaimed. The red-haired man and elderly man were also very alarmed to see this, and they immediately adopted defensive stances. In contrast, Bao Hua was very calm as she said, there's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. It'll still take some time for this insect to awaken, so we won't alert it as long as we don't do anything rash. Looks like this is a spatial rift that the Stemborer Queen opened up, so our fellow Taoists from the Black Knight realm won't be able to join us here. With the Stemborer Queen's power, it would indeed be able to open up a spatial rift. That explains why this place is still affected by the power of the seal, the elderly man said as his expression eased slightly. Without the assistance of our fellow Taoists from the Black Knight realm, I feel like we're a little short on numbers. How about we find the exit of this place and bring those two fellow Taoists in as well, the black-robed woman suggested. That won't do. The Stemborer Queen is about to awaken. If we enter and exit this space so recklessly, it'll most likely awaken right away. I'm sure that's why our fellow Taoists from the Black Knight realm refrained from entering this space. After all, they don't have the advantage of being able to teleport themselves into this space using the power of the ancient seal like we do, Bao Hua said. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly said, let's cut the chatter and make haste while the Stemborer Queen is still in its slumber. If we can severely wound it here, that would be the best outcome. Are you looking down on us, fellow Taoist Han? If we combine our powers, even a true immortal would most likely be felled if they were caught off guard, the black-robed woman said with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. If the Stemborer Queen were that easy to kill, the true immortals would have already killed it rather than sealed it away. I always prepare for the worst in everything that I do, Hanli replied in a cold voice. The black-robed woman's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she was just about to respond again when Bao Hua interjected, let's not argue among ourselves, fellow Taoists. All we can do is attack with all our might. and the rest will be down to luck. Having said that, it's better to be safe than sorry, so not only do we have to all attack at once, I'm going to use that profound heavenly treasure that I borrowed as well. If any of you have any powerful trump cards up your sleeves, now would be the time to use them. Perhaps the Stemborer Queen will only give us this one opportunity. You're right, fellow Taoist Bao Hua, the elderly man said as he nodded in agreement. No one else had any objections either. Thus, Bao Hua took a deep breath before making a hand seal, and a massive pink floral tree projection appeared behind her amid a flash of pink light. At the same time, she slowly raised a hand, then parted her fingers to summon a huge rusty yellow nail. The nail was only around half a foot in length, and its surface was riddled with pits and bumps, as well as some indistinct spirit patterns. Judging from how dilapidated it appeared, it looked as if it had been buried in the ground for countless years. However, Bao Hua was holding the object in a very careful manner, and she said in a solemn voice, "This Earth Emperor nail contains the power of the laws of Earth of a realm. Anyone struck by this nail would be unable to use any Earth attribute abilities, and if I recall correctly, the Stemborer Queen's essential power is of the Earth attribute. If I successfully strike the Stemborer Queen with this nail, it'll be unable to use most of its powers." Meanwhile, Hanli made a hand seal, and his provenance true devil projection appeared amid a flash of golden light, then transformed into the golden body before fusing as one with Hanli. Bright purplish golden light radiated forth, and Hanli's body turned a shimmering golden color. At the same time, countless silver spirit patterns appeared all over his skin before forming a series of silver formations. After that, Hanli made a grabbing motion, and a green longsword that was around 3 feet long appeared in his grasp. With nothing more than a light flick of his wrist, a buzzing sound rang out, and even the world's origin chi was being swayed by the sword. This was none other than the profound heavenly spirit/sword. In the face of a creature as fearsome as the Stemborer Queen, Hanli didn't dare to hold back and was releasing his ultimate trump card right away. Bao Hua had seen Hanli use the profound heavenly spirit/sword before, so she wasn't surprised to see it again. However, everyone else's attention was immediately drawn to the sword, and it was clear that they had already guessed what it was. However, before any of them had a chance to ask any questions, Bao Hua suddenly made a hand seal before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, Bao Hua re-emerged less than 200 feet away, then raised the giant nail up with both hands. Everyone else immediately turned their attention away from Hanli's sword and focused on the task at hand, beginning to inject their power into the treasures they had summoned. All of them were preparing to strike in the instant that the Earth Emperor nail pierced into the Stemborer Queen's body. At this moment, the mountainous Stemborer Queen was still in a completely oblivious slumber. Faint silver light flashed through Bao Hua's eyes as she stared intently at the Stemborer Queen, and all of a sudden, a fierce look appeared in her eyes as the Earth Emperor nail shot forth as a streak of yellow light. The nail pierced through the black formation with ease, then plunged into the Stemborer Queen's body before reverting back to its original form. Yellow light erupted from the giant nail in all directions, and these strands of yellow light blurred before vanishing into the Stemborer Queen's body. "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" Bao Hua was elated as she let loose a loud cry. A massive floral tree projection appeared behind her before exploding into countless pink flower petals that surged toward the Stemborer Queen. At the same time, Hanli and the others had also sprung into action. The elderly man hurled his jade badge high up into the air, and it transformed into a white jade gate, from within which countless beastly projections rushed out. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman uttered an incantation, and her black spear immediately shot forth as a streak of black lightning. Chapter 2236. The little girl A phoenix cry rang out, and a ball of 5-colored light erupted out of the shattered formation plate before enveloping Bao Hua's entire body. Spatial fluctuations erupted, Yet just as Bao Hua was about to vanish into thin air, a tender yet very cold voice rang out from down below. "You're not going anywhere." As soon as the voice trailed off, the water down below parted, and a shadow suddenly shot out. A resounding thump rang out as Bao Hua was sent flying by a burst of tremendous force, and the layer of five-colored light around her instantly shattered. Only after flying back for around 500 feet did she manage to just barely steady herself, and she couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. It seemed that she had sustained some substantial injuries from that attack. However, she had been very alert and injected all of her magic power into the protective spiritual light around her right before she was struck by that attack. Otherwise, even if that attack wouldn't have been able to kill her, she would definitely still have ended up with far more severe injuries. Everyone else was naturally very alarmed to see this. Han Li immediately focused his gaze on the spot where Bao Hua had been standing before, and he caught sight of a small and delicate figure. This was a little girl who appeared to be no more than 12 years of age, and she was slowly withdrawing her little fist as she appraised the Grand Ascension stage beings present with a hint of a smile on her face. The little girl had a dark complexion and was wearing an extremely ordinary set of tight-fitting clothes. Her appearance was quite ordinary, but her eyes were completely gray, as if she were blind from birth, and there was a glossy black crystal embedded into her glabella. The crystal was very similar in appearance to the one left behind after the giant insect's body had disappeared, except it was darker and smaller, seemingly able to suck in all light. The little girl was the one who had just sent Bao Hua flying, and as she cast her gaze toward Han Li, the latter immediately felt a chill run down his spine. As for the other Grand Ascension stage beings, they were also very unsettled by the little girl's sweeping gaze. Even though she hadn't introduced herself, the fact that she had been able to send Bao Hua flying with a single attack was a clear indication that she was most likely the Stemborer Queen. As for what that giant insect from before was, no one had the spare capacity to worry about that now. All of them had their attention focused entirely on this little girl. No one had been able to clearly see the punch that had just sent Bao Hua flying. It had simply been far too fast. The only one whose expression remained unchanged here was Daoish Xia. He was appraising the little girl in an indifferent manner while arcs of silver lightning appeared over his body to form a lightning robe. "Oh. An immortal puppet. How interesting. I didn't think I'd see something like this in a lower realm," the little girl said as she appraised Daoish Xia with an intrigued expression. "Are you the true Stemborer Queen?" Bao Hua asked as she finally recovered the breath that had been knocked out of her by the earlier punch. Are you saying that body you just destroyed isn't my true form? I shed that body 100,000 years ago, and it was very useful to me, yet you've destroyed it. How are you all going to compensate me?" the little girl harumphed coldly. "So that means your true body is hidden underwater. How crafty of you. I'm also very surprised that you were able to dispel the power of the heavenly phoenix within my treasured phoenix spirit plate," Bao Hua sighed. "Treasured phoenix spirit plate. That's just a useless object containing a hint of the power of laws of the heavenly phoenix. It can wield some spatial power, but it's nothing more than a toy in my eyes. I haven't ever faced a true spirit heavenly phoenix, but I've devoured quite a few powerful beings of the phoenix race," the little girl scoffed with a disdainful expression. The black-robed woman had already snuck her treasured phoenix spirit plate into her hand, and her heart immediately sank upon hearing this. She knew that she couldn't fully trust the little girl's words, but she didn't dare to use her formation plate nonetheless. However, there was someone that was completely unconvinced by the little girl's claims. He was very confident in the treasured phoenix spirit plate's power, and he felt himself to be quite far away from the little girl. That person was none other than the red-faced man, and he suddenly summoned his treasured phoenix spirit plate before instantly crushing it. A burst of five-colored light emerged to envelop his entire body alongside a flurry of spatial fluctuations. A cold look appeared on the little girl's face upon seeing this, and she immediately shot forth as a blurry black shadow. The red-faced man was already prepared, and he let loose a loud cry as he slashed his bone blade through the air. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a mountainous blade projection struck the black shadow, tearing it into countless pieces. Ha! The red-faced man chortled, and he didn't care whether his attack had actually harmed the little girl. What was important to him was that he was about to teleport away. Everyone else had been intimidated by the Stembora Queen's threat, yet he was going to teleport away, and it was very likely that he was going to be the only one in the group to survive, so of course he was very pleased with himself. However, his laughter then suddenly cut and was replaced by an agonized howl. A slender arm had plunged through his chest, completely disregarding his protective spiritual light and armor. It turned out that the little girl had appeared behind him in a wraith-like manner, and her arm was like a divine weapon capable of piercing through all things. The little girl giggled as she pulled a miniature crimson humanoid figure out of the red-haired man's chest. This was none other than the red-faced man's nascent soul, and it was struggling with all its might to escape, but to no avail. The little girl opened her mouth to release a black thread, which struck the red-faced man's body with unerring accuracy, and it instantly withered away before disintegrating into dust. No! She's wielding the power of the law of time. Save me, fellow Taoists. The nascent soul thrashed violently with a horrified expression while calling for help in a panicked frenzy. A hint of incredulity appeared in Bao Hua's eyes upon hearing the words, law of time. The elderly man and black-robed woman had initially intended to step in, but both of them immediately abandoned those plans as horrified looks appeared on their faces. In contrast, Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the little girl was looking at the little nascent soul in her hand as if she were appraising a delicacy, and she bit off half of the nascent soul in one mouthful, chewing several times before swallowing. The nascent soul immediately let loose a blood-curdling cry as it fainted on the spot. Even though it managed to instantly regenerate, the light radiating from it had dimmed significantly, and its aura had also become close to non-existent. Bao Hua's expression changed slightly, and she raised a hand to try and do something, but it was already too late. The little girl giggled as she quickly devoured the rest of the nascent soul, then licked her lips with a pleased expression. This was supposed to be quite an adorable display, but it was downright demonic in the eyes of the Grand Ascension stage beings present. Not only had the elderly man and black-robed woman's faces paled significantly, Bao Hua had also fallen into a solemn silence. Hanli remained quite calm, but he still waved a hand toward Daoist Xia, who immediately teleported over to Hanli. It seemed that the situation was not looking good. The Stembora Queen had managed to wound Bao Hua with a single attack and easily killed a Grand Ascension stage. It was definitely far more powerful than they anticipated. How was it this powerful after only just awakening? Wasn't the spirit of the ancient seal supposed to have used all of its power to restrict the Stembora Queen? Even in its current state, the Stembora Queen could still kill Grand Ascension stage beings with ease. How had a pair of true immortals managed to seal it at the height of its powers? There was clearly something suspicious about this story. However, before Hanli had a chance to ponder this notion further, Bao Hua suddenly transmitted her voice to him. Brother Han, this is not the Stembora Queen's body, it's a clone manifested from its soul. As such, aside from profound heavenly treasures, all other treasures will struggle to harm it. On top of that, its mastery of the law of time is very elementary, so it can't use that power easily. Every time it does so, its soul will be slightly weakened. As long as we use our profound heavenly treasures to protect ourselves, there's nothing to fear. How do you know so much? Hanli couldn't help but ask. I was informed of all of this by the spirit of the ancient seal. Let's hold off this clone together while our other fellow Taoists go underwater to destroy the Stembora Queen's body. As long as its body is destroyed, its soul won't pose any substantial threat, Bao Hua replied. Chapter 2237, Battle Against the Stemborer Queen, 1. So are we just supposed to trust the others? What if they take advantage of the opportunity to teleport away? Han Li asked through voice transmission. Rest assured, Brother Han, I tampered with the treasured Phoenix Spirit Plate that I gave to everyone, so as long as I don't allow it, they won't be able to use the formation plates. Once they're all made aware of this, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to try anything, Bao Hua revealed with a smile. Immediately thereafter, she turned and transmitted her voice toward the others. Han Li cast his gaze toward the elderly man and black-robed woman, and sure enough, upon hearing what Bao Hua had to say, enraged looks appeared on both of their faces. In contrast, Bao Hua's expression remained unchanged, and she even had the nerve to smile at the two of them. The elderly man and black-robed woman were naturally extremely furious. If it weren't for the fact that they were facing such a fearsome enemy, they could have easily turned on Bao Hua already. Before they had a chance to communicate any further, the little girl cast her gaze toward them, and giggled, "Have you thought about how to compensate me? How about this? Hand over your nascent souls, and perhaps I'll be full after eating one or two more, and I'll let the rest of you leave." Do you really think such a blatant attempt to sow dissension among us will work? If we allow you to kill one more of us, the rest of us will completely be at your mercy, Bao Hua replied in a calm manner, then immediately swept a hand through the air. The Earth Emperor nail embedded into the black crystal instantly vanished, then reappeared in her grasp. Oh. So you're determined to fight me. You were able to survive one of my attacks, and that's certainly quite remarkable. However, your nascent soul isn't the one I want to eat the most right now, it's his. His spiritual sense is so powerful, I'm sure his nascent soul would be far more delicious than the one I just had, the little girl said with a smile as she pointed toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and Bao Hua and the others were also rather taken aback. Judging from what the Stemborer Queen had just said, it seemed that Han Li's spiritual sense was even more powerful than that of Bao Hua's, and that was quite surprising. If you think my nascent soul will be quite good to eat, then come and get it, Han Li said with a faint smile, seemingly completely unfazed by the little girl's threat. Bao Hua and the others couldn't help but admire his courage. After all, not everyone could remain so calm and nonchalant in the face of a threat from a being as fearsome as the Stemborer Queen. All right, then don't mind if I do, the little girl said as she licked her lips and clenched her fists, then suddenly shot forth as a blurry shadow. She was so fast that she reached Han Li in an instant, and he couldn't even clearly see how she had gotten there. A black flaming fist pierced through Han Li's chest, and only then did the shadow solidify as the little re-emerged with a smile on her face. However, in the next instant, her smile immediately faded as a green line swept forth from Han Li's body without any warning, slicing the little girl's body cleanly in half. As for the Han Li that had just been struck by her punch, it suddenly exploded into a ball of golden light. Over 100 feet away, another Han Li emerged expressionlessly amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, holding a green longsword that was releasing hints of powers of law. That sword of yours is a profound heavenly treasure. No wonder you were able to evade my attack, looks like it won't be that easy to take you down. A burst of giggling rang out, and the two halves of the little girl's body didn't shed a single drop of blood as they hovered in mid-air, while the two halves of her mouth curved upward into an unsettling smile. Both the elderly man and black-robed woman couldn't help but shudder in the face of such a disturbing sight. Right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly raised a hand to hurl her Earth Emperor nail through the air, then abruptly vanished amid a flash of pink light. At the same time, her voice rang out within the ears of the elderly man and black-robed woman. We have to act now, fellow Taoists, only after destroying the Stemborer Queen's body will we be able to escape from this place. Fellow Taoist Han and I won't be able to hold off this clone for too long, so you have to make haste. The elderly man and black-robed woman's expressions changed several times, but after exchanging a glance, they could only grit their teeth and plunge into the water down below. Even though they were enraged by Bao Hua's tampering of the treasured phoenix spirit plates, they had no choice but to work with her now. The little girl's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately tried to stop them, but a giant nail suddenly appeared above of the two halves of her body, then transformed into a yellow net that descended toward her. Countless yellow runes surged out of the net alongside a burst of extremely formidable power of laws. A cold light flashed through the little girl's eyes as her body suddenly exploded into countless black threads that shot forth in all directions, allowing her to evade the yellow net. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he let loose a loud cry as his profound heavenly spirit/sword also transformed into countless green threads that vanished into thin air before appearing right in front of the black threads, then unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks. All of the black threads that came into contact with the green threads immediately exploded into clouds of black chi. Han Li pointed a finger forward, planning to spur on the green threads to eradicate all of this black chi, but right at this moment, the clouds of black chi suddenly dissipated, and in the next instant, the little girl re-emerged elsewhere amid a flash of black light, having completely recovered from her injuries. She turned toward Han Li with a cold smile, yet just as she was about to unleash some type of ability, a peculiar aroma suddenly wafted through the air around her. Immediately thereafter, countless pink flower petals emerged, and the surrounding space suddenly became extremely viscous. The little girl was quite alarmed by this, and she quickly tried to escape, but all of a sudden, Bao Hua emerged above her, carrying a giant ball of light that she immediately raised up high. The ball of light exploded, and countless runes surged out of it, all of which were extremely dazzling to behold. At the epicenter of the explosion, a wisp of green light appeared, transforming into a tiny green seedling, which grew to become a small tree in the blink of an eye and was still growing at a rapid rate discernible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, a huge green tree had taken shape over Bao Hua's palm. Specks of pink light appeared all over the tree's branches, transforming into pink flower buds that instantly spread over the entire tree. Bao Hua then began to chant an incantation, and the flower buds slowly bloomed, turning the green tree a pink color. Pink flower projections filled the entire space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, creating a vast sea of pink. "This is a profound heavenly spirit domain," the little girl exclaimed as her smile finally faded, and a fierce look appeared on her face as countless gray runes appeared around her. The surrounding space began to twist and warp, and it seemed that she was trying to escape the domain with all her might. The entire domain also began to tremor violently, as if it were struggling to hold itself together. An urgent look appeared on Bao Hua's face as she hurriedly yelled, "Strike now, fellow Daoist Han." As soon as her voice trailed off, she grabbed onto a branch of the tree and tore it off before slashing it toward the little girl down below. All of the huge flowers on the branch instantly transformed into 5-colored runes that vanished in a flash, while the little girl let loose an agonized cry as one of her arms suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the branch in Bao Hua's hand had also vanished. However, in the next instant, the little girl was able to regrow a brand new arm amid a flash of black light. Bao Hua immediately tore 2 more branches off the tree before also slashing them toward the little girl. In the next instant, both of the little girl's arms vanished in unison. A ferocious look surfaced in the little girl's eyes, and she regrew both of her arms at once. Meanwhile, Han Li was making a hand seal with a serious expression, and a string of cracks and pops immediately erupted within his body. A series of purplish-golden scales then appeared all over his skin, and a short horn emerged on his forehead. At the same time, 2 identical heads and 4 additional golden arms also sprouted out of his body. The 3 heads let loose a thunderous roar in unison, and a 3rd demonic eye opened up on the glabella of each head with purplish-golden light flashing within them. Han Li had unleashed his holy nirvana physique to its maximal extent. His aura had swelled to over 10 times as powerful as it had been, and he gripped onto his profound heavenly spirit/sword with both hands before slashing it viciously toward the trapped little girl in the distance. Chapter 2238, Battle Against the Stemborer Queen. 2. An explosive boom rang out, and the space before Han Li suddenly collapsed as the world's origin chi in the surrounding area funneled into the green sword in a frenzy, releasing a terrifying doomsday-like aura. This was the first time that Han Li had unleashed the full might of his profound heavenly spirit/sword after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. A green crescent sword projection flew out of the collapsed space, and countless translucent runes surged out of its surface in a frenzy. The collapsed space and the green crescent then exploded in unison, and the countless runes and green light combined to form a long near-transparent thread before abruptly vanishing. The translucent thread seemed to be very ordinary, but in the instant that it appeared, the entire sky dimmed, and the surrounding space began to warp in a rhythmic manner. All of the space was warping toward the translucent thread, as if it were bowing in reverence. Impossible. That's a thread of laws, the little girl exclaimed as a stunned look appeared on her face, and a layer of black flames suddenly surfaced over her body as she donned a suit of bone armor that was riddled with countless sharp spikes. Countless gray runes surged incessantly within the black flames, and each bone spike was as translucent as jade. Innumerable silver patterns could be seen on the surface of the armor, and in the next instant, the translucent thread emerged right before the little girl amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. She was immobilized by the spirit domain, so she could only watch as the thread of laws surged toward her. Her bone armor and that layer of black flames managed to pose a slight hindrance to the translucent thread, but they were both breached in the end. The little girl let loose an agonized cry as her body was sliced in half through the waist, and all of a sudden, thin gashes appeared all over her body before she was split up into countless chunks. Nice! Bao Hua was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which the massive floral tree shrank down to only around half a foot tall. Halos of rainbow light then surged forth from the miniature tree, and Bao Hua grabbed onto it before sweeping it rapidly through the air down below. The branches and the countless flowers on the tree instantly withered away, and at the same time, countless giant crimson flowers appeared around the chunks of the little girl's dismembered body. Each crimson flower opened up its petals before enveloping one chunk of flesh, then exploded into balls of pink light. Once all of the explosions concluded, nothing remained of the little girl's body. At this point, Bao Hua's miniature tree had clearly exhausted all of its power as well, and it shuddered before vanishing into thin air. The entire spirit domain also surged violently before disintegrating. Thus, Han Li and Bao Hua were the only ones that remained in this space. I didn't think that you'd be capable of unleashing a thread of laws, Brother Han. Your mastery of your profound heavenly treasure is truly extraordinary, Bao Hua said with a peculiar expression. So that thing's known as a thread of laws. As expected, it's far more powerful than what I was able to unleash in the past, Han Li mused as he glanced down at his green longsword. Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this. Is this your first time manifesting that thread, fellow Daoist Han? Indeed, it is. I was only trying to maximize the power of this profound heavenly treasure to the best of my abilities just now, Han Li replied. I don't know what to say. Could it be that this profound heavenly treasure has been nurtured within your body from the very beginning? Otherwise, it's virtually impossible to manifest a thread of laws using a profound heavenly treasure. Countless owners of profound heavenly treasures have refined and nurtured their treasures for over 100,000 years, but are still unable to even begin to grasp a thread of laws, Bao Hua said with a wry smile. It sounds like I was quite lucky, then. In comparison, I'm more interested in the profound heavenly spirit domain. Would you be able to tell me about that? Han Li asked. This profound heavenly spirit domain is something that I only managed to attain after expending countless efforts and referencing an incomplete ancient tome. However, there are still many parts that require further refinement, and it can't compare with a true spirit domain. If you're interested, I'd be happy to tell you about it sometime, Bao Hua replied. That would be great. Setting that aside for now, have we really managed to destroy the Stembora Queen's clone? Why is it that I still feel rather uneasy? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. A clone of the Stembora Queen should be nowhere near as powerful as the true Stembora Queen itself, so there's no way it would have been able to survive our combined attacks. However, the feeling of unease in my heart hasn't abated either, Bao Hua said as her expression darkened slightly. Does that mean the clone isn't actually dead, but is merely unable to appear before us due to its injuries? Han Li asked. I'm afraid that's most likely the case, Bao Hua replied with a wry smile. In any case, it's a good thing that we managed to severely wound the clone. Let's take this opportunity to find the body of the Stembora Queen, Han Li said. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face, yet just as she was about to reply, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the spot where the little girl had just vanished not long ago. You think you're safe now just because you beat Stem 1? What a joke. Stem 2 will have some fun now. As soon as the voice trailed off, a gargantuan claw appeared up above before grabbing viciously down toward Han Li and Bao Hua. The claw spread its 5 fingers, encompassing virtually the entire sky, and each claw was over 100 feet in length with azure light flashing from their sharp tips. As the claws swept through the air, 5 long spatial rifts instantly appeared, as if the entire sky had been torn apart. Slow down, Stem 2, save some fun for Stem 3 as well. Another unsettling voice rang out in all directions. In the instant that Han Li heard this voice, a peal of laughter suddenly rang out in his ears, resembling the seductive panting of a woman. His consciousness involuntarily faded for a split second, and his movements also faltered. At the same time, a massive bolt of gray lightning came crashing down toward him from above. With Han Li's enormous spiritual sense, he was able to almost immediately recover from his moment of disorientation, and his expression immediately changed slightly at the sight of the gray lightning overhead. He hurriedly withdrew his green longsword, completely disregarding the giant claw above him as he conjured up around a dozen identical projections that shot forth in all directions. However, the bolt of gray lightning also split up into the same number of arcs before surging toward the projections as if it had a mind of its own. Right at this moment, Bao Hua let loose a fierce cry, and her Earth Emperor nail swelled to over 10,000 feet in size before crashing toward the giant claw up above. In response, the giant claw unleashed 5 massive azure blade projections that swept down with ferocious might, seemingly completely unfazed by the massive nail. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the nail and blade projections clashed, and the 2 attacks appeared to be evenly matched in power. Meanwhile, the gray lightning was pursuing Han Li's projections relentlessly, and it seemed that the lightning would never fade until it killed its target. Do you really think this baleful lightning will be enough to bring me down? Han Li's enraged voice rang out from all of the projections, and each of them released a bolt of golden lightning that clashed with the gray lightning before immediately disintegrating. As for the gray lightning, it remained completely unaffected aside from the fact that it had dimmed slightly, and it continued to surge toward Han Li's projections. In the instant that the projections came into contact with the gray lightning, the former self-detonated into countless golden runes that seemed to be evenly matched against the gray lightning. However, one of the projections was the real Han Li, and purplish golden light revolved all around his body as he threw a vicious punch at the oncoming bolt of gray lightning. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a white pillar of light was unleashed to clash with the gray lightning. In the instant that the lightning came into contact with the white pillar of light, it was completely devoured by the white light as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. However, the purplish-golden light surging over Han Li's body also dimmed quite noticeably, clearly indicating that he had expended a lot of energy to unleash that attack. Chapter 2239, Battle Against the Stemborer Queen, 3. What a powerful physical body. I wonder how it compares with Stem 2. A hint of surprise crept into the unsettling voice upon seeing this. Han Li cast his gaze downward to discover that a completely translucent beetle-like insect that looked as if it were conjured up from liquid had appeared on the surface of the water down below. The insect was over 100 feet in length and had eyes of different sizes all over its body, presenting a very chilling sight to behold. The unsettling voice was coming from none other than that insect, and arcs of gray baleful lightning were flashing between its pair of remarkably long feelers. Han Li looked down at the insect and the baleful lightning with a wary expression, then suddenly cast his gaze toward Bao Hua. At this moment, Bao Hua was making a string of hand seals, and the massive Earth Emperor nail was clashing with the giant claw up above at her behest. The gigantic claw was extremely fearsome, but its owner remained hidden within the dark clouds overhead. Even with just a single claw alone, it had gained a slight upper hand over the profound heavenly treasure that was the Earth Emperor nail. Looking at the giant claw, Han Li couldn't help but recall the shattered weapons he had seen at the entrance of the hall where the formation core was situated. Aside from the massive size difference, the claw was completely concurrent with the claw mark that had been inflicted on the piece of high zenith platinum, so its owner was most likely the one that had killed all of the guards. The Earth Emperor nail was sweeping up fierce gusts of wind as it surged through the air, while the giant claw was creating white spatial rifts with every single swipe, and the two were in a complete deadlock. However, judging from Bao Hua's slightly pale complexion, it was clear that she was exerting herself by continuously using the Earth Emperor nail, and that she wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Han Li hesitated momentarily before making a decision. Brother Xia, I'll leave this insect to you. I'm going to help Bao Hua take care of her enemy first. Daoist Xia emerged behind Han Li amid a flash of silver lightning, and said, "All right, leave it to me." This insect's spiritual sense secret technique and baleful lightning are both quite powerful, but they won't be very effective against me. He had been instructed by Han Li to conceal himself into space as soon as the battle had begun, and only now did he re-emerge at Han Li's behest. In the instant that Daoist Xia appeared, he quickly transformed into a gargantuan golden crab that was thousands of acres in size. The colossal crab raised its pair of massive pincers, and countless balls of lightning quickly materialized before crashing down toward the transparent insect. Not only were all of these balls of lightning astonishingly massive, there were also countless silver runes flashing within them. The translucent insect seemed to have been enraged by the attack, and it let loose a sharp screech before releasing countless arcs of gray lightning with its feelers, to clash with the balls of lightning. The two types of lightning exploded with ferocious power, illuminating the entire sky gray and silver. The entire space tremored violently and gradually became scorching hot. Despite the golden crab's enormous frame, it was able to rapidly traverse over the air while relentlessly releasing balls of lightning, but it made sure not to come into contact with its opponent. The translucent insect was flashing through the air in a wraith-like manner, and as it did so, it was also constantly releasing bolts of gray lightning to shatter the balls of silver lightning. As for the spiritual sense secret technique that it was most adept in, that was completely ineffective against a puppet. On the other side, Han Li had released his green longsword and Provenance True Devil projection again, unleashing a string of mountainous sword projections toward the giant claw. Bao Hua was greatly reinvigorated by Han Li's assistance, and a tiny pink humanoid figure holding a giant pink flower suddenly emerged from the top of her head. The miniature humanoid figure opened its mouth to release a pink halo of light, which swelled drastically in size before rising up toward the dark clouds overhead. The owner of the giant claw had been hidden in those clouds this entire time, and with Han Li's assistance, Bao Hua was finally able to directly attack the being within the clouds. Within a bottomless abyss in the water down below, the elderly man and black-robed woman were staring blankly down at an object with astonishment in their eyes. The object was lying at the deepest part of the abyss, and it was a gargantuan set of insect remains that was as pristine white as jade and over 10,000 feet in length. The carcass was completely still, but it was giving off a terrifying aura and a layer of gray light. This aura was extremely similar to the one released by the little girl, but it was somewhat different in minute ways. "Is that the body of the Stemborer Queen?" the black-robed woman asked in a hesitant manner. "That should be it. Aside from the Stemborer Queen, I can't think of any creature whose remains would give off such a fearsome aura. Even the body we destroyed earlier can't compare with it," the elderly man replied. "Judging from the appearance of this carcass, the Stemborer Queen's body must have already perished long ago, so what was that thing we just encountered? Could it be that it's already become a true immortal, and its soul can live for all of eternity even without a vessel?" the black-robed woman speculated. "I'm not sure about that, but in any case, our mission is complete, and this is definitely a good thing for us. As for why its soul is still able to thrive, that most likely has something to do with this carcass," the elderly man replied with a wry smile. "Now that you mention it, that's certainly quite possible. I've heard that there are some ancient secret techniques that can allow one to focus all of their essence in a part of their body. If the Stemborer Queen had used such a secret technique before it had perished, then its soul should be able to live on for some time. In that case, let's destroy this carcass," the black-robed woman said as a hint of killing intent surfaced in her eyes. As soon as her voice trailed off, she made a grabbing motion, and the same inky black spear from before appeared in her grasp. "Hold on." A thought suddenly occurred to the elderly man, and he hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was already too late. The black spear came crashing down onto the massive carcass as a bolt of black lightning, striking the head of the carcass and sending countless thin arcs of lightning erupting in all directions. However, after the black lightning faded, the head of the carcass was revealed to be completely unscathed. "Impossible. This spear of mine isn't a profound heavenly treasure, but no top-grade treasure can even begin to compare with its power," the black-robed woman exclaimed in an astonished manner. Right at this moment, scintillating light erupted from the carcass, and countless golden and silver runes surged forth before revolving around it. "There's something wrong with these remains," the elderly man yelled as his expression changed drastically, and he immediately hurled his myriad beast badge through the air, which transformed into a shimmering jade gate. He then quickly made a hand seal, and countless beastly projections rushed out of the jade gate in a frenzy. The black-robed woman was also very alarmed as she raised both hands up into the air, summoning a black nine-headed snake projection with purplish-black forked tongues. The projection opened its 9 mouths to send a vast expanse of purple devilish flames surging toward the carcass. The purple flames gave off a rank odor, and the surrounding space instantly took on a black tinge, as if it had been contaminated by the flames. After failing to destroy the carcass with her spear, the black-robed woman had immediately unleashed another one of her trump cards, which was her infernal contaminant flames. These flames were refined from 81 types of extremely poisonous chi from several realms, and if a person were to catch a whiff of it even from hundreds of kilometers away, they would immediately perish. As for living beings that came into contact with these flames, not only would their bodies disintegrate into dirty liquid, even their souls would be contaminated, making it impossible for them to reincarnate. These flames had always been the black-robed woman's most powerful trump card, but unfortunately, it was a limited resource, so the more she used, the less she would have left. As such, she only unleashed this trump card when it was absolutely necessary to do so. The sea of purple flames and countless beast projections instantly inundated the carcass in its entirety, but the carcass suddenly stirred as it began to cackle in an unsettling manner, and it suddenly moved its 2 arms as it released a burst of invisible power. All of the devilish flames and beast projections were kept at bay several tens of feet away from the carcass as if they had struck an impenetrable wall. The beast projections self-detonated one after another while the devilish flames raged in a frenzy, but they were all firmly kept out. Meanwhile, the carcass continued to cackle as it rose to its feet in a wobbly manner. Chapter 2240, The Fearsome Carcass, Quick. We have to strike it down now. Its aura is becoming more and more powerful, so it must be recovering its powers. The elderly man yelled as he swept his spiritual sense toward the carcass. He then vanished on the spot before reappearing over 1,000 feet away. Immediately thereafter, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing a burst of blue light, within which sat a miniature humanoid figure that was completely identical to him. As soon as the miniature humanoid figure appeared, a string of blue beads flew out of its body. Each bead was only around the size of a thumb, but they were of an extremely deep blue color with impeccably smooth surfaces. All of a sudden, the beads transformed into balls of light the size of wagon wheels at the elderly man's behest, then flew toward the giant carcass with devastating force. As for the black-robed woman, she gritted her teeth before transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that vanished into the nine-headed snake projection behind her. Immediately thereafter, the world's origin chi within the abyss surged into the nine-headed snake projection in a frenzy, allowing it to instantly take on a substantial form. In this form, the snake had resplendent colorful scales, but its 9 heads were as red as blood, and it opened its cavernous mouths once again to release purple devilish flames that were several times purer than what had been unleashed before. Even though the carcass hadn't unleashed any attacks yet, the sense of pressure it was giving off struck both of them with a strong sense of foreboding. The carcass had risen to its feet, but it seemed yet to return to normal as its movements were still quite clumsy and maladroit. The dozen or so balls of blue light crashed into the invisible wall near the carcass, triggering a string of earth-shattering explosions that sent powerful shockwaves erupting in all directions. These balls of light didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but all of them were imbued with incredible power. The carcass raised its arms to shield itself, but it was still forced back a step with each ball of light that exploded. After taking around a dozen steps backward in succession, the invisible wall around it finally shattered, and its smooth jade-like front limbs were quickly riddled with countless thin cracks. Before the carcass had a chance to do anything, the 9-headed snake also arrived before transforming into 9 chains of flames that bound themselves tightly around the massive carcass. The purplish-black chains of flames were giving off an incredibly corrosive aura, instantly branding deep black gashes onto the carcass. The dozen or so balls of light also began to bombard the carcass from all directions. In the face of their combined attacks, the giant carcass had been forced onto the back foot, and both the elderly man and black-robed woman were ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, a delicate figure appeared above the massive carcass amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The elderly man and black-robed woman focused their eyes upon the small figure, and their faces instantly paled significantly. The small figure was none other than the little girl formed by the Stemborer Queen's soul. Wasn't she being kept at bay by Bao Hua and the others? How had she suddenly appeared here? The elderly man and black-robed woman could only continue to attack the carcass while being extremely wary of the little girl. The little girl's face was clearly paler than it had been before, and she completely ignored the elderly man and black-robed woman as she turned to the carcass before saying something in a voice that was very pleasing to the ears. However, neither the elderly man nor the black-robed woman were able to understand what she was saying. A layer of white light appeared around the carcass after hearing what the little girl had to say, and it raised its head through the attacks from the blue balls of light while completely ignoring the flaming chains. It then focused its gaze on the little girl and replied in the same unknown language. The giant carcass was speaking in a nonchalant and unhurried manner, but the little girl seemed to be very displeased, and her voice abruptly rose a few octaves as if she were arguing with the carcass. The elderly man and black-robed woman were rather perplexed to see this, but they were also taking advantage of this opportunity to attack the carcass even more vigorously. The balls of blue light accelerated by around twofold, flying around the carcass like a series of shooting stars. Meanwhile, sharp spikes erupted out of the surfaces of the chains of flames, embedding themselves deep into the carcass and corroding it at a noticeably faster rate. Of course, as a precautionary measure against potential retaliation from the carcass and the little girl, the elderly man and black-robed woman were gliding back in retreat. However, much to their surprise, the carcass paid no heed to them at all and merely continued to communicate with the little girl in that unknown language. The little girl was very urgent and agitated, while the carcass was very calm and almost a little smug, creating a very strange contrast. All of a sudden, a fierce look appeared on the little girl's face, and she pointed a finger downward. A speck of black light appeared on her fingertip, and it swelled dramatically in size while becoming extremely bright, as if it could absorb all of the light in the nearby area. All of the world's origin chi in the entire underwater abyss erupted into a frenzy, and a burst of extremely fearsome power of laws descended. That's the law of time. The nascent soul of the elderly man was seated on the top of his head, and a horrified look immediately appeared on its face. As for the nine-headed snake that the black-robed woman had transformed into, it instantly severed the 9 flaming chains in its mouth, then shot back several thousand feet before finally stopping in a wary manner. Escaping on her own could attract the attention of the little girl and plunge her into grave peril. Otherwise, the black-robed woman would have fled the scene completely. After the little girl unleashed her law of time, the massive carcass tremored slightly, and it began to speak a little faster, seemingly rather wary of the little girl. The little girl also began to speak in a more urgent manner, and moments later, the carcass seemed to have made some sort of concussion as it opened its mouth to release a giant inky black crystal that was around the size of a house. A pleased look appeared on the little girl's face, and the black light on her fingertip was withdrawn as she drifted toward the black crystal. However, right as she was about to set foot on the crystal, an extremely fearsome aura suddenly erupted from the carcass's body, and it struggled free from the flaming chains before swiping a limb through the air, slicing all of the surrounding blue balls of light in half and causing them to explode. An enraged look appeared on the little girl's face upon seeing this, and the black light on her fingertip reappeared as her body blurred in preparation to teleport away. However, a massive black mouth that was filled with sharp fangs suddenly opened up on the inky black crystal down below, and it instantly swallowed the little girl before flying back into the giant carcass's mouth. The elderly man and black-robed woman were stunned to see this, and after a quick conversation, the former's nascent soul returned to his body, while the latter reverted back to her human form. The two of them then immediately fled together. Having just witnessed the carcass dispelling their trump cards so easily, they knew that they were no match for it and could only escape to reunite with Bao Hua and the others. However, in the instant that they decided to flee, specks of light suddenly converged within the massive eye sockets of the carcass, forming 2 balls of black flames. It then cackled as it pointed a finger twice into the distance, and 2 balls of black light emerged before vanishing in a flash. The power of the law of time instantly reappeared to envelop the elderly man and black-robed woman, and all of a sudden, both of them felt their surroundings blur into an unrecognizable swirl. Once the surrounding area settled again, they discovered a giant white skull right in front of them, appraising them with a sinister expression. The two of them had reappeared back to where the carcass was under the effect of the law of time. They were naturally extremely alarmed by this. Yet before they had a chance to do anything, the carcass had already opened its cavernous mouth to devour them. In the air above the water, the devil-fied Hanli was currently pulling a hand that was riddled with silver formations out of the body of a human-faced stemborer with an azure exoskeleton. The stemborer was over 1,000 feet in length with a pair of massive front limbs that were several times larger than its own body. Right as Hanli withdrew his hand, the stemborer's front limbs suddenly sagged like a pair of balloons, instantly reverting back to the same size as all of its other limbs. Hanli cast his gaze downward, and a befuddled frown appeared on his face upon failing to discover any traces of blood seeping out of the stemborer's body. Chapter 2241. Mystery. A translucent thread suddenly shot out of Han Li's glabella before vanishing into the giant stemborer's body in a flash, but the carcass suddenly exploded into specks of white light as if it were nothing more than an illusion. The translucent thread returned to Han Li's glabella, and his expression immediately darkened slightly. Elsewhere, countless pink flower petals had filled an entire area, within which countless silver arcs of lightning were flashing incessantly. Bao Hua had already arrived beside Daoist Xia and activated her spirit domain to trap the other stemborer. That stemborer's forte laid in its spiritual sense secret technique, but unfortunately for it, Daoist Xia was completely unaffected, as was Bao Hua due to the enhancement she received from her spirit domain. The stemborer's baleful lightning was also extremely powerful and was imbued with the power of the law of destruction, allowing it to damage even profound heavenly treasures, but both Daoist Xia and Bao Hua were very cunning, refusing to engage in direct clashes with it. As a result, it was becoming more and more enraged as all of its attacks were being evaded. Once Bao Hua unleashed her profound heavenly spirit domain to trap the stemborer, the tables were immediately turned. The stemborer immediately unleashed its baleful lightning with all its might to try and escape from the spirit domain, but this profound heavenly spirit domain was an ability that only true immortals could truly master, and it was far too difficult for the stemborer to break out of. The sea of pink flower petals trapped the stemborer firmly at the center of the spirit domain at Bao Hua's behest, causing it to become more and more sluggish despite the fact that it was resisting with all its might. The stemborer had surrounded itself with arcs of gray lightning and a white light barrier manifested from its spiritual sense, but it was riddled with wounds and on the verge of defeat in the face of Daoist Xia and Bao Hua's combined attacks. Han Li summoned his green longsword again upon seeing this, then slashed it through the air to unleash 12 green lines at once. In the next instant, the 12 green lines appeared right beside the stemborer in Bao Hua's profound heavenly spirit domain in unison, then flashed past its body in a flash. The light barrier and lightning around the stemborer were instantly wiped out of existence alongside the stemborer itself, and it was as if it had never been there in the first place. Bao Hua was quite alarmed to see this, and only after carefully verifying that the stemborer was no longer in her spirit domain did she withdraw the spirit domain with tightly furrowed brows. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and Han Li emerged not far away, while Daoist Xia also reverted back to his human form before appearing behind Han Li. Han Li cast his gaze toward Daoist Xia and was quite relieved to find that Daoist Xia was largely unscathed. "Your powers are truly formidable, Brother Han. Even with my spirit domain to protect me, it would have definitely been very difficult for me to withstand that slash," Bao Hua said with a slightly wary look in her eyes. "You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. The stemborer was already a spent force after battling the two of you for so long. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to strike it down so easily," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "It's not that simple." Bao Hua shook her head in response, but didn't say anything further. Instead, she cast her gaze toward the spot where the stemborer had just disappeared with a perplexed look in her eyes. "Looks like you've also noticed that something is amiss. It's clear that we didn't manage to actually destroy those stemborers. Setting that little girl aside, these two stemborers don't seem to be physical beings either, and they're not that easy to kill," Han Li said as a grim look appeared on his face. "Indeed, I always felt like those two stemborers were off somehow. Both of them possess powerful abilities, but are extremely limited. One of them possessed an incredibly powerful spiritual sense, while the other had such a formidable physical body that it was able to match me with just a single claw. However, the one-sided nature of their abilities was a weakness that we could exploit to defeat them," Bao Hua analyzed. "If these stemborers were bred by the stemborer queen, then this is very strange. Considering how cunning the stemborer queen is, There's no way it'd do something so unintelligent, Bao Hua continued. Individually, those two stem borers were still manageable, but if their abilities were combined in a single stem borer. Han Li chuckled as he left his sentence unfinished. Bao Hua's face paled slightly as she drew a sharp breath. If that had been the case, all of us would have been in severe trouble. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the little girl and those two stem borers don't seem to be allies. Even those two stem borers seem to harbor some animosity toward one another. Otherwise, if they had teamed up from the very beginning, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as simple to exploit their individual weaknesses, Han Li said with a meaningful expression. That is indeed rather strange. If they were bred by the stem borer queen, then why do they seem so hostile toward the stem borer queen's soul? Bao Hua mused as her brows furrowed tightly. I don't understand that either, but judging from how those two stem borers disappeared just now, they seem to have been conjured up through the power of projection, Han Li remarked. The power of projection. Are you saying that there are beings from other realms interfering with this matter as well? For a mere projection to be so powerful, could it be that true immortals are involved? Bao Hua's expression changed significantly as this thought occurred to her. I'm not sure about that, this is only a suspicion of mine, and perhaps it's incorrect. However, if that really were the case, then the situation here is very complex. How about you communicate with the spirit of the ancient seal to see if it's found out anything, Han Li suggested. The spirit of the ancient seal has become very frail from the seal's power loss, and even I can't contact it now. Otherwise, the ancient seal will instantly fall apart, Bao Hua replied with a wry smile. In that case, it looks like we're completely in the dark, Han Li said with a grim expression. In any case, we can't turn back now. I still haven't received any news from our other two fellow Taoists, so something's most likely happened to them. It looks like we'll have to venture down there ourselves, Bao Hua sighed. I'll abide by our agreement and accompany you down there, but if we encounter any insurmountable peril, I'm going to turn back right away, Han Li said with a serious expression. Of course, I'd do the same if our mission becomes too difficult to accomplish. Besides, I'm sure you're capable of leaving this space even without the treasured Phoenix Spirit Plate, Bao Hua said with a knowing smile. I'm glad you understand that. Let's go down now, Han Li replied with an expressionless nod, then plunged into the water with Daoist Xie by his side. Bao Hua quickly inspected her surroundings, and after verifying that nothing was amiss, she also followed along. Shortly after the three of them entered the water, a burst of faint spatial fluctuations erupted overhead alongside wisps of five-colored light. The five-colored light then quickly converged to form a tightly shut giant five-colored eye. Meanwhile, the giant stem borer carcass was hovering in the underwater abyss in a completely still manner, but two balls of devilish flames were burning within its eye sockets, and the flames were only becoming brighter and brighter. Several broken treasures that were glowing with faint spiritual light hovered beside the carcass, one of which was a shattered jade badge, while the other was a black spear with cracks all over its surface. These two were the elderly man and black-robed woman's most prized treasures, yet they had been strewn around like garbage, and it was clear that the two of them were most likely already dead. Spatial fluctuations erupted above the carcass, and two blurry balls of light emerged in unison. One of the balls of white light transformed into a giant rotund insect, while the other morphed into an almost transparent insect. These were none other than the two insects that had just been slain by Han Li and Bao Hua. However, their bodies had become far more indistinct, and their auras had also waned significantly, making them resemble a pair of projections. All of a sudden, a silver-robed woman emerged from the devilish flames within one of the eye sockets of the giant carcass. The woman had an elegant figure, and she looked much like a more mature version of the little girl that had just been devoured. Both of the blurry insect projections immediately sprawled down onto the ground in reverence. The silver-robed woman cast a cold gaze toward the two projections, then harumphed coldly, "Useless fools. I can't believe you're unable to deal with a few puny Grand Ascension stage beings of the lower realms. Having said that, it's a good thing that they managed to wound the Stemborer Queen's soul. Otherwise, I may not have been able to completely devour it so soon. Now that close to half of my powers has recovered, I no longer have any use for you too. Return my energy to me now. The silver-robed woman raised a finger and pointed toward the pair of projections as she spoke. Seeing as you three aren't willing to answer my question, I'll send you on your way just like I did to your companions, the central head of the giant insect said in a cold voice, but its words were accompanied by a mismatching seductive smile. As soon as its voice trailed off, it opened its mouth to release a plume of gray threads, which transformed into a massive net that descended toward Han Li's trio from above. The net was releasing a nauseating rank odor, and Han Li's trio appeared to be quite calm, but they were naturally very wary of the Stemborer Queen. As the gray net descended toward the trio, Bao Hua immediately yelled, "Now!" She then instantly flipped over a hand to conjure up a miniature tree amid a flash of green light, which quickly transformed into a massive pink tree that released countless pink flower petals to fill the entire space down below. At the same time, Dao Xia transformed into a giant golden crab that was around 100 acres in size, and a massive lightning net rose up from its body to oppose the descending gray net. Meanwhile, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and the profound heavenly spirit/sword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. His body also swelled drastically in size as his provenance true devil projection emerged, then transformed into its golden body form before fusing as one with him. Purplish golden scales began to appear all over his body alongside countless silver spirit runes that formed a series of formations of different sizes. He then abruptly flicked his wrist, and countless balls of five-colored light suddenly emerged within the abyss before surging into the long sword in a frenzy. A row of silver runes lit up on the blade of the sword, and the power of laws surged forth as 12 green lines swept through the air. The 12 green lines were virtually connected to form a single line, and they instantly reached the giant insect before slicing toward it with devastating force. It was clear that Han Li and the others had already devised a strategy to be used when facing the Stemborer Queen, and all of them had unleashed their trump cards in unison. Dao Xia was responsible for opposing the Stemborer Queen's attack. Bao Hua had been assigned the duty of trapping the Stemborer Queen, while Han Li was the one who was going to land the killing blow. A normal Grand Ascension stage being would most likely have no chance of surviving this combination attack, but the human face of the Stemborer Queen merely raised an eyebrow, and a flurry of energy fluctuations erupted from its body to sweep all of the surrounding flower petal projections aside. Immediately thereafter, it raised a human arm and pointed a delicate finger forward. Black light flashed as a shimmering black rune shot forth out of its fingertip to strike the green line at the very forefront with unerring accuracy. The black rune exploded, and a burst of formidable power of laws swept forth. As soon as the 12 green lines came into contact with this power of laws, they immediately drew to an abrupt halt before suddenly being repelled back to Han Li's trio. Chapter 2243, Grueling Battle. The entire abyss seemed to have been tipped upside down. All of the surrounding seawater had vanished, while dark clouds had filled the entire sky up above, and a vast expanse of murky grayness that was tinged with specks of white light had appeared down below. Ghostly howls rang out in the surrounding area, and gusts of glacial winds swept forth as the specks of white light slowly rose upward. Bao Hua's expression changed drastically as she discovered these specks of white light were all skulls with white ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets, and the sheer number of them presented a chilling sight to behold. This is also a spirit domain. Han Li had felt the surrounding air instantly tighten as these skulls had appeared, and he was immediately struck by a sense of extreme peril, but nothing had actually happened. However, an enlightened look then appeared on his face as he cast his gaze toward Bao Hua, who was currently making a rapid series of hand seals with a grim look on her face. Her spirit domain had been shrunk down to less than 1,000th of its original size, covering an area of only around an acre. All of the flower petal projections within this compressed spirit domain became extremely bright, while the fragrance they were emitting became several times more pronounced, and they were also fluttering through the air with far greater urgency. However, the stem-borer queen was nowhere to be seen outside the spirit domain. Instead, the only things that were visible were those countless white skulls. They were blasting white flames out of their mouths to clash with the pink flower petals, sending bursts of energy fluctuations surging through the air. With each clash that took place, Bao Hua's face would pale slightly, and a short while later, she was already sweating profusely. "Brother Han, I've already compressed my spirit domain, but even so, I won't be able to last much longer," Bao Hua hurriedly said as an urgent look appeared on her face. "I understand. Let me try and break through here. This isn't the true immortal realm, so I'm sure this isn't an actual profound heavenly spirit domain," Han Li said with a dark expression before issuing an instruction to Daoist Xia. He then transformed into a giant golden ape that was several hundred feet tall, then sprouted 2 extra heads and 4 additional arms before thrusting his 6 giant fists viciously through the air. 6 head-sized balls of light erupted from his fists, then immediately appeared outside Bao Hua's spirit domain before exploding among the white skulls. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a vast expanse of golden light surged through the air, reducing all of the white skulls in its wake to ashes. Han Li's attack had cleared out a wide berth around Bao Hua's spirit domain, and the pressure on her was immediately alleviated somewhat. A hint of elation appeared on her face, yet her expression then immediately stiffened. Countless white skulls had reappeared in the area that Han Li had just cleared out, and all of them were extremely furious. They began to blast forth white flames to clash with the golden light again, and their auras seemed to have become even more powerful than before. Han Li was unsurprised to see this, and he murmured to himself, as expected, "They can't be killed so easily, but what about this?" He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger forward, and the golden light exploded into countless golden runes that transformed into a golden vortex with a diameter of around 100 feet. The world's origin chi surged violently, and the vortex began to rotate at a rapid speed, releasing a burst of fearsome suction force that forcibly sucked in many of the nearby skulls. More white skulls would emerge to replace the ones that had been sucked into the vortex, but the suction force of the vortex seemed to also be boundless, and it was becoming more and more powerful. Thus, no matter how many skulls appeared, they were all drawn into the vortex and shredded without any exception. "Oh. This is Xianyuan divine light. No, it's only a replica ability. Perhaps the actual Xianyuan divine light would pose some threat to me, but this is nothing." The stem-borer queen's chuckling voice rang out, following which a black rune emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then vanished into the golden vortex, enveloping it in a burst of power of laws. Following the entry of the black rune, the golden vortex quickly shrank before finally disintegrating into specks of golden light. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. The power of the law of time could counteract virtually all abilities, and it was very troublesome for him to oppose. Meanwhile, Bao Hua was injecting her magic power into her spirit domain with all her might to oppose the stem-borer queen's profound heavenly spirit domain, while Daoist Xia was sweeping his giant pincers violently through the air, releasing massive balls of lighting that surged upward in a torrential barrage to keep the descending gray net at bay. The giant gray net had been manifested by some type of extremely formidable power, and even though Daoist Xia was pushing his lightning output to its maximal extent, he was still unable to damage the net and could only prevent it from descending for now. Neither of them were using any other treasures as they knew that normal treasures wouldn't work against such a powerful opponent anyway. Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly giving a cold harumph. "Your law of time is very formidable, but I wonder how many more times you can unleash it," I'm sure you can't just use such a powerful ability as you please." As soon as his voice rang out, he thrust his fists through the air again to unleash countless golden fist projections that exploded among the sea of white skulls. Countless golden runes surged forth, forming around a dozen golden vortexes at once, all of which began to revolve at a rapid speed. A cold harumph rang out, and an equivalent number of black runes sprang forth to strike the vortexes with unerring accuracy. All of the vortexes quickly disintegrated into nothingness once again, but Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he continued to unleash more fist projections. "How dare you!" The stem borer queen finally flared up with fury. No more black runes were released, but all of the white skulls suddenly converged to form massive skeletons, each of which was over 1,000 feet tall. These skeletons had countless skulls all over their bodies, and all of the skulls wore twisted, agonized expressions, presenting a very chilling sight to behold. There were hundreds of these massive skeletons, and all of them made hand seals to release layers of spiritual light, allowing them to be completely unaffected by the suction force of the golden vortexes. The skeletons then cackled as gusts of fierce winds erupted from their bodies, then transformed into suits of translucent armor, as well as giant white bone tridents. With the enhancement of the spirit domain, all of these giant armored skeleton warriors possessed auras that were comparable to Grand Ascension stage beings, and they hurled their bone tridents viciously into the golden vortexes. A dull thump rang out as the golden vortexes exploded one after another, and the skeleton warriors conjured up more bone tridents before hurling them toward Bao Hua's spirit domain. Bao Hua's face paled significantly upon seeing this, but there was nothing that she could do as it was already taking all of her effort just to support the entire domain. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to just stand by and watch. The profound heavenly spirit sword reappeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light, and he immediately unleashed around a dozen more green lines at once. The green lines clashed with the bone tridents, and both sides were completely eradicated amid a resounding explosion. Han Li had expended a lot of magic power through that attack, and in the next instant, his expression immediately darkened significantly. The skeleton warriors had conjured up more bone tridents, and their auras had become even more powerful. Faint black light was flashing from the tips of these tridents, and they were releasing hints of the power of laws. "Let me assist you, Brother Han. Even if this is a true profound heavenly spirit domain, its power can't be unlimited. This is most likely the last wave of attacks the domain is capable of unleashing. As long as we can withstand this wave of attacks, the spirit domain's power will be completely exhausted," Bao Hua hurriedly yelled. At the same time, she flipped her hand over to produce the Earth Emperor nail, and she grabbed onto the nail before quickly plunging it into the giant floral tree that was supporting her entire spirit domain. The giant tree was already looking quite withered due to overexertion, but in the instant that the Earth Emperor nail was plunged into its trunk, it was suddenly infused with a powerful burst of vitality. Not only did its leaves take on an exuberant green color again, it had also swelled noticeably in size. "Oh. Are you of the opinion that you gained the upper hand in that last clash?" The Stemborer Queen chuckled with a disdainful expression. "I don't know about that, but what I do know is that you most likely won't be able to unleash any powerful abilities now," Bao Hua said with a faint smile. "What's that supposed to mean? Hold on, what is this?" The Stemborer Queen's expression changed drastically as it suddenly raised one of its front limbs. A thin yellow needle had been embedded into that front limb, and most of the needle had plunged into the Stemborer Queen's flesh. A peculiar smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she waved her Earth Emperor nail through the air, and the thin needle on the Stemborer Queen's front limb also swelled to around a foot in length. At the same time, it was releasing countless yellow runes, as well as a burst of power of laws that had completely encompassed the Stemborer Queen's body. As a result, the massive Stemborer Queen suddenly shrank down significantly to only several tens of feet in size. You have a third profound heavenly treasure. When did you manage to do this? Oh, I remember feeling a bit of discomfort during that final clash. That must have been when you struck, the Stemborer Queen said with a dark expression, and its expression darkened even further upon discovering that it was unable to access most of its magic power. That's not a third profound heavenly treasure. The Earth Emperor nail is a pair of treasures, and only when the two are combined is the nail in its most powerful form, Bao Hua said as she flicked her wrist to hurl the giant yellow nail in her hand through the air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the Stemborer Queen, and the second Earth Emperor nail plunged down like lightning. Even with the Stemborer Queen's incredible powers, it would most likely be rendered completely unable to access its magic power if it were to allow both Earth Emperor nails to plunge into its body. However, in the face of Bao Hua's surprise attack, the Stemborer Queen merely gave a cold harumph as it swept a front limb through the air, swatting the second Earth Emperor nail away as if it were a pesky fly. It then reached out with its other front limb to catch the yellow nail that it had just sent flying. I was wondering why your profound heavenly treasure was so weak. Turns out it's a pair of treasures. I just so happen to be missing a few good treasures. I wouldn't mind adding this Earth Emperor nail to my collection, the Stemborer Queen said with a mocking smile as it appraised the struggling yellow nail in its hand. Impossible. Most of your power has already been sealed away. How are you still able to do this? 1-inch Bao Hua couldn't believe her own eyes. She had hidden the second Earth Emperor nail from the very beginning to be used as a sure-kill trump card, yet her plan had completely failed, and as a result, she had lost all of her confidence. Meanwhile, a thought seemed to have occurred to Hanli, and a hint of enlightenment flashed through his eyes. I must say, you two are quite unlucky. If you had encountered me several hundred years ago, perhaps that plan of yours would have worked. However, in my current form, I'd be able to kill you two with ease even without access to any of my magic power, the Stemborer Queen said in a lazy voice, and her fearsome aura completely faded, only to be replaced by another type of invisible pressure that was just as formidable. Bao Hua's face paled even further upon hearing this, while Hanli asked, "Does your confidence stem from your physical body? You're a smart man. Did you really think that all I've been doing here this entire time is recover my power and attempt to break the seal?" Truth be told, if I wanted to break the seal, I could have done so with ease over 100,000 years ago. I chose to remain here as I wanted to use the power of the ancient seal to refine my body and attain a true extreme body. Now that I've achieved that objective, you wouldn't be able to harm me even if I do nothing but stand here and allow you to attack me. With this true extreme body, I am the most powerful being across all realms. The Stemborer Queen chortled with glee. As soon as its voice rang out, it swept all of its limbs through the air, creating countless thin spatial rifts. Enormous suction force erupted out of those rifts, sweeping up the yellow runes around its body, following which all of the rifts were sealed again. In the next instant, the Stemborer Queen reached over and plucked out the yellow nail embedded into its front limb with ease. Impossible. This Earth Emperor nail has been refined by my good friend for countless years. How could it be pulled out so easily? Bao Hua murmured to herself as her face took on an ashy complexion. Chapter 2245. Profound Immortal. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, while Daoist Xie suddenly said something that was rather intriguing to him. Are you referring to the true extreme body possessed only by profound immortals? Oh. I didn't think that a mere faux immortal puppet would be aware of this. Looks like your former owner had to have been someone from the true immortal realm, the Stemborer Queen said as a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "What's a profound immortal? Is it some type of high-grade true immortal?" Not exactly. Profound immortals are considered to be anomalies in the true immortal realm. Instead of cultivating magic power, they focus only on refining their physical bodies, walking a different path from normal true immortals, and they're referred to by some as refinement immortals. Among true immortals of the same caliber, profound immortals are generally far more powerful, and a true extreme body is almost a signature trait among all profound immortals. Profound immortals are very powerful among low-grade true immortals, but progressing to higher levels is extremely difficult for them. As such, even though they're vastly renowned in the true immortal realm, very few people choose to pursue this path, Daoist Xie explained. That sounds rather similar to the body refinement warriors of our human race. Seeing as the Stemborer Queen isn't a high-grade immortal, do you think we still have a chance here? You've been with me for quite some time now, so I'm sure you're aware of what I'm truly capable of, Hanli suddenly asked. If we can completely seal away its magic power and force it to battle us with only its physical body, then you should still have a roughly 30% chance of securing victory. Of course, that's assuming that the Stemborer Queen has only recently attained her true extreme body and hasn't consolidated it yet, Daoist Xie replied. You heard him, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. If we fight to the death here, we still have a 30% chance, but if you don't want to take the risk, then we'll have to split up and flee. I don't think the Stemborer Queen would be willing to let us go, so if we were to do that, at least one of us would definitely perish here. I've just examined this area using a secret technique, and it seems that some type of power has encompassed this abyss, making it impossible to use the treasured Phoenix Spirit Plates. I've attempted to use some other secret techniques as well, but none of them have allowed me to teleport out of here, Hanli sighed. The Stemborer Queen merely looked on with a sneer as Hanli communicated with Daoist Xie and Bao Hua. At the same time, it was refining the pair of Earth Emperor nails, attempting to take the profound heavenly treasure for itself even while the battle was still in progress. I understand. In that case, we'll have to fight for our lives. I have a technique that I can use to help you, but I'll need Brother Xie to assist me, and once I unleash that technique, I won't be of any further use in this battle, Bao Hua said as she gritted her teeth. That's all I needed to hear. The Stemborer Queen is in the process of refining those two treasures, so let's not waste any more time, Hanli said. Alright, Brother Xie, please lend me all of your magic power, Bao Hua said in a decisive manner as she turned to Daoist Xie. Daoist Xie had already received an instruction from Hanli through voice transmission, and he immediately teleported behind Bao Hua before pressing his hands firmly onto Bao Hua's shoulders. Arcs of silver lightning then flowed from his hands into Bao Hua's body in a frenzy, and with this influx of energy, Bao Hua's near-exhausted supply of magic power was quickly being replenished. Even her pale features were becoming more flushed and exuberant. Bao Hua was aware that this external source of magic power wouldn't be able to linger in her body for very long, and it would soon seep out of her body before dissipating. However, this brief window was enough for her to unleash a trump card that she didn't think that she would have to use. Unleashing this technique would sow instability into her cultivation base again, and not only could it cause her to fall below the Grand Ascension stage again, she would also make an enemy of the owner of the Earth Emperor nails. The friendship that they had forged over countless years would most likely completely cease to exist after this. Bao Hua couldn't help but heave an internal sigh as this thought occurred to her. Who could have imagined that this Stemborer Queen would be able to master an immortal ability? In reality, it really couldn't be said for sure whether the Stemborer Queen's body still contained its original soul. Neither Bao Hua nor Hanli were idiots, and they could tell that this Stemborer Queen was very suspicious. It was just that neither of them saw any reason to point this out. After all, the Stemborer Queen was definitely determined to kill them, so there was no need to waste time with words. A wry smile appeared on Bao Hua's face, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest as she made a hand seal, and brilliant pink light erupted from her body alongside countless 5-colored runes, forming 13 resplendent wheels of light. Bao Hua was situated right at the center of these wheels of light, and she was chanting an incantation that was as pleasing to the ears as delightful heavenly music. At the same time, her hair suddenly began to fall off at their roots, and a silver rune emerged on her glabella. All of a sudden, her aura changed drastically, and she transformed into a young female nun that was giving off an air of purity and holiness. She raised her head with an indifferent expression, and a strong floral fragrance wafted through the air as a series of branches that were riddled with pink flowers sprouted out of her body. She had transformed herself into a living tree, presenting a very strange sight to behold. All of a sudden, Bao Hua raised one of her arms, which was riddled with floral branches, and pointed a finger at the Stemborer queen. All of the flowers all over her body then abruptly wilted away, while Bao Hua herself plummeted out of the sky like a wooden statue, plunging deep into the abyss down below. In the exact same instant, the 13 wheels of light around her also disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. At the same time, the silver arcs of lightning being released by Daoist Xia instantly faded, and he quickly sat down to meditate. During this brief period of energy transference, Daoist Xia had expended almost all of his energy, and his aura became virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, the Stemborer queen was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding, and the 2 Earth Emperor nails that she was refining suddenly began to release scintillating light. Countless rainbow runes surged out of the pair of nails alongside 2 bursts of crimson flames, and the Stemborer queen's 2 hands were instantly incinerated into ashes. Immediately thereafter, the 2 Earth Emperor nails transformed into a pair of rainbow snakes that shot forth toward the Stemborer queen like lightning. The Stemborer queen was quite alarmed by this turn of events, and it immediately regenerated a new pair of hands before grabbing toward the 2 Earth Emperor nails from an incredible angle. However, the pair of Earth Emperor nails merely passed through the Stemborer queen's hands like a pair of projections before plunging into its body. The Stemborer queen hurriedly examined its own hands, and upon discovering that they were completely unscathed, it inspected its own internal conditions, upon which its expression darkened significantly. The 2 Earth Emperor nails had embedded themselves firmly into the black crystalline core within the Stemborer queen's body, then released countless yellow threads that bound the crystalline core tightly, rendering the Stemborer queen completely unable to draw upon any magic power. I didn't think that you'd have the ability to unleash the essential power of these 2 profound heavenly treasures. You can maximize their power by doing this, but it'll take them at least 100,000 years to recover. In any case, your struggles are futile, and all you've done is make me more enraged. I'm going to tear all of you apart inch by inch, then refine your souls into puppet servants for myself, the Stemborer queen said with a furious expression as it swept one of its front limbs through the air. A white blade of wind instantly appeared before Daoist Xia, attempting to slice him in half. Chapter 2246, Fierce Battle. A dull thump rang out as a shimmering golden fist shattered the wind blade with a vicious blow. Immediately thereafter, Hanlik appeared in front of Daoist Xia as he slowly withdrew one of his giant fists. The Stemborer queen faltered slightly upon seeing this. That wind blade seemed to be quite ordinary, but in reality, it had been imbued with enormous power, and even the average spirit treasure wouldn't have been able to oppose it. Looks like I underestimated you. Your physical body is quite powerful as well. I recall that among the group of Grand Ascension stage beings that I trapped earlier, there was a demonic being with a very similar form to yours. Are you using the same cultivation art as him? The Stemborer queen asked. She was completely disregarding Daoist Xia and Bao Hua, choosing to focus entirely on Hanli. You must be referring to sacred ancestor Nyapan. My provenance true devil arts are slightly different, but our cultivation arts are indeed related. I possess a lot of powerful treasures and abilities, but in reality, my greatest trump card just so happens to be this physical body of mine as well, Hanli said as he made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands, upon which purplish golden scales and silver patterns emerged all over his body. At the same time, several giant true spirit projections emerged behind him before fusing as one with his body, and he suddenly transformed into a fiend celestial that was over 10,000 feet tall with countless runes revolving around him. His purplish-golden scales then transformed into a suit of intricate purplish-golden armor with countless runes engraved on its surface, and it was giving off an incredibly fearsome baleful aura. Meanwhile, a tiny miniature humanoid figure that was identical to Hanli in appearance was seated in his dantian with a layer of silver flame burning around it. Hanli's nascent soul had ignited an essential flame that was burning through his essential power. As a result, his magic power and physical body would be enhanced by as much as twofold, but he wouldn't be able to maintain this form for long, and the after effects were definitely going to be very severe. The disdainful look on the Stembora Queen's face finally faded upon seeing this. Is this the holy nirvana physique of the elder devil race? Wait, that's not all. This is the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. How do you possess a secret technique from the 100 Refinement Mountain of the true immortal realm? Ah, I see, you must have obtained this cultivation art from the 100 Refinement Mountain trader that fled down to the lower realms. Even so, you haven't received any guidance from a true immortal of the 100 Refinement Mountain. Do you really think your half-assed mastery of this secret technique will allow you to oppose me? The Stembora Queen said with a mocking sneer. In the next instant, countless golden and silver runes emerged on the surface of the Stembora Queen's body, and it swelled drastically in size once again to match Hanli's enormous stature. The two gargantuan beings had virtually taken up the entire underwater abyss, and both of them were releasing extremely fearsome auras. I won't know if I can oppose your true extreme physique or not until I give it a try, Hanli harumphed coldly as a silver visor appeared over his 3 heads, leaving only his 6 bright and piercing eyes exposed. He then let loose a thunderous roar, and 3 balls of light of different colors emerged from his body, each of which contained an extremely lifelike miniature mountain. The 3 mountains crashed into one another to form a single massive ball of light, and Hanli reached into the ball of light to pull out a gigantic staff that was of a dark azure color. Not only was the staff extremely thick, there were countless 5-colored spirit patterns etched onto its surface, and it seemed to be incredibly heavy. Hanli gripped onto the giant staff before casting a cold gaze toward the Stembora Queen, then swung the staff viciously toward his opponent. A huge spatial rift appeared in the wake of the gargantuan staff, and a tremendous burst of wind pressure came crashing down with devastating might. With his 3rd Nirvana transformation, Hanli's physical body could already match that of some of the powerful legendary true spirits, but now that he had ignited his essential flame as well, his strength had truly reached an astounding level. The Stembora Queen's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it raised a pair of scissors-like limbs attached to its abdomen to oppose the massive descending staff. A ball of rainbow light exploded amid a resounding boom, and the entire underwater abyss tremored violently as powerful shockwaves erupted in all directions in a frenzy. Despite this, Hanli and the Stembora Queen both remained as still as a pair of immovable mountains. Once all of the light up above faded, it was revealed that the giant staff and the pair of sharp insect limbs were locked in a complete standstill. The staff was unable to descend any further, but the pair of limbs were able to repel it either, and it seemed that the 2 sides were evenly matched. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately raised his staff again before unleashing a flurry of attacks, sending countless staff projections sweeping toward his opponent from all sides. The Stembora Queen's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and it retaliated with its many limbs, creating countless limb projections in the surrounding space as well. Neither of them were using any magic power and were purely clashing with their physical strength. All of a sudden, a series of tornadoes erupted out of the water, and the entire space tremored violently as countless thin spatial rifts emerged, while one massive wave after another was swept up on the surface. The battle between these 2 gigantic creatures had plunged the entire underwater abyss into a doomsday-like scenario. A resounding thump rang out as the Stembora Queen's back was struck by Hanli's staff during a lapse in concentration, and it was sent flying for over 1,000 feet. However, in the next instant, the Stembora Queen let loose an enraged roar and shot back like an arrow, instantly reaching Han Li before unleashing countless white wind blades toward him using its sharp appendages. All of these wind blades were imbued with tremendous power, and they had been unleashed in extremely close quarters, so Han Li was forced to scramble to defend himself. All of a sudden, a pair of pristine white fists emerged from behind the flurry of wind blades, pressing against Han Li's chest before lashing out in a vicious surprise attack. Two massive indentations appeared on Han Li's suit of purplish-golden armor, and he was sent flying backward, only managing to right himself after flipping over several times in succession. The Stemborer Queen immediately pressed its advantage as it flapped its wings and shot forth in a flash, slashing its sharp limbs toward Han Li like a series of lethal scythes. At the same time, it reached out with one of its human arms to gouge out the eyes on Han Li's central head. Even with Han Li's incredibly powerful body, he would definitely be severely wounded if these attacks were to land. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this situation, and as soon as he steadied himself, he released his giant staff, which reverted back into three massive mountains that shielded him from the Stemborer Queen's attacks. The Stemborer Queen's sharp limbs flashed through the air, and dozens of deep gouges instantly appeared on the surfaces of the three mountains. Meanwhile, the Stemborer Queen's human arm lengthened dramatically before skirting around the three mountains like lightning, continuing to reach out toward Han Li's eyes. Han Li was caught off guard by this crafty maneuver, and it was too late to take evasive measures. As such, he could only inject his magic power into his silver visor in a frenzy to release a flurry of countless runes while quickly closing his eyes. The Stemborer Queen's fingers pierced through the flurry of runes like a pair of needles, then struck Han Li's eyelids with vicious force. Han Li had already mentally prepared himself for the impact, but he still felt as if he had been dealt a hammer blow to the face, and countless golden stars exploded in his field of view. Despite this, Han Li suddenly let loose a peal of hearty laughter as the three giant mountains abruptly vanished. At the same time, bright golden and silver light erupted from the surface of his suit of purplish-golden armor, and countless silver spirit patterns detached themselves from his body before vanishing into the Stemborer Queen's body. The Stemborer Queen was quite alarmed by this turn of events, and it was just about to do something when a series of thick silver chains appeared out of thin air to bind its entire body. Chapter 2247 Spiritual Sense Chains and Punishment. Lightning. The silver chains were glowing and rather illusionary in appearance, as if they weren't substantial objects. The Stemborer Queen thrashed violently, but was unable to struggle free from the chains. A look of incredulity appeared in the Stemborer Queen's eyes at the sight of the chains, and that disbelief was quickly replaced by fear. These are spiritual sense chains. But that's impossible. You cultivated the spirit refinement technique? How could this secret technique possibly have ended up in a lower realm? Han Li remained silent and expressionless as he made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands before changing an ancient incantation. All of a sudden, the silver chains tightened even further around the Stemborer Queen. So what if you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique? Your pitiful spiritual sense will be nowhere near enough to bind my true extreme body, the Stemborer Queen harumphed coldly as 5 colored runes surfaced all over its body, and the eyes on its 2 demonic heads suddenly sprang open with menacing looks on their faces. 2 extremely unfamiliar auras immediately erupted from the Stemborer Queen, and its magic power fluctuations, which had completely disappeared earlier, were beginning to arise again. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the Stemborer Queen's transformation, and he said something that was quite perplexing to the Stemborer Queen. I never intended to truly defeat you with this ability. All I need to do is to trap you here for a short while. What do you mean by that? The Stemborer Queen faltered slightly before hurriedly inspecting its surroundings, but there was no else around aside from the meditating Daoists. However, right as its voice trailed off, a string of rumbling thunderclaps suddenly rang out above the underwater abyss. A dazzling flash of light erupted, and a five-colored pillar of lightning comprised of countless arcs of lightning came crashing down from above. This is punishment lightning. That old bastard, Kong, is still alive. A look of horror and incredulity appeared on the Stemborer Queen's face at the sight of this pillar of lightning. It then abruptly shook its three heads, and a layer of inky black flames surfaced over its body, while the black crystalline core within its body began to emit a loud buzzing sound. In this dire situation, the Stemborer Queen had chosen to self-detonate its own crystalline core without any hesitation. Upon coming into contact with the layer of black flames, the silver chains quickly began to display signs of melting, and it seemed that the Stemborer Queen was about to struggle free. However, right at this moment, a deafening thunderclap rang out, and the five-colored pillar of lightning came crashing down onto the Stemborer Queen at an incredible speed. Countless arcs of lightning intertwined to instantly encompass the Stemborer Queen's entire body, and a piercing screech rang out as the Stemborer Queen's body quickly disintegrated into ashes within the span of just a few breaths. The five-colored pillar of lightning flashed a few more times before abruptly vanishing, seemingly only able to last an extremely short time. High up in the sky above the water, the giant five-colored eye that had just sprung open also silently dissipated. The entire sky returned to its murky gray state, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, a pained groan rang out from within the black bolt situated on the altar in the mysterious stone forest, and the chains connecting the bowl to the ancient lamps suddenly tremored violently. The flame within the only remaining lit lamp became even dimmer, as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. That was a close call. That attack alone expended around 90% of all of my remaining spiritual sense. Without that human brat's help, I would have been in severe trouble. I've finally managed to avenge myself by erasing that B*TCH out of existence. I bet she could have never imagined that I would live until now, ha. Come to think of it, I have to thank that human brat. Otherwise, who knows when or if I would have ever been able to avenge myself. The male voice chortled in a near-deranged manner, and it was filled with both a hint of hatred and wishfulness. Meanwhile, Hanli wasn't thinking about how the Stemborer Queen had been killed so easily. Instead, he was writhing violently on the ground with his hands thrown over his head, howling with excruciating pain. His massive body began to rapidly shrink as his golden body was withdrawn, and his purplish-golden armor quickly reverted back into purplish-golden scales before fading altogether. Around 15 minutes later, Hanli finally reverted back to his human form, then struggled to his feet and shook his impossibly heavy head vigorously. Not only had that transformation expended much of his essential power, the spiritual sense chains that he had manifested had exhausted almost all of his spiritual sense. It had been a very long time since he had engaged in such a fierce battle, and thinking back on it now, there was still a hint of lingering fear in his heart. "Are you all right, Brother Xie?" Hanli asked in a raspy voice as he cast his gaze toward the meditating Daoist Xie. "I'm fine, I just need some time to rest, but I won't be able to fight for the next few months. Otherwise, this body of mine would sustain irreparable damage," Daoist Xie replied as he slowly opened his eyes. "I understand. How about you come into my spirit beast bracelet to rest and recuperate, and I'll take care of everything here," Hanli suggested. "That's a good arrangement. I don't even have enough power to protect myself right now, so I would only be a hindrance to you," Daoist Xie agreed after only a brief moment of contemplation. He then immediately made a hand seal, and silver light surged over his body as he quickly shrank down into a palm-sized miniature golden crab. Hanli swept a sleeve toward the golden crab, releasing a burst of five-colored light that drew the crab into an intricate spirit beast bracelet. After that, he cast his gaze toward a certain direction and said, "Fellow Daoist Bao Hua, you've been spectating there for quite some time. It's about time you showed yourself, is it not? Even though you expended a lot of your energy to unleash that secret technique, I'm sure you're still not completely defenseless right now." Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and an extremely pale Bao Hua appeared with a wry smile on her face. Your spiritual sense really is far superior to all of us, Brother Han. However, I'm afraid you've made an incorrect assessment of my condition. I really don't have much magic power left, and I was only able to unleash that concealment secret technique using a talisman gifted to me by a good friend. As Bao Hua cast her gaze toward Hanli, her eyes were filled with unadulterated astonishment. It was clear that the power displayed by Hanli during his battle against the Stemborer Queen had made her realize that she was already no match for him. As such, even though she appeared to be quite calm on the surface, she was internally extremely wary of Hanli. I'm sure you're aware that I wasn't the one who killed the Stemborer Queen. Someone else stepped in to land the killing blow, Hanli said as he shook his own head, then summoned a vial, tipping out several green pills that he swallowed in a single mouthful. That may be true, but if you hadn't trapped the Stemborer Queen with that incredible ability of yours, that punishment lightning definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. Speaking of which, who exactly was it that had unleashed that lightning? Not only was he aware of everything that was happening here, he was also able to transmit his voice directly to the two of us. Without that voice transmission, the two of us would have most likely fled for our lives already, Bao Hua mused with furrowed brows. This is my first time interacting with that being as well. However, seeing as he was able to unleash such fearsome lightning, he definitely isn't a being from the lower realms. On top of that, he's also in the original sealed site and seems to be very familiar with the Stemborer Queen situation. I'm sure his identity is quite apparent now. Surely someone as intelligent as you would have already arrived at the same conclusion, Hanli chuckled. Looks like our conclusions are quite similar then. That person is most likely one of the true immortals that sealed the Stemborer Queen in the first place. Otherwise, there's no reasonable explanation for all of this. However, this Stemborer Queen doesn't seem to be the same one from before either. The soul within its body seemed to be very familiar with the true immortal realm. Could it be that its body was possessed by the soul of another true immortal? Bao Hua speculated with a befuddled expression. Hanli also began to stroke his chin with a contemplative expression. If you want to know the truth, then pay me a visit, and all will be revealed. A placid and benevolent male voice suddenly rang out in the air above the abyss, and it was none other than the voice that had been transmitted to the two of them earlier. Hanli and Bao Hua's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they quickly exchanged a wary glance. Looks like you two still don't trust me. In any case, the Stemborer Queen is already dead, and this space that was created using its power is going to collapse soon, so you'll meet me in a short while anyway, the man chuckled, seemingly completely unbothered by Hanli and Bao Hua's hesitation. Bao Hua's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that, Senior?" However, the male voice completely cut off there, and the entire surrounding space fell silent once again. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of dull rumbling rang out from the bottom of the abyss, and the surrounding seawater began to surge violently. Chapter 2248, Restricted Technique of the True Immortal Realm. This place really is about to collapse. Looks like that person wasn't lying. Bao Hua's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly cast his gaze toward the spot where the Stemborer Queen had just been killed, then suddenly made a grabbing motion. Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and a thumb-sized black bead emerged out of thin air before flying into Hanli's grasp. Is that? Bao Hua faltered slightly, and was just about to say something, then the entire abyss began to collapse. Countless white spatial rifts rapidly appeared in the surrounding area, and they were expanding at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Bao Hua's expression changed drastically as she summoned her treasured phoenix spirit plate, but just as it began to glow with crimson light, a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations swept forth, and the formation plate immediately dimmed once again. Looks like that person really has made it impossible for us to leave this place, Bao Hua said with a dark expression. That's only to be expected. It seems that he was determined to keep us here from the very beginning, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua gave a cold harumph and was just about to say something when gray light converged toward them from all sides, and a blurry light formation descended upon them. Han Li and Bao Hua's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but neither of them tried to resist or evade. The light formation flashed, and both of them instantly vanished on the spot. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire abyss completely collapsed amid an earth-shattering boom. After returning to his senses, Han Li discovered that he was standing in front of a crimson altar that was over 100 feet tall. Directly beside him stood Bao Hua, who immediately began to inspect their surroundings with a grim expression. On the altar sat an inky black bowl, which was surrounded by 8 massive copper pillars, upon each of which was an antiquated crimson lamp. This seems to be an extremely profound ancient restriction that has the same function as the ancient seal, Bao Hua murmured as a flash of recognition appeared in her eyes. I didn't think that someone from a lower realm would recognize this 8 origins soul-locking formation. You're right, this formation is indeed closely related to the seal that had trapped the Stemborer Queen. In fact, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that this is a miniature version of that seal. The familiar male voice rang out again. Han Li and Bao Hua immediately focused their eyes on the black bowl on the altar, which was where the male voice was coming from. You're far too kind, Senior. I was only able to notice the similarities as I had once guarded the seal for an extended period of time. In terms of mastery in the art of formations, fellow Daoist Han is far superior, Bao Hua said with a slightly forced smile. I see that your race hasn't forgotten my instructions and has been doing its best to maintain this seal over all these years. I'm quite pleased with your efforts, the man said. So you really are one of the true immortals that sealed the Stemborer Queen. Bao Hua had already guessed this to be true, but she was still stunned upon hearing confirmation of her suspicions. I also didn't think that I would remain in this lower realm for so long and be reduced to such a sorry state. You made quite a significant contribution to eradicating this Stemborer Queen, so here is a reward for your efforts. The male voice chuckled as the lid of the bowl rose up and an object flew out from within. An elated look appeared on Bao Hua's face upon hearing this, and she immediately caught the object before focusing her gaze on it, upon which she discovered that this was an ordinary-looking yellow wooden hairpin with a coarse surface that was even lined with several cracks. However, as soon as she caught the hairpin, a burst of cool energy instantly surged into her body, flowing through all of her meridians and striking her entire body with an indescribably warm and comfortable sensation. This is golden yang wood. Thank you for the precious gift, Senior. Bao Hua's eyes widened as she immediately extended a deep bow toward the bowl, and even her voice was beginning to tremble slightly. This golden yang wood isn't all that precious in the true immortal realm, but it's perfect for your current situation. With the nourishment from that hairpin, all of your chronic injuries will be completely healed. All right, I'll send you out of here now, the man said in a calm voice. Bao Hua faltered slightly upon hearing this, yet before she had a chance to react, a burst of black light flashed from the surface of the bowl, and a small light formation emerged beneath Bao Hua's feet, instantly teleporting her away. Thus, Han Li was the only one left standing in front of the altar. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent as he appraised the black bowl from afar. You're quite a brave man, aren't you afraid that I'll turn on you now that you're alone? The man chuckled. If you truly harbored any ill will toward me, then you wouldn't have helped me kill the Stemborer Queen, nor teleported me to this place, Han Li replied with a calm smile. You're not completely right, but you're indeed correct to say that I bear no ill will toward you. I teleported both of you here so you wouldn't perish in that collapsing space, but in reality, I only wanted to see you. Let me ask you this, have you cultivated the spirit refinement technique? The man asked. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he asked, did you find this out after hearing what the Stemborer Queen said before it perished? There's no need to be so suspicious. I already detected that you had cultivated the spirit refinement technique through the formation here as soon as you entered the underground palace. Do you know what my occupation was back in the true immortal realm? I was a patrolling envoy. In the presence of an immortal patrolling envoy, there's no way that anyone can disguise the special spiritual sense fluctuations from cultivating the spirit refinement technique, the man said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Why are the patrolling envoys of the true immortal realm so fixated on who's cultivating this technique? I really don't know whether you're immensely fortunate or extremely unlucky to have been able to master this spirit refinement technique up to the second stage. The spirit refinement technique is a restricted technique among all of our immortal regions, and even though there aren't specific laws prohibiting it, all those discovered by major powers to have cultivated this secret technique will be hunted down and killed no matter the cost, the man said in a cold voice. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, and he asked, "Why is that? Is there something wrong with the spirit refinement technique?" Do you know how many immortal regions there are in the true immortal realm? Even discounting all of the secluded and insignificant ones, there are thousands upon thousands of immortal realms. The spirit refinement technique had been invented tens of millions of years ago, and due to its extraordinary spiritual sense enhancement effects, countless people cultivated the technique. However, not long after that, barely anyone in all of the immortal regions dared to cultivate this technique, and those who did were almost constantly in seclusion, the man sighed. Han Li was very intrigued to hear the reasons behind this, but he didn't ask any questions as he knew that the man would provide an explanation in due time. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the man continued, "The reason for this is that all those who cultivated the spirit refinement technique ended up going insane and perished as they couldn't repress their inner demons. In this insane state, they lose all sense of reason and become extremely bloodthirsty, and the condition is irreversible, creating a disaster that almost destroyed half of the entire true immortal realm." Of course, there's no lack of immortals who couldn't resist the temptation and cultivated the technique in secret, but all of them were apprehended with no exceptions upon being discovered by patrolling envoys like me. Even true immortals are unable to perfect this secret technique. Has there really been no one that's managed to break the mold and completely master this technique? Han Li asked with a grim expression. At its core, the spirit refinement technique is a technique that stimulates the latent potential of one's spiritual sense to drastically enhance it. The one who invented it was an extremely renowned figure in our true immortal realm, and it's certainly no easy task for others to try and perfect it. There have been several other spiritual sense secret techniques invented with the spirit refinement technique as reference, and they're all a lot safer than the spirit refinement technique, but they obviously work nowhere near as effectively. As for whether anyone has ever fully mastered this secret technique, there has, and there's been more than one. However, all of them encountered some miraculous opportunities. Otherwise, their ultimate fates wouldn't have been any different, the man said in a solemn voice. So that means those who unintentionally cultivate the spirit refinement technique in the true immortal realm will either have to go into hiding or disable this ability altogether, Han Li murmured to himself with furrowed brows. Chapter 2249, Information from a True Immortal. You think you can disable the technique? If it were that easy to escape the technique's clutches, then it wouldn't have been listed as a restricted technique. Once you begin cultivating this secret technique, stopping halfway is not an option. At your current level, if you don't reach the third stage of the spirit refinement technique within 10,000 years, your mind will be unable to contain your enormous spiritual sense, and you'll die from self-detonation. Under those circumstances, your fate will be sealed, even if you possess someone else in advance, the man chuckled coldly. At least I still have 10,000 years to find a solution. Come to think of it, aren't there only 3 stages in total to the spirit refinement technique? Han Li asked. He naturally wasn't just going to blindly believe everything that was being told to him, and he immediately identified something suspicious. The man faltered slightly upon hearing this before suddenly arriving at a realization. Who told you that the spirit refinement technique only has 3 stages? Ah, I see, you must have only obtained the first half of the spirit refinement technique's cultivation method. There are actually 7 stages in total. You've only mastered the first 2 stages, so you still have a long way to go. Thank you for telling me this, but would you happen to have the cultivation method for the second half? Hanli asked. The spirit refinement technique isn't exactly a rare cultivation art in the true immortal realm, but it's definitely not very commonplace either. On top of that, trading and teaching the cultivation art is strictly prohibited, and I'm a patrolling envoy, so unfortunately, I do not have the second half of the secret technique. However, there's no need to be too concerned. As long as you can master the 3rd stage, you'll have around 30,000 to 40,000 more years until you face the same crisis with your spiritual sense. With your aptitude, that should be more than enough time to ascend to the true immortal realm and find a solution there, the man replied in a meaningful voice. You make it sound like a simple task to ascend to the true immortal realm. If that really were the case, there wouldn't be so many fellow Taoists stuck at the Grand Ascension stage, Hanli said with a wry smile. You seem to have forgotten that you're speaking to a true immortal. If you receive my assistance, your chances of ascension will increase by at least 20%, the man chuckled in response. Hanli was silent for a moment before replying, I'm sure that I'll indeed have a better chance of ascending with your guidance, but surely you didn't summon me here just to help me, senior. You're a smart man. Indeed, if you were useless to me, I would have still helped you kill that Stemborer queen, but I definitely wouldn't have gone out of my way to teleport you here. I've done this because I want you to help me with something, and in exchange, I'll provide you with the methods to master the 3rd stage of the spirit refinement technique as quickly as possible, as well as to transcend your immortal tribulation. What do you think? The man proposed in a straightforward manner. Hanli wasn't surprised to hear this, and he asked in a calm manner, wouldn't a sacred ancestor like fellow Taoist Bao Hua be more suited to assist you? Why does it have to be me? If any ordinary lower realm Grand Ascension stage being could be of assistance to me, then I wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years, the man chuckled. So what exactly is it that makes me special? Hanli asked with a solemn expression. I took an interest in you precisely because you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even if there were another lower realm Grand Ascension stage being that was several times more powerful than you, they still wouldn't be of any help to me, the man explained. Hanli was rather perplexed upon hearing this. You're interested in me because I've cultivated the spirit refinement technique? That's right. I haven't described my situation to you yet, but I'm sure you've arrived at some conclusions based on what you can see here, the man sighed. I'll have to ask you to enlighten me, senior. Is it the case that the Stemborer queen we just killed no longer contained its original soul? Of course, if this concerns some sensitive information, then you don't have to tell me, Hanli inquired in a cautious manner after a brief pause. I'd rather not reminisce about those past events, but it can't hurt to tell you what happened. Back then, the Stemborer queen was wreaking havoc on the lower realms, and after this was brought to the attention of the immortal envoys of our true immortal realm, I was sent down with another patrolling envoy to eradicate it together. It's quite difficult for immortals like us to descend into lower realms, but we were able to do so through some special methods. Thus, the man began his recount. It was an extremely rare opportunity even for a Grand Ascension stage being to hear the experiences of a true immortal, so Hanli was naturally listening very intently. Right as we were about to kill the Stemborer queen, a massive spatial storm suddenly erupted in an extremely untimely fashion, impacting all of the realms, and as a result, we were severely debilitated by the power of realms that we had kept in check using treasures and secret techniques. As a result, the tables were immediately turned, and we were almost devoured by the Stemborer queen. In the end, we had no choice but to use an immortal secret technique to self-detonate and severely wound the Stemborer Queen. After that, we were no longer able to kill the Stemborer Queen, and we could only possess a pair of high-grade devilish beings, then build this massive seal before issuing instructions for this seal to be maintained in the future. Following the spatial storm, we discovered that we had lost all contact with the true immortal realm and were unable to go back using the original method. Thus, we posed as Grand Ascension stage devilish beings and explored some of the more renowned lower realms. During this process, we discovered that spatial storm had affected all realms, causing the power of the boundaries between realms to be increased by close to tenfold, so we were unable to find a way to return to the true immortal realm. Thus, we could only return to this place and set up this small formation that our souls could reside and hibernate in. At the time, we could only hope that some of our good friends in the true immortal realm would think of us and try to descend into this realm to save us. We awakened roughly once every millennium, but we were met with disappointment every time. As time passed, my companion began to fall into despair, and we had a few arguments, following which she suddenly restricted me and sealed my soul within this bowl. A hint of fury crept into the man's voice as he spoke. After that, she took the clear jade lamps that were maintaining our souls and sought out the sealed Stemborer Queen. As for what happened after that, I'm sure you could already tell after witnessing that Stemborer Queen. If I hadn't had the foresight to save a clear jade lamp for myself, my soul would have already dissipated countless years ago. As for why she did that, I presume she wanted to attain a true extreme body by borrowing the Stemborer Queen's body, then attempt to force her way through the power of realms and return to the true immortal realm. Of course, perhaps she had some other intentions as well, but that's beyond my knowledge, the man sighed. So that's why you've been trapped here this entire time. Are you recruiting my assistants to help you break free from this bowl, Senior? Hanli asked in a calm manner even as countless thoughts were racing through his mind. During all these past years, I've already undone the seal in this black sandalwood bowl and regained most of my freedom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to assist you two just now. What I need you to do is to use your powerful spiritual sense to help me activate a talisman. Once the talisman is activated, it'll be able to send a message to a good friend of mine in the true immortal realm. I'm sure that with our close friendship, he'd definitely do everything in his power to rescue me, the man said in a solemn manner. You have a talisman that can directly contact the true immortal realm. Hanli was quite stunned to hear this. Ordinary talismans naturally wouldn't be capable of this, but this talisman of mine was created by a renowned immortal lord of the true immortal realm, and there are very few of them in existence. On top of that, the average low-grade immortal wouldn't possess sufficient spiritual sense to activate this talisman, which is why I'm turning to you now, fellow Daoist Han, the man said in a resigned voice. So you're saying that with the enhancement from the spirit refinement technique, my spiritual sense will be powerful enough to activate this talisman? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. Your spiritual sense is several times more powerful than other beings of the same cultivation base, but it's still lacking compared to my spiritual sense back when I was in my prime. Only after you master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique will there be a chance for you to achieve this, the man replied. Chapter 2250. Assistants, I have to master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique. That won't be an easy task. Back when I was cultivating the second stage, I had already exhausted all of my resources. It won't be very plausible to expect me to make another breakthrough in a short time, Hanli said with furrowed brows. I witnessed your battle against the Stemborer Queen through the formation, and I can see that your physical body is no less powerful than those of profound immortals, so with my guidance, it won't be as difficult as you think to master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique. I've never cultivated this technique before, but as a patrolling envoy, I've detained a few people who have cultivated the technique, and I've learned some secret tips and tricks from them, the man said in a confident manner. Even so, this is still quite a difficult proposition. I'll have to think about whether I want to keep progressing in this secret technique. After all, I don't want to become an automatic public enemy if I ever ascend to the true immortal realm in the future, Hanli said with a wry smile. I understand that you're still a little skeptical about my claims. It's all right, even if you don't continue to cultivate the spirit refinement technique, you'll begin to notice some abnormalities in your mind in 1,000 years at most, and you'll come back to find me then. As for ascending to the true immortal realm, don't you think it's a little too early to be thinking about that? I think it's more practical to think about how you can get yourself out of your current predicament, the man said in an indifferent manner, displaying no intention of forcing Hanli into a decision. Hanli was silent for a long while before finally replying, "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. This is a very important matter that'll impact the rest of my cultivation, so I have to be a little cautious. I'll think things through and get back to you as soon as I can. Before that, I have something I'd like to ask you." The man was unsurprised by Hanli's reply, and he asked, "Oh. What else do you want to know?" "I want to know exactly what the true immortal realm is like," Hanli said. It's a little too early for you to be thinking about the true immortal realm, but if you really want to know, I can disclose some details to you prior to your immortal tribulation. For now, I can only tell you that it's a vast place. Only after getting there will you come to understand just how vast the immortal regions are. Even if an immortal were to travel for their entire life, there would be no way for them to completely explore even the most ordinary of immortal regions. As such, even though you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique, it'll be very unlikely for you to encounter patrolling envoys like me unless you go to the major cities of the immortal regions, so you're still quite safe, the man replied. I'm even more looking forward to ascending to the true immortal realm now, Hanli said with a smile. The cultivation resources and treasures of the true immortal realm are all far more abundant and superior than those of the lower realms. Otherwise, I wouldn't be plotting so desperately to return there. All right, seeing as you're unwilling to accept my proposal, I won't keep you here any longer. I don't like to owe anyone any favors, so you can have this as compensation for helping me kill the Stemborer Queen. As soon as his voice trailed off, a streak of white light flew out of the bowl. Hanli quickly swept his spiritual sense toward the object before making a grabbing motion to draw it into his grasp, upon which he discovered that this was a translucent jade shard that was as thin as paper with golden and silver runes etched all over its surface. These runes were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text. This is a talisman that I brought with me from the true immortal realm, and it contains a drop of purple unescence, which is very precious even in the true immortal realm. This should be enough to replenish the essential power that you expended from igniting your essential flame, the man explained. Hanli was ecstatic to sense the immortal spiritual chi that was being given off by the jade shard, which was completely different from normal spiritual chi, and he immediately cupped his fist in a grateful salute. You can go now. Come back and see me when you decide to continue to cultivate the spirit refinement technique. As soon as the man's voice trailed off, a gray light formation emerged beneath Hanli's feet, and he was teleported out of this space. There's no way you can simply stop cultivating that secret technique. In his current situation, I'll only need to hibernate for a short while before he returns to me, the male voice mused following a brief silence. Immediately thereafter, the entire altar tremored violently, and the 8 surrounding copper pillars also rumbled loudly as a giant formation emerged under the entire stone forest. All of a sudden, the stone forest, copper pillars, and sacrificial altar all abruptly vanished, leaving the entire area completely empty again. A year later, a black-robed young man was seated in meditation on a giant rock, which was situated at the top of a massive mountain not far away from the edge of the original sealed site. After a long while, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, and there was faint purple light flashing within his pupils. Why is he here? The young man murmured to himself as a hint of wariness appeared on his face. Moments later, a streak of azure light approached from afar in a blatant manner, reaching the giant mountain after just a few flashes. "You're a punctual man, fellow Taoist Yuan Yen. You're already here 4 hours prior to the agreed time." The azure light faded to reveal a young man in his 20s, who looked down from above with a faint smile. The young man was none other than Hanli, and the black-robed young man was one of the 3 devilish patriarchs, Yuan Yen. "I don't recall agreeing to meet you here. Where is Bao Hua?" "Wait, don't tell me that she was the one who set this up," Yuan Yen said in a cold voice. "Fellow Taoist Bao Hua should currently be in the Jade Cloud Valley. I came here upon her request to keep you company for a short while, fellow Taoist," Hanli said in a straightforward manner. Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but to Hanli's surprise, he remained quite calm as he said, "The Jade Cloud Valley. That's the place where Lu Ji is temporarily residing to recover from her injuries. So Bao Hua really has decided to reclaim her position as matriarch. In that case, Nia Pan is most likely facing some obstruction as well. Among all of the Grand Ascension stage beings of the foreign realms, the only one aside from you that can stall Nia Pan is most likely that old man Copper Crow." "What kind of benefits did Bao Hua grant you to enlist your services?" "I don't know who is the one currently keeping Nia Pan occupied, but I'd assume that it's old man Copper Crow as well. As for benefits, I did indeed receive some. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to face a devilish patriarch like you," Hanli replied in an unhurried manner. I heard that even though several people were involved in killing the Stembora Queen, you were the one who contributed the most. It looks like your powers are at least comparable to the likes of myself after you reached the Grand Ascension stage. However, do you really think you can stop me if I insist on leaving?" A cold light appeared in Yuan Yan's eyes as he spoke. "I did contribute somewhat to the death of the Stembora Queen, but I certainly wouldn't dare to declare myself as the main contributor. As for whether I'll be able to stop you, why don't you give it a try and find out?" Hanli goaded in an indifferent manner. Yuan Yan's expression darkened even further upon hearing this, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he finally sighed, and said, "In any case, it was thanks to Bao Hua that I was able to escape from that seal, so I'll let her do as she pleases just this once. If she can succeed, then I'll acknowledge her as one of the 3 devilish patriarchs again, but if she fails, then I definitely won't give her a second chance." Hanli was naturally quite pleased to hear this, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm glad you've arrived at such a decision, fellow Taoist. If you don't mind, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss some cultivation insights and experiences?" "That's not a bad idea. I'm also very interested to hear about how you were able to become so much more powerful after making your breakthrough," Yuan Yen agreed after only a brief hesitation. Hanli nodded in response, then pointed a finger downward, and another giant rock on the mountain rose up before falling heavily back down onto the mountain not far away from where Yuan Yen was. After that, Hanli descended from above and settled onto the rock. In the sky above a small island countless kilometers away, old man Copper Crow was hovering expressionlessly in midair. Standing directly across from him was a handsome young man wearing a suit of translucent armor, looking on at old man Copper Crow with cold animosity in his eyes. In a valley that was filled with vibrant green bamboo plants, there was a boundless sea of mist that enshrouded the entire valley. A string of explosions rang out incessantly at the center of the sea of mist, and countless flower petal projections could be seen fluttering within it. Chapter 2251, Returning to the Vast Origin House. I was wondering why you hadn't made any progress after all these years. Turns out you never truly recovered from the injuries you sustained in your battle with me. Now that all 6 of your clones have been slain by me and you're trapped in my profound heavenly spirit domain, there's no way you can get out this predicament. Bao Hua's voice rang out from the area enshrouded within the flower petal projections. However, she received no response aside from the incessant rumbling within the vast expanse of white mist. You chose to sacrifice your 6 clones rather than flee from here. You must be waiting for Nye Pan and Yuan Yen, right? Bao Hua said as a mocking sneer appeared on her face. So what if I am? After I took over your position as one of the 3 patriarchs, Nye Pan and Yuan Yen both agreed to ensure my safety to the best of their abilities. Don't forget that I'm one of the 3 patriarchs now. I knew that you would take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge on me, so I've already informed those 2 of what you're planning. A furious female voice finally rang out in response from within the mist. Nye Pan and Yuan Yen may have promised to protect you from my revenge, but they'll have to be able to get to you first, Bao Hua said with a smile. What do you mean that? Are you saying that you've recruited allies as well? Who would dare to oppose Yuan Yen and Nye Pan in our holy realm? Could it be that you recruited those powerful beings from foreign realms? How did you convince them to make enemies of Yuan Yen and Nye Pan for your sake? A hint of fear finally crept into Lu Ji's voice. I did indeed have to pay quite a heavy price to recruit those 2 allies. One of them possesses powers that are about on par with Nye Pan and Yuan Yen, while the other is most likely even more powerful than them, so you're going to be disappointed if you're waiting for reinforcements, Bao Hua chuckled. Lu Ji quickly calmed down, then said in a skeptical manner, one of them has to be Old Man Copper Crow, there's no doubt about that, but who's the other one? Which one of those foreign beings could possess superior powers to us patriarchs? You're not bluffing, are you? You'll know soon enough whether I'm bluffing or not. After all, Yuan Yen and Nye Pan aren't that far away from where we are right now. Perhaps they'll be able to come and save you given enough time, but you'll have to be able to last that long first, Bao Hua replied in a cold voice. Lu Ji harumphed coldly in response before falling silent once again. She knew that regardless of whether Bao Hua was telling the truth, she wouldn't be able to win in this war of words, so she chose to remain silent. A cold smile appeared on Bao Hua's face, and she suddenly said something that made Lu Ji's heart completely sink. Are you counting on the final trump card that you have up your sleeve? Do you think that you'll be able to make a comeback even if I kill you here? What do you mean by that? Lu Ji was finally unable to keep her cool any longer. I'm referring to the 7th clone that you've never revealed to anyone. You've always been very careful in hiding that 7th clone and never told anyone about it, but don't forget that there are no absolute secrets in this world, Bao Hua said with a smile. I don't believe that you actually know something. You must have heard some rumors somewhere and are trying to bluff me again. To Lu Ji's credit, she managed to remain calm even after her great secret was exposed. You're planning to revive yourself with that 7th clone if you die here, right? Even though it's only a clone, it won't be difficult for it to cultivate to your former level with your memories intact. Perhaps many years in the future, I'll fall prey to another nasty plot from you. Come to think of it, it's about time your 7th clone is hunted down, Bao Hua chuckled. Both of them smiled as Han Li arrived before them, and Silvermoon immediately approached him with an elated expression. 3 months later, a white flying boat with countless runes inscribed on its surface was flying at an incredible speed over the vastly renowned Blue Waterfall Lake, completely disregarding the massive flight restriction that encompassed the entire lake. The devilish beings traversing over the surface of the lake down below were all quite stunned to see this, and after briefly pondering the situation, all of them put on reverent expressions, and some of them even knelt down and kowtowed on their boats. Only sacred ancestors of the wood dare to disregard the flight restriction in such a blatant manner, and all of the normal devilish beings down below were greatly honored and also very nervous to be in such close proximity to a powerful being of that caliber. The one on the flying boat was none other than Han Li, who had reached this region after using the teleportation formations in around a dozen devilish cities. His objective for this trip was Violet Spirit. He had promised her that if once he attained the ability to free her from Lu Ji's control, he would help her regain a human body and return to the spirit realm. Now that Lu Ji had already fallen by Bao Hua's hands and there was no one in the entire Elder Devil realm that could pose a threat to him, he was naturally going to fulfill his promise and take Violet's spirit with him. As for sacred ancestor Lan Pu, she was one of the people who had been trapped in the ancient seal, so she had definitely already heard about Han Li's exploits. As such, even though she was aware that he was a human, she naturally wasn't going to try and oppose him. In what seemed like nothing more than the blink of an eye, the white flying boat arrived at the edge of the giant island that Blue Waterfall City was situated on, then descended toward a lush forest that was enshrouded under a layer of white light. Several restrictions in the form of white light barriers were instantly forced open by Han Li's enormous spiritual sense, and his flying boat quickly passed through, following which all of the restrictions immediately returned to their original state. Below the light barriers stood a huge pagoda that was several levels tall, and above the pagoda's front entrance was a plaque that had the words "Vast Origin House" in shimmering ancient characters. At the same time, a young woman who was lazily reading a book in a secret chamber on the 4th floor suddenly stood up from her chair with an alarmed expression. She then quickly made a series of hand seals, upon which an elated look surfaced in her eyes. "Young mistress, someone's forced their way through our restrictions." A flustered female voice rang out from below the stairwell. "It's all right, Aunt Ju, we're being visited by a very esteemed guest," the young woman replied with an excited smile. Chapter 2252, Violet's Spirit's Intentions. A short while later, Han Li appeared in the hall on the 3rd floor before taking a seat with the young woman. "Brother Han, no, I should be referring to you as Senior Han now. I knew that with your aptitude, you would reach the Grand Ascension stage sooner or later, but I didn't think that day would come so soon," the young woman said with a smile. "There's no need to be so formal, fellow Daoist Lan. You and I are old acquaintances, so just refer to me as you did in the past. It looks like your vast origin house already knows everything that happened at the original sealed site even without a recount from me," Han Li said with a benevolent smile. The young woman had done him a great favor in the past, so he naturally wasn't going to exert dominance over her now that he had reached the Grand Ascension stage. "In that case, I won't be so formal and rigid. Our vast origin house prides itself in being an all-knowing organization, so we've naturally received first-hand information regarding the 2 battles that took place in the original sealed site. However, never did we think that you and fellow Daoist Bao Hua would actually be able to kill the Stemborer Queen. Now that such a major threat has been eradicated, I can continue to run my vast origin house without any qualms," the young woman chuckled. "It was someone else who landed the killing blow on the Stemborer Queen in the end, Bao Hua and I just so happened to be in the right place at the right time. Otherwise, we would have struggled to even survive against the Stemborer Queen, let alone put an end to its life. As for the specific details, I'm afraid that I can't disclose them to you," Han Li replied. "I see. In any case, even if you weren't the one who landed the killing blow, I'm sure you contributed greatly in the battle," Lan Ning insisted. "You think far too highly of me, fellow Daoist Lan. I came here today because I want you to contact Violet's spirit for me. I plan to take her back to the spirit realm with me," Han Li said in a straightforward manner. "Hee, leave that to me. Violet's spirit has constantly been cultivating in seclusion in a nearby area, so she should be able to get here in a few days. How about you stay at our vast origin house in the meantime, Brother Han?" Lan Ning suggested. "All right, I'll be in your care then, fellow Daoist Lan," Han Li agreed after a brief pause for contemplation. Lan Ying's smile became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and she asked a few more questions about the battles that took place in the original sealed site, listening with rapt focus to Han Li's answers. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Han Li, and he said, "By the way, there's something else that I need your help with." Go ahead, Brother Han, Lan Ning immediately prompted. I have a few things that I'd like to show you. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release 4 balls of white light, which quickly revealed themselves to be 4 palm-sized translucent bricks. Lan Ying's expression immediately changed slightly at the sight of these objects. A treasure map left behind by sacred ancestor Qi Ling is inscribed on these bricks, and I obtained them by chance many years ago. Unfortunately, my understanding of the Elder Devil realm is very limited, so I've never tried to seek out these treasures, and that's where I require your assistance, Han Li said. So it's the secret treasure map left behind by Qi Ling. Truth be told, I've been searching for this treasure as well but haven't been able to find any leads. I didn't think that you would be in possession of the map. Rest assured, Brother Han, as long as the treasures are located in the Elder Devil realm, I definitely won't disappoint you, Lan Ning assured with a smile. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression. 5 days later, Han Li was finally reunited with Violet Spirit in the same hall. The two of them were naturally elated to see one another, but there was also a series of complex emotions in their hearts. Lan Ning had already vacated the hall in a thoughtful gesture to give the two of them some alone time. Violet Spirit had already been informed by Lan Ning that Han Li had reached the Grand Ascension stage, and she was stunned to hear from Han Li that Lu Ji had already perished. After all, the event had only taken place several months ago, and none of the people involved had intentionally leaked this information, so very few people knew about this. So that means I've finally regained my freedom and won't have to fear being refined into someone else's clone, Violet Spirit murmured to herself as her eyes glazed over slightly. Indeed. Not only was Lu Ji killed, none of her clones managed to survive either, Han Li replied in a confident manner. That's quite a relief to hear. Why have you come to see me, Brother Han? Violet Spirit asked as she cast a hesitant gaze toward Han Li. Didn't you say that you wanted to revert back to a human body and see where the human race is residing in the spirit realm? I found a few secret techniques that can eradicate the true devilish qi within your body and return you to your former physique. After that, you'll be able to practice human cultivation arts even in the spirit realm, Han Li said with a smile. Violet Spirit was unsurprised to hear this, but after a brief silence, she suddenly asked, Brother Han, I want to ask you something, please tell me the truth. A sense of foreboding arose in Han Li's heart at the sight of Violet Spirit's expression, and he said, Of course, go ahead and ask me anything you want. I want to know roughly how much of a chance you have of ascending to the true immortal realm and becoming an immortal, Violet Spirit said with a serious expression. Han Li was rather taken aback by this question. Why did you suddenly think to ask me something like this? Please give me your answer, Violet Spirit insisted with a determined expression. Han Li hesitated momentarily before replying, If anyone else had asked me this, I definitely wouldn't tell them the truth. However, I have nothing to hide from you. In the past, my chances of successfully ascending would have only been just over 20%, but I encountered some opportunities during my trip to the original sealed site. I'm not sure whether those opportunities will spell fortune or tragedy for me, but they've doubled my chances of successful ascension. Violet Spirit was quite surprised to hear this. So there's a roughly 50% chance that you'll be able to ascend to the true immortal realm. I knew that you would definitely be far more powerful than normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but I didn't think you'd be this confident. Why have you decided to ask me this? Han Li asked once again. Instead of answering Han Li's question, Violet Spirit continued with a solemn expression, Please allow me to ask you another question, Brother Han. If I were to eradicate the devilish qi within my body and revert back to a human physique, my cultivation base will be severely impacted, right? Han Li could tell where this was going, and he was silent for a moment before replying, If you had only attained this devilish physique not long ago, then there's a good chance I'd be able to preserve your cultivation base. However, you've been cultivating under Lu Ji's guidance for many years, so your cultivation base will inevitably be impacted if I were to remove the devilish chi within your body. However, with my current power, it wouldn't be a difficult task to return you to your former cultivation base, and I guarantee that it won't affect your future cultivation. Ever since we parted ways last time, I've considered my situation extensively, and no matter how I thought about it, I always arrived at the conclusion that staying in the Elder Devil realm was the best option for me. Just like Lu Ji had once said, cultivating devilish arts is the ideal path for my physique. If I were to return to the spirit realm, perhaps I would be able to reach the grand ascension stage with your assistance and by some immense stroke of fortune, but it'll definitely be very difficult for me to ascend. I don't want to see you ascend and become a true immortal while I remain in the spirit realm and await my death with each passing heavenly tribulation, Violet Spirit said with a determined expression. Han Li was silent for a long while upon hearing this before heaving a faint sigh. So you've made your decision. At your current cultivation base, I can still revert you back to your human physique, but as you progress, it'll become more and more difficult for me to do that. Once you reach the grand ascension stage, there will be no way for you to attain a human physique again. Rest assured, Brother Han, I've considered this decision thoroughly. I don't want to give up on even the slightest chance of ascending to the true immortal realm, Violet Spirit replied in a determined manner. Han Li looked into her resolute eyes for a long while before nodding as he sighed. In that case, I'll leave the decision to you. During my 2 journeys through the Elder Devil realm, I've obtained some devilish secret techniques and pills that will be very helpful to your cultivation. I'll leave them with you now. Thank you, Brother Han. With your powers, it shouldn't be too difficult to return to our holy realm, so I'm sure we'll have many more opportunities to meet in the future, Violet Spirit said as a faint blush appeared on her face. Chapter 2253, Final Evolution. Han Li was slightly saddened by Violet Spirit's decision, but he didn't try to persuade her any further. After all, just as she had said, her physique was more suited to cultivating devilish arts, and if she were to return to the human race, he wouldn't be able to ensure her ascension to the true immortal realm. As such, it was better for her to stay in the Elder Devil realm, and perhaps she would find her own opportunities. Thus, Han Li stayed at the vast Origin House for an entire month. During this period of time, he bestowed all of his experiences and insights in cultivating devilish arts upon Violet Spirit to aid her in her cultivation. Lanning wasn't shy at all and also listened in on Han Li's lectures, benefiting immensely from the information that he divulged. For beings of their caliber, the wholehearted guidance of a grand ascension stage being was an extremely rare opportunity. As expected of a superpower that spanned across several realms, the vast Origin House was able to find a place identical to the one on Qi Ling's treasure map within the span of this month, and this information was quickly delivered to Lanning, who immediately related to Han Li. Han Li was naturally very elated to hear this. During the next few days, he visited some of the scenic attractions of the Blue Waterfall Lake area with Violet Spirit rather than continue to guide her in her cultivation, and as the two of them explored the region, they would often reminisce fondly about the time they had spent back in the human world. However, neither of them mentioned that night of lust and desire, and they weren't even all that intimate with one another. It was as if they were simply a pair of close friends. Time quickly passed by, and on this morning, Han Li finally departed from Blue Waterfall City. On the 4th floor of the vast Origin House, Violet Spirit was staring at his departing figure through the window with a complex look in her eyes. "Are you really willing to separate yourself from Brother Han like this, Sister Violet? I clearly recall that you were very much looking forward to being able to stay by his side not long ago," Lanning asked with furrowed brows. "If I go with him, we'll temporarily be together, but what'll happen tens of thousands of years in the future? With his aptitude, it's only a matter of time before he ascends to the true immortal realm, and if I want to truly stay by his side, I have to do the same. Do I pursue temporary happiness or a chance at eternal happiness? What would you do if you were in my place, Sister Lan?" Violet Spirit sighed. Lonning couldn't help but fall into deep thought upon hearing this. Half a month later, Han Li's white flying boat descended into a valley not far away from the blue waterfall lake. Silvermoon was waiting for him under a huge tree with a faint smile on her face, and she was quite surprised to see that Han Li was alone. "Did you meet Sister Violet's spirit?" she asked in a gentle voice. "I did, but she plans to continue cultivating in the Elder Devil realm, and I think that's a good decision too. If she continued to cultivate devilish arts here, there's a chance that she really will be able to take that final step," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "If you agree with her decision, then it can't be wrong. In that case, should we return to the spirit realm?" "My grandfather and Senior Mo have already returned to the spirit realm along with all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings," Silvermoon asked. "It's still too early to go back now. I have a devilish treasure map that should lead me to quite a large collection of treasures," Han Li replied. "A treasure map?" Silvermoon was rather taken aback to hear this. "Hee, if everything goes smoothly, this should only take several months," Han Li said with a smile. The three of them then flapped their wings and shot forth directly toward the crystalline core as three streaks of golden light, and Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he reached out to make a grabbing motion. A burst of enormous invisible force erupted forth, and three golden beetles were immediately sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before they managed to right themselves again. The foe beetle monarchs were extremely powerful, but they were no match for the Grand Ascension stage Han Li. Even so, the three beetles continued to pounce toward Han Li with all their might, but were constantly kept at bay by that same burst of invisible force. Han Li's brows furrowed even further upon seeing this, and after a long while, he heaved a long sigh as he murmured to himself, "So be it, this thing contains the Stembora Queen's essence, so it should be more suitable for other insects. If I were to refine it myself, who knows what after effects could arise." These three foe beetle monarchs have virtually reached the end of their evolution, if they were to devour the Stembora Queen's essence as well. Having made his decision, Han Li withdrew the invisible force keeping the three foe beetle monarchs at bay while tossing the black crystalline core up into the air. The three golden beetles immediately changed directions to pounce toward the crystalline core again, and they instantly clashed as three streaks of golden light. They were trying to fend off one another while chomping down chunks of the crystalline core as quickly as they could. In the end, the core was torn into three sections of different sizes before quickly being devoured. After devouring the crystalline core, the purple stripes on the three foe beetle monarchs began to flash erratically, and their auras had also become extremely chaotic. The three of them hissed in a menacing manner as they pounced toward one another, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he made no effort to stop them. The battle between the three gold-devouring beetles was very fierce, and it didn't take long for all three of them to be riddled with wounds. Two of them had even lost a front limb each. After clashing for a while longer, the three beetles scattered as they hissed at one another in a threatening manner, then converged once again. The three of them were all severely wounded at this point, but they were still extremely ferocious and showed no signs of backing down. Han Li looked on for a short while longer before a thought suddenly seemed to occur to him, and he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up the three gold-devouring beetles, causing them to instantly vanish on the spot. Chapter 2254, Old Enemy. After drawing the three gold-devouring beetles back into his spirit beast bracelet, Han Li closed his eyes to meditate again. At the conclusion of the three gold-devouring beetles' battle, only the most powerful one would remain. As for whether that final foe beetle monarch would be able to evolve into a legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch, Han Li wasn't all that confident. After all, it was said that gold-devouring beetle monarchs were so powerful that even true immortals were very wary of them. Of course, this was only a rumor, no race in the entire spirit realm had ever managed to nurture a gold-devouring beetle monarch before. As such, it was difficult to say just how powerful the beetle monarch would be. Hanli would just have to wait and see. With his current powers, the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't be of much assistance to him. Thus, he had already decided that once he returned to the spirit realm, he was going to get his leopard Kirin beast to go into seclusion as well. Even though spirit beasts generally progressed slowly with age, he should be able to accelerate that process with his vast collection of pills. With that in mind, Hanli gradually entered a state of deep meditation. The white flying boat surged through the air without any disguise or concealment, but the Grand Ascension stage aura emanating from it was enough to scare away all of the nearby devilish beasts. Half a month later, a boundless snowland appeared down below. Heavy snow intermingled with frosty winds and chunks of fist-sized hail were sweeping incessantly through the air, but the flying boat was completely unaffected, and shrouded within a white light barrier. The two giant ape puppets continued to guide the flying boat forward, and several days later, the thick snow down below was nowhere to be seen, having been replaced by massive icy glaciers. There were countless transparent mountains of different sizes in the surrounding area, as well as some small white furry beasts that were running around on the ice, completely disregarding the flying boat up above. It was clear that these devilish beasts were of such a lowly caliber that they couldn't even sense Hanli's almighty aura. All of a sudden, a streak of silver light shot forth from the flying boat, then flew through the cluster of beasts before returning to the boat in a flash. Silvermoon reappeared at the front of the boat amid a flash of silver light, holding a small white beast with a wide smile on her face. The beast bore a strong resemblance to a white bear, but it had a short blue horn and a pair of remarkably long ears, presenting a very adorable package. The little beast was currently being held by the scruff of its neck and was kicking erratically with its four legs in a blind panic. At the same time, traces of blue electricity were crackling around its short horn, and it seemed to be very uncoordinated. How interesting! This beast doesn't possess any devilish chi and seems to be more like a spirit beast from the human world, Silvermoon remarked as she stroked the little beast's furry head. That's an ice-horn bear, one of very few types of low-grade devilish beasts in the Elder Devil realm that can survive without devilish chi, and they possess innate ice and lightning attribute abilities. A male voice sounded behind Silvermoon, and she turned around with an elated expression just as Hanli emerged from the cabin of the boat in an unhurried manner. "You know about these beasts, Brother Han?" Silvermoon asked with a smile. "I once did some extensive research on the devilish beasts of the Elder Devil realm, and these devilish beasts that resemble spirit beasts really stuck out in my memory," Hanli replied. "I see. Now that you've come out of seclusion, we must be quite close to our destination, right?" Silvermoon asked as a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Silvermoon extended her spiritual sense forward, and a hint of shock immediately appeared on her face upon sensing a familiar aura. Hanli merely smiled and remained silent as he continued to spectate the battle from afar. With his enormous spiritual sense, he was naturally able to see everything as clearly as if it were unfolding right in front of him. After around 15 minutes, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted up ahead, and a ball of blue light exploded violently, threatening to destroy everything in the surrounding area. A blood-curdling beastly roar rang out as a white WIRM that was over 100 feet in length emerged out of thin air amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Its body was riddled with wounds, but it didn't pay any heed to its own injuries as it frantically fled from the scene. Right at this moment, an elegant figure appeared, and spatial fluctuations erupted up above as a giant blue claw emerged before crashing downward to slice the white WIRM's body into several segments. Scorching black flames then erupted out of the giant claw to sweep up the white WIRM's dismembered body. The white WIRM howled with anguish as the segments of its body thrashed violently in the flames, but it was unable to escape. In the blink of an eye, its body and soul were all incinerated into nothingness. Only then did Hanli break his silence. Looks like there's some affinity between us, fellow Daoist Yuan Cha. I didn't think I'd run into you in such a secluded place. You don't seem to be in the best condition at the moment. The elegant figure was an extremely beautiful woman with skin as fair as jade, and it was none other than sacred ancestor Yuan Cha. She was wearing a suit of blue armor, but it was only glowing with very dim light, and not only was her face very pale, her aura was also fluctuating in a very unstable manner. What was most perplexing of all was that she seemed to only possess a body integration stage aura. I also didn't expect to see you here, fellow Daoist Han. Could it be that Bao Hua changed her mind and sent you to finish me off? Instead of being all that surprised to see Hanli, a sour look appeared on her face. That's not the case. I did assist Bao Hua on that one occasion, but that's all. Do you think I'm some sort of subordinate to Bao Hua? Hanli asked as his expression darkened slightly. Yuan Cha faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on her face. Please forgive me for misunderstanding the situation, fellow Daoist Han. Come to think of it, now that you're at the Grand Ascension stage, your powers are most likely not inferior to Bao Hua's, so there's no reason for you to do her bidding and finish off a disabled wretch like me. Disabled? There is indeed something wrong with your aura. Why has it fallen to below the Grand Ascension stage? Did Bao Hua do this to you? Hanli asked. No, I did this to myself, Yuan Cha replied, much to Hanli's surprise. Chapter 2255, Discovering the Treasures. You're telling me you disabled your own cultivation base? Hanli asked with a skeptical expression. If I hadn't done that, there's no way that Bao Hua would be content with only banishing me to this place. After all, I was the one she once trusted the most, yet I stabbed her in the back. It's already a huge surprise to me that I was able to survive this ordeal, Yuan Cha explained. I see. To think that she was still willing to let you live after what you did to her. The two of you must have really been quite close, Hanli said as he nodded with a contemplative expression. Fellow Daoist Han, we've had our differences in the past, and I'm no longer any match for you, so I'm completely at your mercy. Are you going to take revenge for what I did to you back then? Yuan Cha asked as a forlorn look appeared in her eyes. I would be inclined to exact my revenge if Bao Hua hadn't handed down any punishment to you, but I have no intention of doing that now. Not only has your cultivation base been severely debilitated, your mental state has already fallen apart, so it's already quite remarkable that you were able to maintain your current cultivation base. There's no longer any hope for you to return to the Grand Ascension stage. Seeing as you were once a Grand Ascension stage sacred ancestor, I won't ask you to do anything too degrading, just sever one of your own arms, and I'll let bygones be bygones, Hanli said. Yuan Cha faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on her face. An arm? Is that all? That's certainly not an issue. As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised an arm before opening her mouth to release a streak of white light, which revolved around her raised arm, instantly severing it at the shoulder. However, the cross-section of the wound was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no blood flowing from it. Yuan Cha then made a grabbing motion with her other hand, and her severed arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Can I go now? After severing one of her own arms, Yuan Cha's face had paled even further. Hanli nodded in response, displaying no intention to punish her further beyond this. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist. You and I will most likely never meet again. Yuan Cha extended a slight bow toward Hanli, then flew away as a streak of blue light. As she flew through the air, a new arm began to take shape amid a cloud of black qi to replace her severed limb, but losing an arm had undoubtedly taken a toll on her. Are you really just going to let her go, Brother Han? Aren't you worried that she'll try to take revenge against you in the future? Silvermoon couldn't help but ask. Bao Hua was willing to spare her, so it's not really in my place to kill her. After all, who knows what type of bond may still exist between them. The fact that Bao Hua was willing to let her live even after what she did clearly indicates that their relationship was not an ordinary friendship. I'll be visiting the Elder Devil Realm in the future as well, so I'd rather not do something that would drive a wedge between myself and one of the 3 devilish patriarchs. As for revenge, there's next to no chance for Yuan Cha to return to the Grand Ascension stage, and her heart is already dead, so she most likely won't even be able to muster up the urge to seek revenge. If she can't return to the Grand Ascension stage, then her lifespan will run out shortly, so there's nothing for me to worry about, Hanli replied. That's true. Besides, with your powers, you wouldn't have anything to fear even if she could return to the Grand Ascension stage. How the tables turn. Back in the human world, just a wisp of her soul was able to almost kill both of us on Kunwa Mountain, but now, she's been reduced to such a sorry state, Silvermoon sighed. She naturally didn't have any sympathy for Yuan Cha. It was just that the vast contrast evoked a series of complex emotions in her heart. Yuan Cha poses no threat to us, but we should still secure Qi Ling's treasure as soon as possible in case something goes wrong, Hanli said. You're right, Brother Han. Silvermoon naturally had no objections, and thus, the flying boat continued on toward their original destination. Half a day later, the flying appeared in the air above the flat glacier, but what was quite peculiar was that there was a small green lake at the center of the glacier. The lake appeared to only several thousand acres in size, but it was bubbling incessantly, and steam was rising up from its surface. There were also some short shrubs growing around it, presenting a miraculous sight in this frozen landscape. The flying boat quickly descended, and Hanli briefly inspected the surface of the lake before an intrigued smile appeared on his face. This is the place on the map, Brother Han. It does look quite different from the surrounding area. After so many years, how have none of the devilish beings that have passed by noticed this place? Silvermoon asked. Qi Ling was a Grand Ascension stage sacred ancestor. His treasure collection can't be discovered by the average high-grade devilish being. Besides, even if another Grand Ascension stage devilish being were present, they most likely wouldn't be able to find anything either. Without this map, Hanli said with a smile as he swept a sleeve toward the lake, and the 4 translucent bricks shot forth before hovering above the lake while emanating 5-colored light. Hanli then made a hand seal before pointing a finger down at the lake, and uttered the word open. Countless runes surged out of the 4 bricks in a frenzy, forming a 5-colored light formation that was around an acre in size. The light formation then immediately began to rotate at a rapid speed, and a dull thump rang out from its center as a gray pillar of light erupted forth before vanishing into the lake in a flash. Spatial fluctuations surged through the lake, and the surface of the lake began to ripple violently. A black vortex had also appeared right beneath the light formation, and it was revealing countless black tendrils. So this is the entrance to where the treasures are hidden. It sure is well concealed. Looks like we'll most likely have to go through some trouble to obtain the treasures in there, Silvermoon said with an excited expression. Let's go. Even if there are restrictions in there, there's no way they can stop us, Hanli said with a nonchalant smile, and the flying boat beneath his feet abruptly vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. The 2 of them immediately drifted down toward the lake. As soon as they entered the black vortex, the 5-colored light formation above the lake reverted back into 4 translucent bricks, which also plunged into the vortex, immediately following which the vortex disappeared as well. Time slowly passed by, and the surface of the lake returned to its former placid state. After a long while, Hanli and Silvermoon were walking side by side through a maze beneath the lake. There were thick round pillars all around them, and all of the pillars were over 100 feet tall with black qi revolving around them. Faint ghostly wails rang out incessantly in the surrounding area, and if a normal cultivator were to hear this sound, they would immediately be struck by a sense of drowsiness and sluggishness. However, Silvermoon was easily able to keep the sound at bay by conjuring up a layer of protective spiritual light, while Hanli was able to simply ignore the sound altogether. The sky above the round pillars was completely concealed by a blanket of black mist, and all of a sudden, several blurry projections erupted out of several of the nearby stone pillars. The projections were in the form of giant menacing wolves, and even as they pounced toward Hanli, he didn't pause in the slightest as he released a burst of gray light to sweep up the oncoming projections in a flash. Meanwhile, two of the giant wolf projections had pounced towards Silvermoon, and they were met by a giant silver wolf projection that devoured the oncoming pair of projections in a single mouthful. After that, the two of them continued onward as if they were taking a stroll in the park. "How many waves has it been, Brother Han?" Silvermoon suddenly asked. "That was the 7th wave," Hanli replied in a calm manner. Surely this wouldn't be the extent of the restrictions set up by the vastly renowned sacred ancestor Qi Ling. These restrictions don't even pose any threat to a body integration cultivator like me, let alone a grand ascension stage being like you, Silvermoon chuckled. "If you continue to think like that, you're going to fall into Qi Ling's trap," Hanli replied in an indifferent voice. "What do you mean by that, Brother Han?" Silvermoon was rather befuddled to hear this. Hanli smiled, and asked, "Do you really think these pillars are just here to make some sound effects and manifest some spatial tempering stage beast projections? Is there something special about them?" Silvermoon asked with a surprised expression. "Let me show you something," Hanli said with a smile, then suddenly raised a hand and made a grabbing motion. A burst of silver spirit flames immediately erupted between his fingertips, and he grabbed onto something before forcibly pulling it out of thin air. Silvermoon's eyes widened as she stared intently at Hanli's hand, and Hanli smiled as he slowly spread open his fingers. Chapter 2256. Giant puppet. Within the silver flames was a thin gray line that was writhing incessantly, but no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to fly out of Hanli's grasp. Silvermoon was quite stunned to see this, and Hanli explained, "This is contaminating Qi, which appears to be a living creature, but actually possesses no shape or form. It can seep into one's physical body without being detected, and under normal circumstances, even body integration stage beings wouldn't be able to detect it. Only after it accumulates to a certain extent and spontaneously erupts will its presence be made known." "What? Doesn't that mean I've already?" Silvermoon was given quite a fright upon hearing this, and hurriedly inspected her own internal condition. "Rest assured, I'm aware of this thing's presence, so I naturally wasn't going to allow it to approach us. I've already kept it out with my spiritual sense," Hanli chuckled. "You gave me a huge fright there. You withheld this information from me on purpose, didn't you?" Silvermoon said as she rolled her eyes in an unintentionally seductive display. Even with Hanli's resolute and steadfast mental state, he couldn't but be momentarily entranced by her stunning beauty, and he immediately averted his gaze. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you about this in advance, it's just that this type of Qi is only dangerous due to its undetectable nature. Once detected, even a spatial tempering stage being would be able to easily keep it at bay with their spiritual sense. So it's that easy to ward off. That's quite a relief." Silvermoon was elated to hear this, and she hurriedly released her spiritual sense as well. "We should reach sacred ancestor Qi Ling's treasure once we get out of this maze, right? We already passed by 2 so-called treasure pavilions, but the treasures in there will only be able to fool the average devilish being. They're nowhere near valuable enough to catch our eyes," Silvermoon said with a smile. "An ordinary sacred ancestor most likely wouldn't be capable of setting up any other measures, but back in sacred ancestor Qi Ling's heyday, his reputation was virtually comparable to that of the 3 devilish patriarchs, so there should be more stern obstacles ahead," Hanli replied. "What else could he have set up?" "I'm guessing it's most likely going to be some type of powerful restriction or formation," Silvermoon speculated. Perhaps, Hanli replied in an indifferent manner. While the two of them were conversing with one another, another cluster of beastly projections emerged, only to be promptly eradicated. At this moment, they finally emerged from the maze, and a giant red gate that was several hundred feet tall appeared up ahead. The gate's surface was riddled with inky black devilish patterns, and it seemed to be extremely heavy. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the gate while appraising it with blue light flashing within his eyes, and he said in a rather surprised manner, "This gate is constructed from fire origin crystal. Looks like this sacred ancestor Qi Ling was wealthier than I imagined." Hanli pointed a finger toward the giant gate as he spoke, and a ball of silver flames shot forth from his fingertip before vanishing into the gate in a flash. Countless bursts of crimson flames immediately erupted out of the gate in a frenzy, transforming it into a giant flaming gate, but at the same time, the gate slowly began to open amid a burst of rumbling. A scorching aura instantly swept forth from behind the gate, and as soon as it came into contact with Silvermoon, her expression changed drastically as she stumbled back a few steps while the protective spiritual light around her body flashed erratically. Behind the giant gate was a sea of crimson flames that were far hotter than normal flames, and even the body integration stage Silvermoon didn't dare to let it come into direct contact with her body. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he remained still on the spot. With his spirit engulfing heavenly flames, there was no way that these flames would be able to harm him in the slightest. However, he could sense some restriction fluctuations emanating from within the sea of flames, so it clearly wasn't as simple as it appeared. With that in mind, he immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a silver fireball, which instantly transformed into a massive fire raven that was around 10 feet in size. The fire raven spread its wings and let loose a clear cry, then plunged headfirst into the sea of flames. All of the crimson flames in the path of the fire raven immediately parted, creating a path that was around 10 feet wide. "Let's go, Silvermoon," Hanli said as he took a step forward, then abruptly appeared right at the center of the path. Silvermoon smiled and immediately followed along behind him. Thus, the two of them were able to traverse through the sea of flames behind the silver fire raven. Beneath the parted sea of flames were countless fist-sized crimson crystals that littered the entire ground, and each crystal was releasing wisps of crimson fire. Hanli and Silvermoon were both hovering around 10 feet in the air as they flew along behind the silver fire raven, and they reached the center of the sea of flames in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the ground below the silver fire raven split open, and a thick arm holding a giant translucent blade lashed out to instantly slice the fire raven in half. If a normal spirit beast were to be dealt such a heavy blow, they would at least suffer severe injuries and perhaps even be killed. However, the fire raven possessed no substantial body, so the two halves of its body instantly fused back into one again. Immediately thereafter, it swooped down while vigorously flapping its wings downward, sending countless streaks of silver light crashing down onto the ground below. A string of resounding booms rang out, and countless crystals embedded onto the ground were shattered by the streaks of silver light. The crimson arm that had just emerged was instantly riddled with holes, and it seemed to be on the verge of completely crumbling away. Right at this moment, another massive crimson fist erupted out of the nearby ground before landing a vicious blow on the silver fire raven, releasing a flurry of countless crimson runes that completely scattered the fire raven into countless specks of silver flames, rendering it unable to return to its original form in a short time. Hanli stopped in midair upon seeing this, and his eyes narrowed slightly, while a surprised look appeared on Silvermoon's face. The sea of flames began to surge violently, and the ground down below tremored as a humanoid puppet that was over 100 feet tall emerged. The puppet wore a suit of crimson armor that covered every single inch of its body, and its body was attached to the crumbling arm that was holding the giant blade. There were wisps of crimson flames revolving all over the puppet's body, and a crimson crystal was embedded into its glabella. "This is a devil crystal puppet," Han Li exclaimed upon getting a clear view of the giant puppet. This puppet was far larger than the other devil crystal puppets he had seen before, but its aura indicated that it was definitely a devil crystal puppet, and one of quite a high caliber, at that. "What's a devil crystal puppet?" Silvermoon asked. Devil crystal puppets are created using a puppet refinement technique unique to the Elder Devil realm. I've seen some in the past, but none of them can compare with this puppet, which is close to the pinnacle of the body integration stage, Han Li quickly explained. Right at this moment, the giant puppet had already completely emerged from the ground, and it immediately sent its giant blade crashing down toward Han Li. The puppet was quite massive and bulky, but its saber strike was as fast as lightning, and it instantly reached Han Li, striking him with a bone-chilling sensation that threatened to freeze his blood solid. Heavenly frozen light. Interesting, no wonder you were able to scatter my spirit-engulfing fire raven. Han Li's eyes lit up as he swept his spiritual sense toward the giant blade, then raised an arm upward, catching the blade in a casual manner. A dull thump rang out as powerful shockwaves erupted in all directions, causing the entire sea of flames to surge violently once again. Glacial light was surging toward Han Li from the giant blade, but he seemed to be completely unaffected. Indeed, with Han Li's current physical body, this glacial light was nowhere near powerful enough to harm him. However, that wasn't the extent of the giant puppet's abilities. A cold light flashed through its eyes and it suddenly opened its mouth to release a pillar of white light. At the same time, it swept its other arm through the air, and a giant crimson hand emerged before crashing down viciously toward Han Li with countless runes revolving around it. A burst of scorching red light came surging down along with the arm, and a charred odor immediately wafted through the air. The red light seemed to be capable of melting through space, and that was a clear testament to just how fearsome it was. Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of gray light. As soon as the pillar of white light came into contact with the gray light, the former abruptly vanished into thin air. At the same time, Han Li extended a pristine white hand out of his sleeve before thrusting it toward the oncoming red light and giant crimson hand in an unhurried manner. Chapter 2257, Puppet Army. His nonchalant-looking palm strike was instantly able to pierce through the red light before clashing with the giant crimson hand, which was immediately struck by a burst of devastating force and crumbled into powder. Despite this, the giant puppet remained completely expressionless, and crimson light radiated from its body as several devilish beastly projections that resembled cow-tiger hybrids emerged before pouncing toward Han Li. Right at this moment, Han Li opened his mouth to release a streak of azure sword chi, which instantly reached the puppet before revolving around its massive body. Spiritual light flashed violently from the puppet's body, but it was still sliced in half at the waist and toppled to the ground. As for the beastly projections that had just been conjured up, all of them disappeared into plumes of smoke. However, in the next instant, scorching crimson flames erupted from the crystals on the ground, releasing countless translucent threads that abruptly pulled the two halves of the puppet's body together again, and its wounds were instantly healed. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he thrust a hand downward, upon which a shimmering golden hand that was around an acre in size appeared above the puppet before crashing down with devastating might. The giant puppet was completely immobilized under the tremendous power being exerted by the palm, and countless white cracks appeared all over its body before it exploded into a ball of red light. A fist-sized ball of golden light erupted out of the explosion before immediately attempting to flee, but Han Li seemed to have already anticipated this, and he harumphed coldly as he made a grabbing motion with his outstretched hand. The golden ball of light was immediately enveloped by a burst of enormous power, then drawn into Han Li's grasp, and he looked down to find that it was a golden ball that was riddled with holes and intricate runes. The ball was virtually weightless, seemingly completely hollow. "This is most likely the core of the puppet," Han Li said with an intrigued expression as he inspected the golden ball in his hand. A wry smile appeared on Silvermoon's face upon seeing this. She knew that Han Li's powers would be unimaginable to her now that he had reached the Grand Ascension stage, but she hadn't witnessed him in action since his breakthrough, so there was no standard for her to judge just how powerful he was. However, she knew that she would definitely be no match for that giant puppet, yet Han Li had destroyed it with ease. This made it clear to her just how massive a disparity there was between her and Han Li, and the realization saddened her slightly. Just as she was becoming absorbed in her own thoughts, the specks of silver flames in the air converged, and the silver fire raven re-emerged. However, on this occasion, Han Li didn't spur on the fire raven to continue onward. Instead, he stowed the golden ball in his hand away before sweeping his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, then immediately made a hand seal. The fire raven raised its head and let loose a clear cry, following which its body began to swell drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled to over 1,000 feet in length, forcing the surrounding sea of flames back to create a massive empty area. Han Li then pointed a finger up at the silver fire raven before uttering the word, "Absorb." A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the fire raven flapped its wings to release countless silver runes, and at the same time, a burst of enormous suction force surged forth in all directions. The surrounding sea of flames instantly converged toward the fire raven through around a dozen massive pillars of flames, and as soon as the flames came into contact with the fire raven's body, they were instantly absorbed. As the fire raven absorbed more and more crimson flames, its body expanded further and further, and it didn't take long before the entire sea of flames was completely absorbed, thus finally revealing the true appearance of the surrounding area. Silvermoon quickly inspected her surroundings, and a surprised look appeared on her face. They were currently situated on a tall platform around 1,000 acres in size that was riddled with crimson crystals. Around the platform was a boundless trench, within which were countless deep craters of different sizes. Spiritual light was flashing within all of those craters, and within each of them was a devil crystal puppet. These puppets were clad in suits of 5-colored armor, wielding weapons of different shapes, forms, and sizes, and there were even some menacing beastly puppets among them. At a glance, it could be estimated that there were close to 100,000 of these puppets. Han Li quickly swept his gaze through the surrounding area, and he discovered that most of the puppets were at the core formation stage and nascent soul, and around 10% of them were at the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage. However, what was most eye-catching were the dozens of top-grade puppets that bore a strong resemblance to the one that Han Li had just destroyed. Those devil crystal puppet hadn't reached the late body integration stage yet, but they were all still at the early and mid-body integration stage. If this army of puppets were to appear in the outside world, it would be powerful enough to raise many major powers to the ground. Looks like Sacred Ancestor Qi Ling was a master in refining devil crystal puppet. That's quite a pleasant surprise, Han Li said as he stroked his own chin with a faint smile. Silvermoon was already completely dumbstruck by what she was seeing, and only now did she return to her senses as she asked, "What do you plan to do with these puppets?" "I'm going to take them all away, of course. What else would I do? Leave them for someone else?" Han Li replied without any hesitation. "All right, I'll help you collect them," Silvermoon said in an excited voice. Han Li nodded in response, and Silvermoon immediately rose up into the air, flicking her wrist to release several storage bracelets toward all of the puppets in one direction. Han Li also swept a sleeve through the air to release dozens of storage bracelets that surged toward the other directions. Spiritual light of all colors surged out of these storage bracelets in a frenzy, and all of the devil crystal puppets swept up by the spiritual light quickly disappeared. There was an astonishing number of puppets present, but the two of them were able to collect the puppets quite quickly by working together. However, when attempting to collect the dozens of body integration stage puppets, the puppets suddenly released light barriers to keep the storage bracelets at bay. As opposed to being enraged by this, Silvermoon was quite elated, and she immediately began flicking incantation seals of different colors through the air, all of which vanished into the bodies of these top-grade puppets in a flash. The giant puppets' bodies shuddered slightly before they relinquished their resistance and were also stowed away into the storage bracelets. After the final puppet had been collected, the entire platform suddenly began to sink into the ground on its own amid a burst of loud rumbling. Silvermoon hurriedly flew back to Han Li's side upon seeing this, while Han Li raised a hand to withdraw the silver fire raven before standing on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back. Only after the entire giant platform had sunk over 1,000 feet into the ground did the violent tremors cease. Right at this moment, Han Li and Silvermoon's attention were both drawn toward the same direction, where an azure stone door was situated on a gray stone wall. "Let's go. I can't sense any restriction fluctuations in there, so that must be where sacred ancestor Qi Ling's true treasure is stored," Han Li said with a smile. Silvermoon nodded in response with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Thus, the two of them immediately made their way toward the stone door. Once they were no more than several tens of feet away from the stone door, Han Li thrust a hand through the air, and the door was pushed open by a burst of enormous power. A massive hall was revealed behind the gate, within which were a series of long stone benches with various items placed upon them. A hint of elation surfaced in Han Li's eyes, and he immediately strode into the hall with Silvermoon in tow. After entering the ball, Han Li inspected his surroundings to find that jade boxes of different sizes had been placed all over the stone benches alongside treasures of different descriptions. All of these treasures were either glowing with scintillating light, or were dilapidated and completely unremarkable in appearance. However, judging from their auras, all of them were top-grade treasures that could easily start a war in the outside world. Despite this, Han Li didn't display much interest toward these treasures. Instead, his gaze was drawn toward the 3 stone platforms in the hall, which stood taller than all of the stone benches. Atop these 3 intricate stone platforms were 3 different items, comprised of a rusty azure halberd, a yellow gourd, and an inky black flying arc that was only around half a foot in length. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the 3 treasures, and his expression immediately changed slightly. Silvermoon's attention had also been drawn entirely to those 3 treasures. Chapter 2258, Return to the Spirit Realm. Han Li swept a hand toward the azure halberd first, and it immediately flew over to him. He caught the halberd before giving it a brief appraisal, then smiled as he handed it over to Silvermoon. "This is a treasure that's incorporated a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure. It's not very useful to me, but it should be perfect for you." "Thank you, Brother Han." Silvermoon accepted the halberd with glee and began to inspect it with an elated expression. Meanwhile, Han Li drew the yellow gourd into his grasp, and after another brief appraisal, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He then flipped his hand over to stow the gourd away before casting his gaze toward the final treasure among the 3. That miniature flying arc was most likely the legendary ink spirit Holy Arkansas. Han Li inspected the arc through narrowed eyes for a short while, then made a hand seal and pointed a finger at the arc. The miniature arc shuddered slightly before rising up from the stone platform on its own, and inky black runes surged forth around it as it began to swell drastically in size. All of the treasures in the hall began to buzz incessantly, as if to resonate with the black arc. Around an hour later, the surface of the lake up above suddenly began to churn, and massive waves surged forth in all directions. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the entire glacier that the lake was situated upon shattered, upon which a gargantuan black object emerged amid a flurry of ice and snow. This was a gigantic arc that was over 10,000 feet in length. The arc was comprised of over 10 levels, and it had countless profound spirit patterns etched onto its surface. At the front and rear ends of the giant arc stood around a dozen giant silver flags of different heights, bearing images of all types of strange and exotic beasts. An army of devil crystal puppet guards was situated on the deck of the ark, and as soon as it appeared, the ark sped away as a ball of black light, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. 2 months later, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out above a small mountain range in the spirit realm, and dark clouds converged from all directions to form an enormous black vortex. Bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted out of the vortex, and countless silver arcs of lightning intertwined within the vortex, following which a massive black arc slowly emerged. The entire nearby space warped violently as if the sky were about to be torn apart, and on the top level of the arc stood Hanli and Silvermoon. "We're finally back to the spirit realm. That was easier than I expected. It's quite a pleasant surprise that this ark possesses spatial abilities as well," Hanli said as a pleased look appeared on his face. "The entrance of the spatial node that we found wasn't all that stable, so I thought it would take more time to return to the spirit realm," Silvermoon said with an excited smile. "In any case, this trip to the Elder Devil realm was a very fruitful one," Hanli said with a smile. "Indeed, it was." Silvermoon replied with an elated nod as she thought of the portion of Qi Ling's treasures that Hanli had given to her. "All right, now that we're back to the spirit realm, let's ascertain our current location and return to the Holy Island. Senior Mo and Senior Ao Shao should both be waiting for us there," Hanli said in a calm manner as he quickly swept his spiritual sense over the entire mountain range. "Oh. It sounds like we aren't too far away from human territory," Silvermoon remarked. "We've arrived somewhere slightly different from our anticipated destination, but fortunately, this place is even closer to human territory than expected," Hanli replied. "That's great. Let's set off right away," Silvermoon said in an ecstatic manner. Thus, the black arc tremored slightly before hurtling through the air at Hanli's behest, while the black vortex slowly vanished not long after the arc's departure. Half a year later, a patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli were discussing something in a hall that was situated on the Holy Island. On either side of the hall stood the dozen or so Holy Island elders. Patriarch Ao Zhao's brows were tightly furrowed with concern as he said, "Fellow Daoist Han should be back by now. Could it be that he's encountered some trouble in the Elder Devil realm?" Mo Jianli shook his head in response. "Don't worry. Fellow Daoist Han is far more powerful than we can imagine. How can anything happen to him when even that Stembora Queen wasn't able to kill him?" "That may be true, but there are countless powerful beings in this world, and he's often getting himself into trouble. Who knows if he's landed himself in some hot water again?" Patriarch Ao Shao said as he pursed his lips. Why do you sound like a grumpy father scolding his son-in-law? You're not really trying to make a match out of your granddaughter and fellow Daoist Han, are you?" Mo Jianli said as he stroked his chin with an amused smile. "So what if those were my intentions? With Linger's aptitude, I can't say that she'll become a grand ascension stage being for sure, but she's definitely more likely to get to that level than everyone else here. Besides, if my granddaughter becomes Han Li's Dao companion, our human and demon races will truly be one massive family," Patriarch Ao Shao said. Awkward looks appeared on the faces of all of the Holy Island elders in the hall upon hearing this, but they didn't dare to raise any objections. Mo Jianli could only shake his head with a wry smile, but he had to admit that Patriarch Ao Shao was right. "I heard that fellow Daoist Han already had a Dao companion in the human world, and they seem to be very close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refrained from finding a Dao companion even after spending so many years in the spirit realm." "That may be true, but it's extremely common for beings of our caliber to find a few Dao companions. I may be old, but I'm not senile yet, and I can tell that fellow Daoist Han definitely has some feelings for my Linger," Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled. Mo Jianli nodded in response with a thoughtful expression. "Come to think of it, fellow Daoist Han is still far younger than us. If he's willing to find a few more Dao companions for himself, there's a good chance that he'll be able to produce some extremely talented descendants." Patriarch Ao Shao faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he was just about to respond when a slightly exasperated male voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Please stop making jokes at my expense, fellow Taoists. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to come and see you. As soon as the voice trailed off, Hanli and Silvermoon appeared at the entrance to the hall amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Hanli was currently wearing a resigned expression, while Silvermoon had a faint blush on her face. Ah, we pay our respects to Senior Han. The Holy Island elders hurriedly gathered to pay their respects, while Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli exchanged an ecstatic glance. You're finally back, fellow Daoist Han. I was growing a little worried. I thought you'd eloped with my Linger. The two Grand Ascension stage beings also rose to their feet to greet Hanli. Sorry for making you worry, fellow Taoists, Hanli said with a smile before giving the Holy Island elders a slight nod of acknowledgement. You can all go now. The two of us wish to speak to fellow Daoist Han in private, Patriarch Ao Shao said to all of the elders. The Holy Island elders immediately gave affirmative responses before exiting the hall. Following the departure of the elders, Hanli took a seat across from Mo Jianli and Ao Shao, while Silvermoon made her way over to Patriarch Ao Shao and gave him an indignant pout before standing behind him. It was clear that she was still quite embarrassed by what he had said earlier. Fellow Daoist Han, Brother Ao Shao and I would have most likely perished in the Elder Devil Realm if it hadn't been for you. I'll remember what you did for us, Mo Jianli said in a genuine manner as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Hanli. Indeed. If fellow Daoist Han hadn't come to rescue us, that ancient seal would have become a tomb for all of us. I'll be sure to repay you for this, fellow Daoist Han. Patriarch Ao Shao also expressed his gratitude toward Hanli. You're far too kind, fellow Taoists. You've done so much for our two races over the years. It was only expected of me that I would do everything in my power to save you, Hanli hurriedly replied. That's not the same thing. We have indeed contributed greatly to our two races, but that still doesn't change the fact that you saved our lives. This is something that we must repay you for, Mo Jianli insisted. Patriarch Ao Shao also nodded in agreement. Hanli could only shake his head with a resigned smile upon seeing this. After that, Hanli and the two Grand Ascension stage beings discussed their experiences in the Elder Devil Realm, as well as some matters regarding the Stemborer Queen. Of course, Hanli made no mention of the ancient true immortal still residing in the original sealed site. He merely attributed the destruction of the Stemborer Queen to Bao Hua and the ancient seal, and Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli had no reason to suspect that he was lying. Fellow Daoist Han, you've only just returned, so why don't you take a rest and refrain from going anywhere for now, Mo Jianli suddenly said with a slightly peculiar expression. Chapter 2259, Sanqing Lightning Talisman. What do you mean by that, Brother Mo? Hanli could immediately tell that there was a hidden meaning behind Mo Jianli's words. Brother Ao's next heavenly tribulation is going to arrive soon, and we'll have to assist him with that, Mo Jianli sighed with a grim expression. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to Patriarch Ao Shao. Is that true, grandfather? Silvermoon's smile also instantly faded as her face paled slightly. My heavenly tribulation should have arrived over 1,000 years ago. It's only been delayed to this point as I had taken some special measures. As a result, this heavenly tribulation will be even more fearsome than it otherwise would have been. However, I never had much of a chance of transcending this tribulation to begin with, so the benefits outweighed the consequences. During this period of time, Linger has reached the body integration stage, and fellow Daoist Han has become a new pillar for our two races, so I can let go without any qualms now, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled. So you did this for my sake, Silvermoon said in a trembling voice. Not entirely. Even if you didn't exist, I would have still made the same decision so I could be around to protect our two races from the invasion of the elder devil race, Patriarch Ao Shao said with a shake of his head. However, Silvermoon was shaking her head vigorously, clearly not trusting his alibi. Is there really no hope for you to transcend this heavenly tribulation, fellow Taoist Ao? If you require certain treasures, I can try to seek them out for you, Hanli said with tightly furrowed brows. If I hadn't delayed this tribulation, I'd still have a roughly 10% chance of being able to transcend it, but now, that probability has fallen to less than 5%. As for treasures, I've already prepared as much as I can. There are a few that I still haven't found, but it was always going to be a struggle to find them, so I'm not too fixated on that, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. Less than 5% is way too low. Isn't there any way to increase that probability, grandfather? Silvermoon asked as tears began to well up in her eyes. If that disciple of fellow Taoist Hans with the recessive lightning spiritual root were a grand ascension stage being, that probability would be increased by about 10% with his assistance, but as he currently is, he won't be of any use, Patriarch Ao Shao replied. Silvermoon's face paled even further upon hearing this. Hanli and Mo Jianli could only exchange a resigned glance as well. Perhaps it would be possible for them to raise Hai Yuetian's cultivation base to the body integration stage in a short time, but it was entirely impossible to help him reach the grand ascension stage on such short notice. As for Han Li's extreme mountains, they were very effective against heavenly lightning tribulation, but they had already been completely refined, so he couldn't lend them to anyone even if he wanted to. There's one thing that may be able to increase your chances of transcending your heavenly tribulation by as much as 15% to 20%, Mo Jianli suddenly said. What is it, Senior Mo? A hopeful look immediately appeared in Silvermoon's eyes upon hearing this. At the same time, a surprised look appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face, indicating that he had never heard Mo Jianli mention this before. Instead of directly answering Silvermoon's question, Mo Jianli asked, You've heard of Patriarch Shiraxian, right, fellow Taoist Ao Shao? Of course. Isn't he the Cloud Mound race Grand Ascension stage being who entered the original sealed site with us? I spoke to him on one occasion, but didn't he perish in the ancient seal in the end? What does this have to do with him? Patriarch Ao Shao asked. Patriarch Shiraxian didn't possess any treasures that could resist heavenly tribulations, but he did know of such a treasure, and that treasure should be in the spirit race, Mo Jianli explained. Prior to entering the Elder Devil realm, those foreign Grand Ascension stage beings stayed at the spirit race for some time, so this information is most likely reliable, but what exactly is this treasure that you're talking about, Brother Mo? Patriarch Ao Shao asked. I'm referring to the Sanqing Lightning Talisman, Mo Jianli finally revealed. Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What? Isn't that a talisman that can only be found in the true immortal realm? Is there really such a talisman in our realm? Hanli was also quite taken aback by this revelation. The Sanqing Lightning Talisman was one of very few types of treasures that could resist Grand Ascension stage heavenly tribulations, so it was vastly renowned across all realms. However, this was a disposable treasure, and it had always been said that only true immortals of the true immortal realm would be able to refine such talismans, so no one had actually ever seen one. Thus, as time passed, even most of the Grand Ascension stage beings gradually became unconvinced that such talismans could be found in the lower realms. As such, it was naturally a massively pleasant surprise for Patriarch Ao Shao to hear that this talisman could be found in the nearby spirit race. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any Sanqing lightning talismans in the lower realms, but Patriarch Shiraxian saw the talisman in person, and I can guarantee you that his information is reliable. As for why that is, I'm afraid I can't reveal that, Mo Jianli said with a meaningful expression. In that case, I'm sure this information is trustworthy, but why is it that Patriarch Shiraxian didn't try to obtain those talismans for himself? Even though he was quite far away from his next heavenly tribulation, surely he wouldn't be willing to miss out on such a priceless treasure, Mo Jianli said with furrowed brows. Indeed, I would also do everything in my power to obtain such a treasure if I were to discover one, Hanli chimed in agreement. It's not that Patriarch Shiraxian didn't try to obtain the treasure, he had already made an agreement with the owner of the talismans, and once he returned to the Elder Devil realm, he would fulfill the agreement and receive the talisman, Mo Jianli said with a smile. Even Patriarch Shiraxian had to make an agreement with that spirit being. Who is it? A hint of wariness appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face as he spoke. Who else could it be? Mo Jianli sighed with a wry smile. A perplexed look appeared on Silvermoon's face upon hearing this, but a thought then immediately occurred to her. Meanwhile, Hanli suddenly chuckled, you must be referring to the spirit monarch. Patriarch Ao Zhao and Mo Jianli exchanged a quick glance upon hearing this, and the latter nodded in response. I am indeed referring to the spirit monarch. He is in possession of the Sanqing lightning talisman, and he seems to have more than one. More than one. Patriarch Ao Zhao was quite taken aback to hear this. According to relevant tomes, no matter how many Sanqing lightning talismans one possessed, only a single one could be used per heavenly tribulation. I've heard some things about the spirit monarch, but I don't know too much about him. It seems that both of you are quite wary of him, Hanli observed as his eyes narrowed slightly. That's an understatement. If possible, Brother Ao and I would choose to never have any interactions with that old monster, Mo Jianli replied with a wry smile. Oh. Why is that? Hanli asked. The spirit race isn't a large race, and its overall power could well be inferior to the combined power of our human and demon races, but the spirit monarch is very likely to have lived for over 1 million years, Patriarch Ao Zhao explained. 1 million years. How is that possible? Hanli was truly stunned to hear this. Hee, I had the exact same reaction when I first heard about this, Mo Jianli chuckled. If the spirit monarch really has lived for over 1 million years, then the number of heavenly tribulation he must have endured. Hanli didn't complete his sentence, but what he was trying to convey was very apparent. I don't know about that. No one has witnessed the spirit monarch transcend a tribulation, nor heard any news about his tribulation transcendence. Some people say that the spirit monarch is a special being that experiences a heavenly tribulation only once every 100,000 years, while others speculate that the title of spirit monarch has already been passed down several times in secret. As for which one of those theories is correct, no one really knows, Patriarch Ao Zhao said. If he really has lived for over 1 million years, then even I'll have to be quite wary of him, Hanli said with a contemplative expression. One thing is for sure, the aura and appearance of the spirit monarch has remained consistent during these past 1 million years according to the descriptions of the past grand ascension stage beings of our two races. Thankfully, it's extremely difficult for new spirit beings to be born, so even if the spirit monarch possesses unfathomable power, he's unable to expand the spirit race's current territory. On top of that, the spirit monarch is a very mysterious man, and he's rarely ever been involved in a battle during the past 1 million years, Mo Jianli added. Chapter 2260, Trip to the Spirit Race. It looks like this spirit monarch really is very mysterious. Do you know what kind of deal Patriarch Shiraxian struck with the spirit monarch in exchange for that Sanqing lightning talisman? Hanli asked. I'm afraid that's the only piece of information I didn't manage to gather. All I know is that the spirit monarch asked Patriarch Shiraxian to do something very dangerous for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have promised Patriarch Shiraxian a Sanqing lightning talisman as compensation, Mo Jianli replied. Hanli and Patriarch Ao Zhao were both quite surprised to hear this. If it hadn't been for the injuries that I had sustained in the Elder Devil realm, I would have most likely paid the spirit race a visit as soon as I returned from the Elder Devil realm, Mo Jianli said with a wry smile. Why didn't you mention this to me before, Brother Mo? If we had combined our powers, perhaps we would have been able to obtain a Sanqing lightning talisman from the spirit monarch, Patriarch Ao Shao said as his brows furrowed slightly. What good would that have done? You had also sustained some injuries in the Elder Devil realm, and your heavenly tribulation was imminent. If your injuries had been worsened even further during our confrontation with the spirit monarch, you'd probably be in even worse shape to transcend the tribulation even with one of those talismans. However, there's some hope now that fellow Daoist Han has returned. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Daoist Han's aura has become even more unfathomable compared to back before he entered the Elder Devil realm. If he's willing to make the trip with me, it's possible that we could obtain a few Sanqing lightning talismans from the spirit monarch, Mo Jianli said. What? You want to go to the spirit race with fellow Daoist Han? Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. That's right. With fellow Daoist Han to accompany me, the spirit monarch wouldn't dare to plot against us even though the relations between the spirit race and our two races is rather strained. On top of that, we'll have to make this trip sooner or later. After all, my heavenly tribulation isn't far away either, and I'm also not very confident that I'll be able to transcend it. In addition to that, the Sanqing lightning talisman will be very useful for fellow Daoist Han as well. Who knows if it could save you during a future heavenly tribulation? Mo Jianli said. A hesitant look appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face, and he didn't say anything in response. Senior Mo, if those talismans really are that valuable, then the task that the spirit monarch wants to have done is most likely going to be extremely dangerous, Silvermoon cautioned. Mo Jianli seemed to have already considered this, and he replied, it's naturally going to be dangerous making a deal with the spirit monarch, but cultivators like us are constantly living on a knife's edge. Of course, fellow Daoist Han doesn't have to worry about heavenly tribulations anytime soon, so if the risk really is too great, then I can try to complete the task on my own. Silvermoon cast her gaze toward Hanli upon hearing this, then turned to look at Patriarch Ao Shao, and a complex look appeared on her face. If we can obtain a Sanqing lightning talisman, how much would it increase fellow Daoist Ao Zhao's chances of transcending his next heavenly tribulation? Hanli asked. At least 15%, Mo Jianli replied in a concise manner. Patriarch Ao Shao remained silent, clearly agreeing with this figure. That's a significant improvement. Fellow Daoist Ao Shao, how much longer will you be able to delay your heavenly tribulation? Hanli asked. 10 more years at most. I won't be able to manage any longer than that, Patriarch Ao Shao replied. 10 years should be more than enough time, Hanli said as a decisive look appeared in his eyes. Obtaining the Sanqing lightning talismans would be greatly beneficial to all three of us, and it could save fellow Daoist Ao Shao from a potentially dire situation, so there's no reason for me not to go on this trip. Here, Brother Mo, Hanli said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending a ball of white light flying directly toward Mo Jianli. Mo Jianli reflexively caught the streak of white light to discover that it was a small white vial that was giving off a faint medicinal aroma. Those pills are very effective for aiding in recovery. Take those pills and go into seclusion for a year, and you should be fully recovered from your injuries. When that time comes, we'll be able to go and see the spirit monarch with no qualms, Hanli said. You have my thanks, Brother Han. Mo Jianli was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately opened the vial to examine its contents with his spiritual sense before stowing it away. If he had only had access to normal pills, then it would have taken several times longer to recover from his injuries. After that, Hanli turned to Patriarch Ao Shao, and said, Fellow Daoist Ao Shao, if I'm not mistaken, your injuries seem to be far more severe than fellow Daoist Mo's, even your soul appears to have been wounded. Back when I was trapped in the ancient seal, I fell prey to a sneak attack by several extremely powerful insects, and my soul was damaged as a result. It'll take some more time for me to recover, and I'm not 100% sure whether I'll be able to fully recover before my heavenly tribulation. If I can't, then my chances of transcending my heavenly tribulation will be even less than 5%, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. Is that true, grandfather? Silvermoon was distraught to hear this. Why would I lie about something like this? Patriarch Ao Shao sighed in a resigned manner. Silvermoon immediately turned to Hanli with an urgent expression. Brother Han, do you have? Hanli raised a hand to cut her off before summoning several vials of different colors, then tossed them toward Patriarch Ao Shao. Rest assured, I have some pills in my possession that can heal spiritual injuries as well. Thank you, Brother Han, I knew you'd have a way. Silvermoon was ecstatic to hear this, and her eyes were filled with gratitude as she appraised Hanli. Patriarch Ao Shao's eyes lit up as he caught the vials, and he also extended his gratitude toward Hanli in an ecstatic manner after examining the vials' contents. Looks like both of us are becoming even more indebted to fellow Daoist Han, Mo Jianli chuckled. It's all thanks to your help that I'm where I am today. I'm simply repaying you for the kindness that you've shown me. Once Brother Mo recovers from his injuries, we'll make a trip to the spirit race and try to obtain a few Sanqing lightning talismans. As for fellow Daoist Ao Shao, you just worry about recuperating and making preparations for your tribulation transcendence. Once we obtain the talismans, we'll immediately return so we don't miss your tribulation, Hanli said. Patriarch Ao Shao sighed as he rose to his feet before cupping his fist in a formal salute toward Hanli and Mo Jianli. I'll be sure to remember this, but if it's not doable, then please don't force the issue. There are only 3 Grand Ascension stage beings in total in our 2 races. It would be an extremely heavy blow if something were to happen to any of us. Even if I obtain a Sanqing lightning talisman, my chances of transcending my next heavenly tribulation are still quite low, so it's not worth taking too big a risk. Hanli hurriedly rose to his feet to return the salute, while Mo Jianli remained seated, and chuckled, I'm not doing this for you. I may not even be willing to make this trip had I not heard that the Spirit King had more than one of those talismans. The gratitude in Patriarch Ao Shao's eyes wasn't lessened in the slightest upon hearing this. We've known each other for tens of thousands of years, do you think I can't tell when you're being facetious? Mo Jianli merely smiled and remained silent. Come to think of it, you must have been trying to lead me onto this topic of conversation by telling me to take a rest and stay in our human race. It looks like your concern for me wasn't genuine. Hanli suddenly said with an amused smile. An awkward look appeared on Mo Jianli's face upon hearing this, while a hint of color finally returned to Silvermoon's complexion. She was very hopeful that Hanli and Mo Jianli would be able to bring back a Sanqing lightning talisman so that her grandfather would have a greater chance of transcending his next heavenly tribulation. After that, they began to discuss some topics regarding the recuperation of the 2 races. Hanli was informed that during these past years of effort, the damage caused by the devilish invasion had been mostly rectified, and that there were also some supremely talented young cultivators that had arisen among the 2 races. Hanli was naturally quite intrigued by this, and asked some relevant questions. Thus, the discussion continued for close to half a day before everyone departed. That night, Hanli was reunited with his disciples in a cave abode on the holy island that was filled with extremely abundant spiritual qi. As Hanli swept his gaze over his disciples, a pleased look appeared on his face, but as his gaze fell upon the youngest Baiguorer, that pleased expression suddenly turned into surprise. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.